Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The whole world became quiet. All right, the royal clubhouse it is. Let's go. Zhao Lingxian suddenly became much happier, and she skipped out of the villa. She had used Qin Feng as a meat shield partially so she could punish him. She wanted him to pay the price for rescinding the marriage and forcing that kiss on her. The capital's Liang family was no ordinary family. Zhao Lingxian became excited just from thinking of the possibility of these two men fighting. Women were indeed very dangerous animals. Kid, you can go now. I'm going to have a candlelit dinner with Miss Zhao Lingxian, so you can go off and do your own thing. As soon as they left the villa, Liang Sheng discarded his gentlemanly act and looked at Qin Feng like a ruffian. Liang Sheng was only 21 years old. He was the youngest in the grandchildren's generation of the capital's Liang family. He was about the same age as Qin Feng. In the capital, he had two elder brothers looking after him, so he acted fearlessly and lawlessly, and there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Before, he had showed restraint in front of Zhao Dahai. After all, he needed to act decently in front of his potential father-in-law. However, he was raring to give Qin Feng a good beating. You dare to show me up, young Master Liang? There's no one alive who dares to do such a thing. What a pity. I've already asked Ling Xian on a date for tonight, so it looks like the person who will have to leave is you. Qin Feng didn't get angry, and instead calmly smiled at Liang Sheng. Anger flashed in Liang Sheng's eyes. If they were in the capital, and if anyone dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, this was the Acropolis city, and Zhao Lingxian was standing right there. As such, he couldn't use violence against Qin Feng, and darkly said, "Brat, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Is that so? I want to try it. Qin Feng didn't feel scared at all, and instead gave a dazzling smile. Within the Acropolis city, there really wasn't anyone who he couldn't afford to offend. Liang Xing couldn't help but re-evaluate Qin Feng. What sort of background did he have to be able to remain so calm and collected? After falling silent for a few moments, he asked, "Brat, what is your relationship to Zhao Lingxian?" Liang Sheng, he's my boyfriend. You've seen him today, so give up already. Before Qin Feng could even speak, Zhao Lingxian hugged his arm as she coldly looked at Liang Sheng. This person relied on the Liang family's background and was incredibly arrogant and self-important. Zhao Lingxian didn't like him at all. On the other hand, while Qin Feng was the Acropolis city's richest man's only son, he didn't have the attitude of a high and mighty young master at all. Unknowingly, Zhao Lingxian had started to compare every man she met to Qin Feng. The smile on Liang Sheng's face disappeared, and his face darkened. Miss Zhao, if I'm right, he should just be a normal friend. If you really think of him as a friend, don't try to use him to trick me. You know my methods. Anyone who dares to steal my woman won't have a happy ending. You can believe what you want. Let's go. Don't pay any attention to him anymore. Zhao Lingxian felt extremely irritated by such a bare threat, and she pulled Qin Feng as she walked away. Liang Sheng suddenly started to laugh coldly. "Miss Zhao, if you're determined to stick to this brat, I'll have to ask Uncle Zhao if he really is your boyfriend or not." Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped walking. She definitely couldn't allow him to go ask her father. If he did, he would definitely scare her father and Uncle Huang to death. "What do you want?" Zhao Lingxian said, as she angrily glared at Liang Sheng. "Nothing much. Didn't Miss Zhao say that she would go with me to the royal clubhouse? You can't have forgotten already, right?" A gentlemanly smile reappeared on Liang Sheng's face, and he opened the car's door as he said, "If you would please, Miss Zhao. My Porsche 911 can only seat 2 people. As for your friend, if he wants to come, he can take a taxi. However, it's best that he arrives before me. You need to be a VIP to enter the royal clubhouse, so if he's late, he'll only be able to squat outside and have the wind for dinner. Uh, Qin Feng might not be able to enter the royal clubhouse? Zhao Lingxian almost wanted to laugh. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Liang, I've got a private ride. Qin Feng once again calmly smiled. He stretched his hand out to Zhao Lingxian beside him, saying, Lingxian, if you're not used to riding in sports cars, you can come with me in my private ride. All right. Without even having to think about it, Zhao Lingxian agreed to go with Qin Feng. However, when she came to Qin Feng's private ride, Zhao Lingxian was dumbfounded. This was an old and shabby retro 28 bicycle. It could already be considered an antique, and it was entirely possible someone had thrown it away. Qin Feng, can you give yourself some face? You're always trying to look cool with your Batmobile at the university. Are you trying to make me look like an idiot? Zhao Lingxian secretly gave Qin Feng a savage pinch on his waist and almost stamped her feet in anger. Before, Liang Sheng had been full of anger, but when he saw Qin Feng's private ride, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ayo, holy crap, Miss Zhao. Your friend is the most amusing person I've ever met. I'm sure you'll be coming in my Porsche, right? If you go on that bicycle, you'll be having a midnight snack instead. Haha. Liang Sheng looked at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. Only a mentally deranged person would want to race against his Porsche with an old 28 bicycle. He felt incredibly pleased and could almost see Zhao Lingxian slapping Qin Feng in anger, then coming over to his Porsche. You can go first. I quite like riding bicycles at night. You can feel the evening breeze against your skin, and it's eco-friendly too. While Liang Sheng was still fantasizing, Zhao Lingxian coldly spoke, completely shocking him. That's right. Bicycles are incredibly convenient. You don't need to refuel, and you can go wherever you want. Come on, Lingxian. Big Brother's going to take you for a good ride. Qin Feng said as he laughed and looked at Liang Sheng. Zhao Lingxian had probably never ridden on a bicycle before. After she got on, she couldn't help swaying. In the end, Qin Feng wrapped an arm around her and hugged her from behind, thus stabilizing the bicycle. Feeling Qin Feng so close to her, Zhao Lingxian couldn't help but think of the passionate kiss they had shared. Her face couldn't help but become red. Luckily, it was quite dark, so it wasn't quite visible. Mr. Liang will be leaving first. You should drive quickly, or we won't wait for you, and we'll go in and play if you're too slow. Qin Feng started to pedal the bicycle as he felt Zhao Lingxian's slim waist happily leaving. This was the first time he had ridden on a bike as well, and at first he couldn't control it quite well. They swayed quite violently, causing Zhao Lingxian to yell and pinch him many times. However, Qin Feng was able to learn quite quickly and steadily rode along with Zhao Lingxian amidst the evening breeze. Seeing the two people slowly disappearing, Liang Sheng was so furious that he almost wanted to crash into Qin Feng and kill him. He continuously cursed inwardly. You want to arrive first on a crappy and old bicycle? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. And so what if you arrive first? Without a VIP card, you'll still have to goddamn wait for your elder to take you in. Qin Feng, what's that under you? It's all hard and it's sticking into my butt. After exiting the district, Zhao Lingxian found that there was something odd. She felt quite uncomfortable with something hard poking her butt. She reached out to move it away, but when her hand came into contact with it, it was as if she had lost her soul and her body froze. Qin Feng let out a moan in pleasure. Aha! Qin Feng, stop the bicycle. I want to get off right now. I'm going to kill you, you beast, you pervert. Ah! Zhao Lingxian started to go crazy and furiously struggled in protest. The bicycle violently swayed, and they almost crashed multiple times. Qin Feng also felt a bit awkward. He quickly tried to calm her down. Little sister Lingxian, stop making a ruckus. The more you do this, the longer it's going to take for it to settle down. Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped moving, and peacefully sat on the bicycle for 2 minutes, which felt like 2 centuries. However, that thing indeed settled down. A bustling night view greeted their eyes, and a cool breeze from the river blew over. Zhao Lingxian felt as if she had returned to her younger days, when her mother had stolen all of their money and left their family almost penniless. During that period of time, her father had ridden this sort of 28 bicycle to take her to school. Although they would often be laughed at by richer students, Zhao Lingxian remembered and treasured those moments dearly. This was because only when she went to school or came back from school could she spend time with her father. She felt incredibly blissful and safe while riding with her father. "Little sister Lingxian, you can't have fallen asleep, right?" Qin Feng felt a bit weird after seeing that Zhao Lingxian had fallen silent after making a ruckus the entire trip. "Qin Feng, in future, can you take me riding on your bicycle as well?" Zhao Lingxian was in a bit of a daze, and a rare look of bliss appeared on her face. After saying this, even she felt a bit shocked. She found that she was slowly starting to rely on Qin Feng. "Sure, as long as you're not afraid of hard things poking her, but I'm fine with it," Qin Feng teased. Zhao Lingxian once again started to yell and pinched his leg many times, before suddenly saying, "Qin Feng, can you ride faster?" No problem." After speaking, he started to accelerate. After breaking through to stage 1 and drinking 2 strength potions, Qin Feng's body was incredibly strong. He continuously accelerated, and his legs actually started to leave behind after images. After breaking through to stage 1, he hadn't truly trained his body, so this was decent training for him. The gentle evening breeze became quite intense. If it wasn't because Qin Feng was holding down Zhao Lingxian's skirt, she would have felt like she was going to fly off. The trees on the side blurred and quickly disappeared, and they even left cars behind them. They were moving so fast, and it seemed that the air was moving so fast that Zhao Lingxian found it difficult to breathe. She slowly closed her eyes and let a smile bloom on her face, just like a blossoming flower. She looked so beautiful that she could cause someone to become intoxicated just from looking at her. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. She suddenly remembered many things from her childhood. She had been a lonely child who had been abandoned by her mother. She was a young girl who lacked joy and happiness in her childhood. She was a cold and arrogant princess, a poor bug whose marriage had been rescinded. She recalled memories from primary school until now, and her tears slid down her face. It was quiet all around them, and all they could hear was the wind. However, she quite enjoyed this feeling. She even thought that just riding like this, with Qin Feng pedaling and her sitting in front of him, it wouldn't be too bad to ride until the end of time. At least, at this moment, she didn't feel lonely and didn't feel like she was the only person in the world. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. A woman joins the battle. Clocklet. "Little sister Lin, we're here." The voice in her ears suddenly brought her back to reality. She opened her eyes and almost fell off the bicycle. The words "Royal Clubhouse" glowed brightly in front of her eyes. "Qin Feng, how did we get here?" Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. Her house was at least 20 kilometers away from the Royal Clubhouse. Even by car, it would take at least 20 minutes. However, Zhao Lingxian felt like she had just recalled some memories from the past, and when she opened her eyes, they had arrived. It was simply too magical. "We got here by bicycle, of course. You're sitting on my bicycle, remember? You didn't get your brain blown out by the wind, did you?" Qin Feng smiled, but didn't tell Zhao Lingxian that he had pushed his body to the limit and had ridden at 80 kilometers per hour. "You're the one who has no brain. I'm getting off." Zhao Lingxian glared at Qin Feng, then got off the bike with Qin Feng's help. "Young Master Qin, you're here." At this moment, an eagle-eyed doorman ran over. Seeing Qin Feng ride a bike with a girl on it, he couldn't help but marvel at his seducing techniques. It seemed that he definitely deserved his title of the #1 seducer sage of the Acropolis city. Give this bicycle a parking spot. Don't let anyone steal it. Qin Feng casually gave the doorman a $1,000 tip and held Zhao Lingxian's hand as he walked into the royal clubhouse. Spendthrift, Zhao Lingxian said as she glared at Qin Feng. Even if this bicycle was left on the streets, no one would probably want it. And yet he had given that person a $1,000 tip for looking after it. He was a super spendthrift. When Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian walked into the clubhouse, the attendants all came to greet them. Welcome, young Master Qin. Welcome, Miss Zhao. Qin Feng waved his hand, sending them away, and sat down with Zhao Lingxian on a sofa in the main hall. It seems that Mr. Pretty Boy isn't here yet. Little sister Lingxian, let's get a room and have some food first. Qin Feng had gone to Zhao Lingxian's house to eat, but because of Liangxing popping up, he still hadn't eaten. By now he was quite hungry. Zhao Lingxian curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her face became quite pale, and she weakly said, Qin Feng, I feel a bit cold. My stomach problem's back. Qin Feng felt Zhao Lingxian's arm, which was indeed quite cold. It was possible that on the way here he rode too quickly, causing her to endure the cold wind. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Lingxian, letting her lie in his embrace. He then waved his hand and asked an attendant to bring over a glass of warm water. What are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. You big pervert, you won't even behave in public. Feeling Qin Feng's embrace, Zhao Lingxian felt incredibly complicated and quite embarrassed. She was extremely angry about Qin Feng's groping. However, Qin Feng didn't do as Zhao Lingxian wished. He understood this cold and arrogant princess personality. When she wasn't being obedient, he needed to use some tough tactics. Beauty Lingxian, if you continue to struggle, I'll have to deal with you the normal way. Qin Feng grinned as he looked at Zhao Lingxian, as if he was a starving wolf eyeing a plate of delicious food. Zhao Lingxian immediately calmed down. If Qin Feng kissed her in public, she would die of embarrassment. She coldly glared at Qin Feng and complained, How did a beast like you live for so long? Soon, the warm water was brought over. Qin Feng took out the stomach medicine from his pocket and personally fed it to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian's eyes became slightly red. She never expected that Qin Feng would carry the medicine on him. She couldn't help but admit that with his handsome appearance, combined with his kindness and tenderness, it was no wonder he was able to sleep with so many women. Qin Feng, it really is you. Just as Zhao Lingxian finished taking the medicine, a pleasant voice sounded out. Lin Bei Bei had just come back from caring for her mother in the hospital. She was shyly wondering if Qin Feng would come to the room to sleep tonight when she saw another familiar figure. Lin Bei Bei emotionally ran over. She recognized Qin Feng, but the excitement within her heart suddenly disappeared because she saw Zhao Lingxian cutely lying in Qin Feng's embrace. Lin Bei Bei simply couldn't bear to disrupt this sweet scene of this handsome man and beautiful woman paired together. Inwardly, she felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a needle for some unknown reason. Bei Bei, have you eaten yet? Even Qin Feng felt a bit awkward after suddenly seeing Lin Bei Bei while he embraced Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian suddenly remembered the scene at the sports field. Qin Feng sweating profusely and Lin Bei Bei handing him a bottle of water, with Qin Feng then patting Lin Bei Bei on the head. Inconceivably, Zhao Lingxian edged more into Qin Feng's embrace and put her arms around his neck, coldly and arrogantly looking at Lin Bei Bei. Hello, classmate Bei Bei. Hello, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Lin Bei Bei's brain froze for a moment. Her good mood plummeted, and she hurriedly ran off like a frightened rabbit. Zhao Lingxian's expression became cold. She pushed aside Qin Feng as she icily said, Young Master Qin, you're quite impressive. In just a few days, you've won over the university's pure beauty, Lin Bei. You've even gotten her to come to the clubhouse to have fun with you. Aren't you a romantic and loose one? Zhao Lingxian was a beautiful and intelligent woman. She knew what sort of family background Lin Bei had, and her being at the royal clubhouse was definitely because of Qin Feng's arrangements. Apart from getting intimate, why would she come to the royal clubhouse so late at night to study with Qin Feng? Qin Feng had never had worries about women before, but he felt as if his head was going to explode. Just as he was going to explain the matter with Lin Bei, a woman with a beautiful face and sexy body elegantly walked over. Seeing her, Qin Feng almost wanted to run into a wall. Yo, young Master Qin, I've looked for you for so many days but couldn't find you. You must be even busier than the president of a country. This was the #1 beauty of the Jincheng city, Han Ying. She had come to the Acropolis city to discuss business with Qin Feng. However, after meeting him at the cocktail party, she couldn't find him no matter where she searched. She had decided to try her luck and come to the royal clubhouse. After all, this was Qin Feng's holy land of pleasure, and she had succeeded in finding him. Yo, Miss Zhao's here too. After seeing Zhao Lingxian, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Han Ying casually sat down next to Qin Feng and leaned in towards him as she coyly said, Young Master Qin, there's some serious matters I want to discuss with you. I'm not sure if young Master Qin has any time tonight. It might take up the entire night. Shameless. Zhao Lingxian couldn't stand Han Ying's flirtation and coldly harumphed. Han Ying looked at Zhao Lingxian and lightly laughed, saying, I'm shameless? At least I'm not like a certain someone, sticking on to young Master Qin despite having their marriage rescinded by him. These two exquisite beauties had begun fighting as soon as they saw each other. One was a queen who had much experience in the business world. The other was a glacial goddess who was still in university. Who knew who would win? Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. Han Ying's expression didn't change, but Zhao Lingxian was so furious that she wanted to vomit blood. One couldn't help but admit that this woman was quite vicious and savage. Her lovely upturned eyes seemed to be able to see a person's weak points, and every word she spoke could cut into other people's hearts. Han Ying, aren't you selling your body just for some money? What right do you have to speak badly of me? Zhao Lingxian was so angry that she stood up. If it wasn't for Qin Feng blocking the two women, they probably would have started fighting. Once women went crazy, even the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. Han Ying's smile disappeared. Indeed, in order to do business, she often went to many cocktail parties and banquets to flirt with the sons of the wealthy and noble. However, no one knew how much pain and bitterness she put up with in order to develop her family's business. She was willing to flirt, but would never actually do the deed. In the end, she was a woman who valued purity. And now, hearing Zhao Lingxian say such things, a flame burned in her eyes. She looked at Zhao Lingxian as she said, Miss Zhao, you're from the upper-class society, so please show some restraint when speaking. Have you personally seen me get into bed with a man? Or could it be that when I got into bed with a man, you were also there? Otherwise, how could you know? As soon as Han Ying said this, Qin Feng knew that things were spiraling out of control. These two women both had powerful family backgrounds. Even Qin Feng would feel scared if they started to fight. At this moment, an even more terrifying, cold, electronic voice sounded out in his mind. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Make Zhao Lingxian and Han Ying interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the Zhao family and Han family engaging in an intense business war. Qin Feng's mouth tweed. He would rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. On the other hand, Liang Sheng had been quite angry the whole trip as he drove in his Porsche 911 to the Royal Clubhouse. Business was excellent tonight, and the large parking lot was filled with many luxury cars. He went around the parking lot a few times and finally found 2 free spaces. Just as he was about to park into one of them, a man wearing a security uniform and holding an electric baton angrily walked over. "Apologies, sir, but you can't park here." Liang Sheng was already furious, and now he had been stopped from parking by a security officer. He angrily got out of the car and came in front of the security officer, pointing at him as he started to loudly curse. "Are you goddamn blind? There are 2 parking spaces there. Why can't I park there? I'll have you know that your granddaddy is the Royal Clubhouse's VIP. If you anger your granddaddy, a single phone call from me is enough to get you fired." After being cursed at like that, the security officer's expression became cold. Normally, if a visitor cursed at time, he would simply endure it. After all, everyone who came here were extremely wealthy and powerful. However, tonight he was filled with confidence. He was looking after young Master Qin's ride. He pointed back at Liang Sheng and cursed back at him. "Open your dog eyes and have a good look. These 2 parking spaces are already occupied." Liang Sheng had never been cursed at by a security officer. He stared at the security officer in shock before looking at the 2 seemingly empty parking spaces. Only then did he find that there was an inconspicuous 28 bicycle parked there. It had even taken up 2 parking spaces in an extremely overbearing manner. Moreover, this bicycle looked extremely familiar. It seemed to be the one that Zhao Lingxian and her fake boyfriend had left on. Although he was angry, Liang Sheng was more shocked by far. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would arrive faster than him on an old bicycle. After all, he was driving a Porsche. He even started to suspect whether this bicycle was really Qin Feng's. Maybe they just looked similar. Was this brought here by a man and a beautiful woman? Liang Sheng asked with a darkened face. Why do I need to tell you? Anyways, these 2 parking spaces are taken, so go park somewhere else. Otherwise, I won't be courteous anymore. The security officer acted extremely arrogantly towards Liang Sheng, as if he disdained even speaking with him. He patted the electric baton in his hands and viciously looked at Liang Sheng. Because young Master Qin had personally given him this bike to look after, he had reserved 2 parking spaces for it. If some blind driver accidentally ran over this old 28 bicycle or scraped some paint off it, he wouldn't know what to say to young Master Qin. Liang Sheng and the security officer faced off for a while, after which Liang Sheng angrily drove away. He found a good parking space near the Royal Clubhouse and quickly walked in. When he saw Qin Feng standing in between the 2 beauties trying to pacify them, Liang Sheng became certain that the old bicycle that had overbearingly taken up 2 parking spaces was definitely Qin Feng's. It seemed that he didn't have an ordinary background if he was able to enter the Royal Clubhouse and take up 2 parking spaces. However, so what? No matter how influential someone was in the Acropolis city, they would still be nothing to the capital's Liang family. Liang Sheng walked over to the 3 of them as he gave a gentlemanly smile. "Miss Zhao, apologies. I had something important to do on the way, so I ended up coming a bit late." Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he had driven at his fastest speed to the Royal Clubhouse. Liang Sheng felt like coughing up blood after thinking that he had been beaten by an old bicycle. Zhao Lingxian and Han Yingying had just finished having their fight, and neither had a pleasant expression. They sat down and turned away from each other. As such, no one paid any attention to Liang Sheng. "Haha, seeing that you've been sitting out here, you probably haven't reserved a room yet. I'll go arrange it now. After all, not just anyone can book a room here." Liang Sheng awkwardly smiled, looked at Qin Feng condescending, then elegantly walked over to the reception. Han Yingying looked at Liang Sheng's back in slight confusion. Even though she didn't know where he had come from and his relationship with Qin Feng, his words sounded quite funny. Qin Feng had finally calmed down the two women when Liang Sheng, that little scumbag, had come over and tried to look cool. He felt quite annoyed and took out his phone to call the reception, telling them not to give Liang Sheng a room. Not too long after, Liang Sheng came back with a darkened face, angrily cursing, "Humph, what a crappy clubhouse. Their elder is a silver card member, and yet they told me that all the rooms are fully booked. Lucky for them, this is the Acropolis city. If it was the capital, I would have ordered people to smash the place. Ling Xian, just wait for a moment. I have a good brother here. He's the general manager, and I'll give him a call to get him to come over and arrange a presidential room for us." Liang Sheng ran off to the side to make a call, and neither Zhao Lingxian and Han Ying could be bothered to pay any attention to him. Both of them knew Qin Feng's background and status, and knew that Liang Sheng trying to act big simply made him look like a little clown. Before anything happened, they already knew what was going to happen to him. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Intercepted halfway. After a while, a man in a suit and tie walked out. It was the Royal Clubhouse's customer manager, Wang Qi. After making the phone call, Liang Sheng had been on the lookout the entire time. Seeing Wang Qi walking over, he hurriedly went up to him and said, "Brother Wang, I hope you've been well." Haha. Young Master Liang, I never thought that you would have the time to come here and play today. If you need anything, please let me know. In his previous visits to Acropolis City, Liang Sheng had heard that the Royal Clubhouse was the highest class entertainment facility. He had visited there a few times to play and had gotten to know Wang Qi. Wang Qi saw that this person was quite generous and could count as a big shot. Every time he received quite a bit in tips, so he always treated Liang Sheng quite well. When he saw that Liang Sheng had come to play again, it was as if he had seen rolls of new banknotes. "Haha, there's a small matter I'll need to trouble Brother Wang with," Liang Sheng said as he smiled. "Tonight I came with a few friends to have some fun. However, the lady at the reception said that all of the rooms were booked. Would it be possible for Brother Wang to arrange a luxurious room for us? Money is no problem, as long as we don't lose face, right?" Wang Qi frowned when he heard this. Indeed, there were often luxurious rooms reserved for important people. There was also Qin Feng's room 888 that was never open to the public, as it was Qin Feng's private room. As of now, there were still 2 luxurious rooms that were open to public. Why had the receptionist said that the rooms were all full? Wang Qi took Liang Sheng and angrily came to the reception. Liang Sheng pointed out the receptionist who hadn't given him a room, and Wang Qi looked at her while coldly asking, "What's going on?" "There's a guest who wants to hire a room." "But you told him that all the rooms are full? Aren't there still 2 rooms?" The receptionist didn't expect Liang Sheng to know Manager Wang. Under normal circumstances, she definitely would have followed Manager Wang's orders. However, she wasn't fearful at all, as it was young Master Qin who had personally given her this order. Even if there were 10 Manager Wangs questioning her, she wouldn't be afraid. "Manager Wang, all of the rooms are booked," the receptionist calmly said as she blinked at Wang Qi, trying to signal at him. However, Wang Qi didn't notice this and instead became angry. "You're still saying they're all booked? Do you want me to take you to see those 2 empty rooms yourself? What's wrong with you? Do you not want to work here anymore?" Upon seeing Wang Qi become so angry, the receptionist felt a little wronged and had to explain herself. "Manager Wang, the higher-ups said that those 2 rooms aren't for hire." Wang Qi was surprised. He wasn't sure who she was referring to by the higher-ups. Apart from the general manager, he had the most power at the Royal Clubhouse. Since General Manager Liu had taken leave today, could there be someone even higher? Who was it? Tell him to come over here. I want to see who it is that is so rich and powerful that they don't want more business. I'll have you know, I want those rooms opened, even if young Master Qin comes. Wang Qi angrily spoke as he pointed at the receptionist. However, the beautiful receptionist didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, she revealed a gloating smile because the person standing right behind Manager Wang was young Master Qin. "Ah, Lil Wang, you're quite right. It's me who gave the order. Is there anything you're not happy about?" Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out from behind Wang Qi. Wang Qi felt that this voice sounded quite familiar. When he turned around, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Liang Sheng still hadn't realized what was happening. When he saw that Qin Feng had come over, he felt like his intestines were going to explode from anger. Since this brat was determined to make trouble for him, he would definitely make him pay for it. "Yo, kid, you're acting quite big. You're the boss of this royal clubhouse, eh? You think you can stop your elder from getting a room?" Liang Sheng looked at Qin Feng with an expression of mockery. He pointed at Wang Qi and condescending said, "Look here, brat, this is my good brother. He's the general manager of the royal clubhouse. He's the top gun around here. Who do you think you are?" Noticing that Qin Feng's bicycle had taken up 2 spaces and that he could enter the royal clubhouse by himself, Liang Sheng guessed that he knew someone here. At the very most, he probably knew a supervisor or deputy manager. Now, with Wang Qi standing next to him, he wanted to stick it to Qin Feng's face. "You want to steal your elder's woman? You're too naive. General Manager Wang, give me a luxurious room now. I want to see what this brat can do. You came here riding on a crappy 28 bicycle, and you're trying to act all high and mighty? Your elder's going to whip your face open." Liang Sheng released all of the savage words he had pent up inside of him. However, despite waiting for a while, he didn't see Wang Qi doing anything. When he looked over, he saw Wang Qi staring Qin Feng with a look of terror. His mouth opened and closed many times, without being able to say anything. "Brother Wang, are you all right? Hurry up and find me a room. You know, there'll be a big tip for you," Liang Sheng once again urged Wang Qi. Wang Qi still hadn't completely recovered from his shock. Qin Feng laughed and said, "Yo, General Manager Wang, when did you get promoted to General Manager? Even I didn't know." Wang Qi felt like running into a wall and dying. He had been blinded by greed and had wanted to open a luxurious room for Liang Sheng so he could earn a tip. As for his claim that he wouldn't give Qin Feng face, that was simply him talking big. Now, with Qin Feng in front of him, Wang Qi's expression was somber, as though his entire family had died. He half cried as he spluttered, "Young Master Qin, this lowly one truly didn't know it was your order. Otherwise, even if it was the mayor of Acropolis City, I definitely wouldn't give him a room, let alone some crappy young Master Liang. Young Master Qin, the ignorant, should not be held responsible. Please forgive this lowly one this time." A 30-year-old man was pleading and begging in public. Liang Sheng felt quite shocked at the sight of this. He suddenly realized that the royal clubhouse was owned by the Acropolis City's richest man, Qin Huang, and that Wang Qi was addressing this young man as young Master Qin. He was acting like he would even go so far as to kneel down and lick his boots. Apart from Qin Huang's only son, Qin Feng, who else would be able to wield such power? Thinking to the fact that he had requested to come to Qin Feng's family's clubhouse to have fun, and had mocked Qin Feng the entire way, Liang Sheng's face almost turned green. He wanted to dice Qin Feng up into small pieces. So what if you're Qin Feng? Brat, just you wait and see. I'll have you know that you're just a young master in the Acropolis City. Before the capital's Liang family, you're just like an ant. Liang Sheng had lost all of his face today and had none left to continue to stay here. After spitting out some savage words, he stormed out of the royal clubhouse. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to make Zhao Lingxian and Haning interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. You have received 100 hedonist points. Just as Liang Sheng left, a cold, electronic voice rang out in Qin Feng's mind. He looked towards the sofa in dismay and saw that the two women with completely different personalities, but who were both as beautiful as celestial goddesses, were sitting back to back. They both looked spaced out, and he had no idea what they were thinking. Quests could be completed just like that. Qin Feng almost couldn't believe it. Ling Xian, Liang Sheng stormed off in anger. Do you want to get some food? Qin Feng came over to the two women and asked. At the beginning, the two women were inwardly cursing at each other, but after a while, they both lapsed into each other's thoughts. Zhao Lingxian was wondering what the relationship between Qin Feng and Lin Bei was. Normally, after Qin Feng had his way with a woman, he wouldn't meet her for a second time. However, Lin Bei seemed to be an exception, which made Zhao Lingxian feel quite unhappy. Han Ying was plotting how to make Qin Feng hers. From the information she had, Qin Feng was just a sensualistic and hedonistic young master. Before, Han Ying was completely confident that she could win him over, but she slowly found out that he wasn't exactly as her information had described. Just like that, lost in their own thoughts, the two women had interacted harmoniously for 10 minutes, which allowed Qin Feng to complete the quest. No, it's all right. A certain someone has ruined my mood tonight, so I want to go home. Zhao Lingxian stood up and coldly glared at Han Ying, then walked out of the royal clubhouse. Miss Han, I'll be taking Lingxian home. We can talk more if we meet again in future. Qin Feng smiled at Han Ying, then chased after Zhao Lingxian. When she saw Qin Feng leave, Han Ying's eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. She silently vowed, Qin Feng, just you wait. I'll definitely make you mine someday, and make you completely obedient to me. Just like how they had come. Qin Feng speedily took Zhao Lingxian back on his 28 bicycle. Perhaps it was because she wasn't in a very good mood, but Zhao Lingxian spaced out during the entire trip and didn't speak to Qin Feng. When they reached the Zhao family's villa, Zhao Lingxian gave a simple greeting to her father and Qin Huang, then went upstairs. Seeing that Qin Huang and Uncle Zhao were still in high spirits and wouldn't be finished talking for a while, Qin Feng left first and rode to the Royal Hotel on his bicycle. After completing 2 quests tonight, Qin Feng had obtained 300 hedonist points. He was anxious to spend them and obtain another 3 lottery chances. He pedaled faster and faster, and his retro 28 bicycle shot through the streets like an arrow. As he sped forwards, Qin Feng began to sweat profusely. He suddenly found that riding the bicycle was a pretty good way to exercise, and decided to replace his incredibly flashy Batmobile with it. In order to reach the Royal Hotel as quickly as possible, Qin Feng had gone through quite a few small roads. At the end of the small road he was riding on, a pair of headlights suddenly lit up, forcing him to stop as he couldn't see. Qin Feng left the bicycle on the ground and held his hands in front of him. He squinted through the gaps in his fingers, trying to see what was going on. A skinny and tall figure stood in front of the car's lights. Qin Feng couldn't see his features, but could see that he had his right hand raised. Within that hand was something black, which was pointed at him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of wild laughter echoed out. As soon as Qin Feng heard this voice, he realized what was going on. It was Liang Sheng. Qin Feng, young Master Qin. Liang Sheng laughed for a while before speaking, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You think you're really cool, right? Your hands can cover the sky in Acropolis City, and no one dares to offend you. Ha ha! Your elders see many hedonistic young masters like you. You're just a frog in a well. Your elder has said it before. You're still too tender to fight with me. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Little Li Throwing Knife. Because of the light, Qin Feng couldn't see Liang Sheng's expression. However, it was easy to guess that he was delirious with joy and was incredibly proud of himself. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. Although he would be able to take on 10 Liang Shengs in a normal fight, Liang Sheng was holding an unknown object, which was probably a gun. Haha, so it's young Master Liang. Why have you come out to meet me so late at night? Could it be that you want to race with me? There was no one around in this suburban district. Qin Feng kept his cool and tried to stall for time as he looked for an opportunity to attack. As soon as Qin Feng mentioned racing, Liang Sheng felt furious again. He still couldn't understand how Qin Feng had arrived earlier than him on a bicycle when he had been driving a Porsche. Qin Feng, your elders in awe of your goddamn sense of humor. You're about to die, and yet you're still in the mood to crack jokes. Liang Sheng spat as he gnashed his teeth. About to die? Young Master Liang, what do you mean? I can't understand what you're saying. Who would want to kill me? Qin Feng pretended to be dumb and stealthily inched his way towards Liang Sheng. As long as he could get close enough, Qin Feng was confident he could kill him in one blow. Stop walking. Brat, if you dare to take another step, your elder will immediately shoot you to death. Oh, right, with the lights behind me. You can't see what your elder has in his hands. I'll tell you now. Your elder is holding a gun that is pointed towards your head. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng stopped walking. A wealthy young master like Liang Sheng wouldn't consider the consequences of their actions. He might actually shoot having suffered so much today. A gun? Young Master Liang, why are you pointing a gun at me? Aren't we friends? Qin Feng's voice started to shake, as if he was quite scared. This was exactly what Liang Sheng wanted. Seeing Qin Feng's cowardly reaction, he felt incredibly delighted. Haha, friends. You think you're good enough to be your elder's friend? You were acting pretty arrogantly tonight. Now you know what fear is. Ha ha ha, if you don't want to die, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times to your elder. Then I might let you off. Kowtow 3 times? Qin Feng wasn't stupid. Even if he did kowtow, a narrow-minded and vengeful scoundrel like Liang Sheng wouldn't let him off. He started to feel a little nervous, as he was essentially defenseless. He was more than 10 meters away from Liang Sheng, so he couldn't hit him or run away fast enough. Qin Feng felt quite frustrated. Lil Piggy, are there any long-ranged weapons? In his crisis, Qin Feng decided to ask the little pig. Despite how dangerous the situation was, the little pig still looked quite lazy. It licked its hooves and slowly raised its head, which made Qin Feng want to drag it out and beat it up. Master, I'd recommend buying a little Li throwing knife for 50 hedonist points and killing him in one hit. Fudge. This throwing knife must be made out of gold. Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly grumble. A single throwing knife would set him back by 50 hedonist points. As such, he was quite reluctant to purchase it. After all, he was saving up for elementary sword skills. However, the situation was quite dire. If he didn't act, he would most likely be dead. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and spent the 50 hedonist points. A small and sharp throwing knife appeared in his hand. Haha, you're still not willing to kneel? That's fine. Before you die, I'll let you in on a secret. Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't kneeled, Liang Sheng didn't become angry, but laughed even more sinisterly. He could tell that Qin Feng cared for Zhao Lingxian and didn't want him to die in ignorance. Actually, I don't like Zhao Lingxian at all. The Liang family only proposed the marriage to the Zhao family to swallow up their medical enterprise. However, that girly Zhao Lingxian has pretty decent looks, nice skin, a hot figure, and big boobs, as well as a cold and arrogant aura. When your elder makes her his, I'll trample on her every day and make her completely obedient towards me. How great would that be? Oh, and apart from me, my eldest brother and second brother are also interested in her. We'll make her serve us all and feed her till she's full every night. Ha ha ha. When that time comes, make sure you're weighing from heaven. I won't say see you again, because I'll never be seeing you again. Liang Sheng's expression suddenly became cold and he viciously smiled. He made the sound of a gun firing with his mouth, reveling in the fact that if he pulled the trigger, Qin Feng would fall to the ground. However, before he could do so, Liang Sheng's body slightly trembled. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat, and despite struggling for a while, he was unable to utter a single word. He hurriedly clawed at his neck and found that fresh blood was pouring out, staining his entire arm. As his eyes widened in terror and disbelief, he looked at Qin Feng in confusion and slowly collapsed. He didn't even know how he had died. When he saw Liang Sheng fall, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. The moment he threw the throwing knife, he was so angry that he had hoped Liang Sheng's head would explode. Anyone who dares to humiliate Zhao Lingxian will be killed without mercy. Qin Feng slowly walked over to Liang Sheng and found that he was completely and utterly dead. There was a small hole which passed through his entire neck that was still leaking blood. It seemed that this little throwing knife was worth its price, it just as sharp as the true steel sword. In fact, the throwing knife was so sharp that it had effortlessly passed through Liang Sheng's neck and now could not be found. However, thinking to the fact that it was now covered in Liang Sheng's blood and gore, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered looking for it. 50 hedonist points had gone down the drain. Qin Feng felt no sympathy for Liang Sheng. If that guy hadn't sought him out of his own accord and said those things about humiliating Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng wouldn't have bothered killing him. However, this sort of arrogant young master, who held no one in his eyes except himself, had probably committed many evil deeds, so his death was well deserved. What Qin Feng had done could be counted as ridding the public of evil. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for helping Zhao Lingxian extricate herself from Liang Sheng's wooing. You have received 500 hedonist points. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, completely eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 20,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in the hedonist sovereign system being reset. The host skills will all be taken back, and the host will be required to reopen the hedonist sovereign system again. When he saw Herd Quest's punishment, Qin Feng knew that this was serious business. However, after looking at the reward of 20,000 hedonist points, Qin Feng was willing to get as serious as this quest required him to. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Unparalleled Under the Heavens. Ow. Qin Feng had completed 3 quests tonight and now had 800 hedonist points. He felt indescribably excited and was in a rush to spend them. However, he had to clean up the scene first. He couldn't let the Liang family find out that he had done this. Even if he was going to destroy the Liang family, it was still better to strike from the darkness while they were completely unprepared. After all, the capital's Liang family was a large and powerful family and couldn't be taken lightly. Qin Feng screwed his head while looking at Liang Sheng's body. He had killed people before, but had never cleaned up corpses. Master, let this little pig out. I can help you clean up the corpse and any remains. Suddenly, the little pig began to excitedly jump around in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the cute and chubby little pig came out and began to madly run about. Qin Feng decided that he would let this snotty pig out more. Seeing how excited it looked, it had probably been almost bored to death. Little piggy, surely you didn't ask me to let you out just so you could play, right? You said you would help me clean up. So what the hell are you doing chasing that female cat? You're not even the same species. Hearing Qin Feng's complaint, the little pig ran over to him, then looked at Liang Sheng and proudly said, no big deal. Leave it to this little pig. I'll get this done in a few seconds. As it spoke, the little pig revealed a serious expression that it had never shown before. It looked at Liang Sheng gravely as it suddenly raised its head. Achoo! Fudge! Did you have to make such a big deal out of a sneeze? Qin Feng was quite impressed by the little pig's demeanor and had expected it to do something shocking. However, it had simply sneezed. Achoo! 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 The little pig ignored Qin Feng and continuously sneezed while looking just as serious. Qin Feng couldn't bear to wah this anymore. Just as he was going to drag the little pig back into the system and make it reflect on its actions, a wave of hot air rushed over. Boom! This time the little pig didn't sneeze, but released a large fireball. The fireball flew over and landed on Liangshan's body. In the blink of an eye, flames that burned as tall as a person shot up, causing Qin Feng to take a few steps back in fear. He looked at Liangshan and found that he had already been disintegrated to ashes. Holy crap! Little pig, what sort of animal are you? You were probably originally a dinosaur, right? Someone probably threw you into a pigsty, and you grew up there. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. This entire time, he had believed that apart from being cute and proud, this little pig was just a useless fighter. However, he now realized that he was completely wrong. Che, it's no big deal. Master, this is just the tip of the iceberg, as far as my abilities go. After I break through and evolve, and enter the intermediate grade, spitting fire will be a piece of cake, the little pig proudly declared in its usual manner. How do you evolve? And how can you spit out fireballs, even though you haven't evolved yet? Qin Feng excitedly asked. There are 2 ways to evolve. The first is to let me loose and allow me to train and break through by myself. It's more or less like Master's own training. The second method is for Master to buy evolution potions so I can quickly evolve. However, the potions are quite expensive. The potion to evolve from elementary to intermediate costs 2,000 Hedonist points. With Master's personality, you definitely won't be willing to buy it for me. Can't we just all get along? Qin Feng awkwardly screwed his head and evilly smiled as he looked at the little pig and said, To be honest, I feel like getting you to train by yourself is a pretty good idea. You're probably bored to death staying in the system every day. The world is so big, you should go out and have a look. Thinking back to the fireball that the little pig just released, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Once it broke through, he would keep it by his side. If he wasn't happy with anyone, he could destroy them with a fireball. This sort of low investment, high return opportunity was something that Qin Feng loved. The little pig condescendingly rolled its eyes at Qin Feng as it coldly harumphed. Master, make sure you think this through properly. I can only produce 1 fireball per month, and I can't use it perfectly yet. Just then, I had to try a few times before I could release it. If Master really wants to throw me out to fend for myself, even a wild dog would be able to bite me to death. I was just joking. Qin Feng hurriedly dispelled the little pig's thoughts. He had bought this pig for 50 Hedonist points and couldn't let it just die like that. Of course, it was mainly because Qin Feng remembered that the little pig had saved him quite a few times. It simply wouldn't be very humane for him to leave it to fend for itself. So, it turns out that firing fireballs for you is like an ant visiting. It only happens once a month. If I knew that was the case, there's no way I would let you go out by yourself. The outside world is incredibly dangerous, and I would worry about you. Qin Feng guiltily laughed. The little pig coldly laughed along with Qin Feng. Evidently, it didn't believe him. Qin Feng smiled and continued to speak. Little pig, how many times can you evolve then? When you reach intermediate grade, will you be able to fry anyone you want with fireballs? I'm a normal pet, so I can evolve 4 times. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, and ultra. There's a rare type of pet that can continue to evolve after ultra to sovereign and unlock their special hidden skills. They're all incredibly powerful, but it costs a lot of hedonist points to upgrade them. It's something you wouldn't dare to think about just yet. The little pig looked at Qin Feng meaningfully before continuing to speak. Even if I evolve into intermediate grade, releasing fireballs still takes up a lot of strength. After using up all my strength, I'll need to go into hibernation. Fry anyone I want? Do you think I'm a circus animal? Qin Feng realized that this seemingly harmless little pet was hiding such an immense and terrifying potential. He decided that from today onwards he would treat it better. It would be a shame for it to roast him when it eventually evolved. Firing a fireball once every month was already the little, elementary grade pig's limit. It seemed like it wouldn't be possible for it to get rid of Liang Sheng's Porsche. However, Qin Feng had never come into contact with this car, so he wasn't worried about the police finding any links to him. He put the little pig on his shoulder and rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Hotel. The scene of a man and his pig riding on a bicycle was quite interesting. The little pig rarely came out from the system, so it excitedly raised its head and continuously hooped in the evening breeze and the wondrous nighttime scenery. However, it was a pity that it was a little pig and not a wolf, which would have been much more fitting for the scene. Its grunt, grunt, grunt noises began to drive Qin Feng crazy. Not too long after Qin Feng left that road, a black shadow suddenly appeared by Liang Sheng's Porsche. The phone in the man's hand let out a blue light, illuminating his evil smile. The scene that was playing on the phone was of Qin Feng killing Liang Sheng. "Haha, Qin Feng, just you wait for someone to collect your corpse," the man coldly laughed as he disappeared into the night. By the time Qin Feng returned to the Royal Hotel, it was already past 11 p.m. However, he still felt quite energetic. He lay on his bed and hurriedly opened the Hedonist sovereign system. He now had 750 Hedonist points and could buy quite a few goodies. "Lil Piggy, give us some suggestions." After looking through the items, Qin Feng was bedazzled by what he saw. He decided that it was safer to rely on the little pig, his leveling trainer. "Master, right now you have 750 Hedonist points. I recommend that you spend 300 Hedonist points now to rank up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal so you can obtain another 3 lottery chances. You should save the remaining 450 Hedonist points to buy the elementary sword skills when you reach 1,000 Hedonist points. You can also spend these 750 Hedonist points to level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists." When he began to look through the items, he had immediately seen the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. They were worth 1,500 Hedonist points, so spending 750 Hedonist points to level up his current fist seemed quite worth it. "Master, your Hedonist rank is too low and you haven't unlocked many of the system's functions yet. Right now, you can only level up the skills that you have. The cost for leveling up skills is half of what it would cost to buy the leveled up skill. For example, the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fist skill costs 1,500 Hedonist points in the system, but leveling up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fist skill only costs 750 Hedonist points." Qin Feng understood what the little pig was saying and nodded. The little pig continued to speak as it shook its head. "When Master ranks up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal, you'll be able to unlock the system's fusion function, which allows you to combine various equipment and skills. When Master has spent more than 10,000 Hedonist points and has become a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, Master will be able to unlock the system's wuxia interface. Any equipment, skills, or medicine in wuxia novels can be bought from the system. The little Li-throwing knife was a test item from the system's wuxia interface. As for the other hidden functions of the Hedonist sovereign system, they're only things that Master cannot imagine. There is nothing that the system cannot do. All in all, Master just needs to remember this. With the system at hand, you will be unparalleled under the heavens." The little pig's explanation completely shocked Qin Feng. He knew that this system was quite powerful, but he never thought that it would be to such a degree. If he could rank up to a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, he would be able to unlock the wuxia interface. Just thinking about this made Qin Feng feel incredibly excited. When he was little, he had been a massive fan of wuxia novels, such as Fox Volant of the Snowy Mountain, Demigods, and Semi-Devils, Return of the Condor Heroes, and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If he could take out weapons like the Heaven Reliant Sword and the Dragon Slayer Saber, or skills like the 9 Swords of Dugu and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and use them in the current technological age, who knew what sort of incredible things could happen? Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Godly Body Refining Equipment, Flying Dragon Armor. However, that wasn't the most important thing. When he ranked up from a hedonist mortal to hedonist warrior, what sort of interface would be unlocked? Qin Feng almost didn't dare to imagine what it would be. Perhaps he would be able to obtain weapons and skills from myths and legends. I should probably level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng finally calmed down. He could predict that the equipment and skills from the wuxia interface definitely wouldn't be cheap. He would have to slowly advance step by step. There were no shortcuts in the path to becoming a powerful figure. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the 750 hedonist points he had were reset to 0. Immediately, a large wave of foreign memories flooded into his mind. His elementary Thunder Tiger Fist skill had become Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Skill rank: Yellow rank top grade, rank divisions, Sovereign, Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. Adds another 2 times of strength upon use, for example. If the host has 3 times in normal human strength, the Thunder Tiger Fists will allow the host to unleash 5 times a normal human strength. System price: 1,500 hedonist points. Qin Feng hurriedly opened up his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External Technique Stage. Stage 1. HP 1 times a normal person's lifespan. Stage 1 is equal to 1. 1 times. Stage 2 is equal to 1. 2 times. Strength: 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with the Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed: 1. 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1. 1 times. Stage 2 is equal to 1. 2 times. Agility: 1 times a normal person's reaction time. Inner Technique Stage: none. Qi Refining Stage: none. 5 times a normal person's strength was equivalent to a punching force of 250 kilograms. He could probably smash a small hole in a car with that sort of strength. Qin Feng was ecstatic. External techniques focused on speed and force, and he had an extra 2 times of strength with the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Moreover, after drinking the speed potions, he now also had an advantage over others in terms of speed. Currently, he even had sufficient strength to give a stage for Expert, who would exceed him by 3 stages a good battle. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 1,000 hedonist points in total and becoming a rank 4 hedonist mortal. The system has awarded you with 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw for prizes? I'll draw. Upon hearing the long-awaited system announcement for the lottery, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. The familiar screen appeared in his mind, and the spinning wheel began to rotate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn intermediate art skills. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. This skill was completely useless. He pumped himself up as he yelled, again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn intermediate racing skills. Fudge! My racing skills are already top no. Can't you give me any useful things? Again. Qin Feng started to feel worried. He wasn't sure if he would be able to obtain something he wanted with this final draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a white grade equipment, flying dragon armor. The 3 lottery chances have all been used. Please continue to work hard and complete quests. Please come again. The electronic voice stopped speaking, and a domineering-looking armor flashing with white light appeared in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought, the armor appeared on his bed as a chain of information whirled through his mind. Flying dragon armor. Equipment grade. White grade equipment. Upon equipping, will apply 150 kilograms of weight onto the host's body, helping the host to quickly break through his limit. After taking off the armor, the host's speed will explosively increase, creating unimaginable results. System price: 2,000 hedonist points. The flying dragon armor's description left Qin Feng dumbfounded. This armor had come in quite a timely manner. He was in need of a method to quickly break through, and this godly training equipment, the flying dragon armor, had been drawn by him. The flying dragon armor lay on his bed. It was quite compact, stylish, and shaped like a vest. A silvery white light emanated from it, as if it was a warrior that was awaiting its owner to put it on and rush into battle. Qin Feng caressed the flying dragon armor. It didn't feel cold and metallic as he had expected, but was instead soft and comfortable, as if it was made of silk. However, although it looked quite compact and light, it was so heavy that it required all of Qin Feng's strength to lift it up. Qin Feng hurriedly put on the armor, which distributed the 150 kilograms of weight across every part of his body. Having just put it on, he wasn't quite accustomed to it and found it difficult to even breathe. Master, the flying dragon armor is incredibly tough, but also soft and comfortable. It also has a stealth function, which will prevent other people from seeing it. Qin Feng was walking around in his room, trying to become accustomed to the extra 150 kilograms of weight on his body, when the little pig spoke. Qin Feng felt delighted. This piece of armor was simply too powerful. It would be quite awkward for someone to see him wearing this. So he quickly turned on the stealth function. He looked down and found that he couldn't see it at all anymore. However, the overwhelming pressure on his body told Qin Feng that it was definitely still on his body. Bang, bang, bang. Wearing the flying dragon armor while practicing with the thunder tiger fists made Qin Feng's actions seem incredibly unwieldy and slow. However, the might in his fists was not to be looked down upon. The sound of air exploding rang out around the room. Because of the additional 150 kilograms, Qin Feng's actions were much slower than usual. By the time he had finished going through half a set of exercises, he was already breathing raggedly and his back was covered in sweat. Despite this, he did not stop. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he continued to practice. Ever since he had broken into Stage 1, he hadn't felt his body quickly strengthening and being refined. He knew that his body was rapidly developing toward Stage 2. Qin Feng knew that with the flying dragon armor, it wouldn't be too long before he would break into Stage 2. He pushed himself into training for 1 hour with the thunder tiger fists, but his body had reached its limit. Although he felt that he would faint if he took even a single step, he was still quite far away from breaking into Stage 2. He couldn't help but stop training and collapse onto the bed. Qin Feng didn't even have the strength to take a shower as he fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning of the next day, as the bright sunlight fell on the vast sports field, the crowd erupted into yelling and cheering. Following the crowd's gaze, one could see an impressive-looking, handsome young man speeding around the sports field on an old 28 bicycle. Needless to say, this young man was the hedonist young master, Qin Feng. Currently, Qin Feng was wearing the flying dragon armor while riding the bicycle. Sweat poured down his body as he furiously pedaled. This attention-calling new ride of his was simply too shocking. He once again caused a massive crowd to gather around the sports field, with everyone eyeing to see what this young Master Qin was up to today. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the yelling and cheering, but spotted a familiar person within the crowd. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Chinese Art Competition. Zhao Lingxian was wearing a snow-white lace dress, which fell to her knees. Her slim legs were incredibly straight and eye-kind, and she looked like a beautiful fairy standing in the crowd. Her gaze was as soft and still as water as it fell on Qin Feng. Seeing him ride the 28 bicycle around the track, a hint of warmth appeared in her eyes, and she felt an urge to sit on the bike. As she thought to herself, Qin Feng's bicycle stopped in front of her as he gave a dazzling smile. "Princess Ling Xian, would you like to ride on this warrior's chariot and experience traveling as fast as lightning?" Zhao Ling Xian spaced out for a while as she looked at Qin Feng's handsome face. After lapsing into silence for a few moments, she surprisingly nodded. She stretched out her white and delicate hand, allowing Qin Feng to pull her onto the bicycle. The sound of cheering, discussions, and the wind. The sports field was instantly thrown into an uproar, and everyone was talking about Qin Feng and Zhao Ling Xian. Qin Feng had publicly rescinded the marriage between Zhao Ling Xian and himself not too long ago, and now he was acting close with her again. No one could tell what he was thinking. This was the first time Zhao Ling Xian hadn't felt angry when being talked about. All of the voices around her were blown away by the wind, and she closed her eyes, feeling like she had returned to her younger days. She could only experience this sort of wonderful and mysterious feeling when she sat on Qin Feng's bicycle. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Zhao Ling Xian was already as beautiful as a celestial goddess, and looked like a princess wearing her snow-white dress, which fluttered as she rode around the track. The wind blew her hair around, causing her to lose the cold aura that was normally around her. She had a lovely look on her face, one that was rarely seen, and her skirt occasionally lifted. The onlookers had glimpses of her thighs, which caused the males to drool. Many of them wished they could use their lips to comfort her from her feet to her legs. Of course, Qin Feng was using one of his hands to hold down Zhao Ling Xian's skirt. Otherwise, many of the perverts really would have seen everything. Although his hand was separated from her thighs by the thin dress, the supple feeling on his fingers stimulated him to ride faster and faster. Qin Feng rode 30 laps before becoming so tired that he almost couldn't breathe. He stopped riding as he gulped down air and smiled, saying, "Enough, enough! Princess Ling Xian, you must have gained weight. I'm so tired that I can't even ride anymore." Qin Feng. A wave of cold intent surged from Zhao Ling Xian's body as she glared at Qin Feng with flames in her eyes. Women hated other people saying they were fat. Zhao Ling Xian felt like killing him on the spot after hearing Qin Feng say this in front of so many people. This was especially because Zhao Ling Xian felt that she was not fat at all. In fact, she had a tall and sexy body, and there were always countless gazes glued to her. If he wasn't satisfied with such a body, just what could satisfy him? She got off Qin Feng's bicycle in a huff and savagely pinched his waist before turning and leaving. Qin Feng was completely spent and didn't have any energy to chase after her with. However, seeing her angrily leave, he felt that she looked quite cute. At the very least, this was cuter than her normal, icy-looking appearance. "Young Masterly, I can't wah anymore. I want to kill that Qin Feng." In the corner of the sports field, Hua Ming and Li Shaojie of Acropolis Cities, 4 young masters, sat under a parasol as they looked at the beauties. Seeing the affectionate scene between Qin Feng and Zhao Ling Xian, Hua Ming's face turned green. Yuan Xiang was determined to make the pure beauty Lin Bei his, and had fought with Qin Feng as a result. In the end, he could only shamefully run away. Hua Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes set on the cold and arrogant beauty Zhao Ling Xian. Having seen Qin Feng publicly rescind their marriage, then flirt with her in public, Hua Ming's eyes burned with flames, and he wanted to slice him into pieces. "If you're not happy, then deal with him. Big bro, here's got your back." Li Shaojie, who had remained neutral, now sinisterly smiled as he encouraged Hua Ming to go against Qin Feng. Hua Ming's eyes widened. Even he couldn't believe Li Shaojie would say such a thing. However, very soon, an eerie smile appeared on Hua Ming's charming face. With these words from Li Xiaojie, Huang Ming felt much more confident. A cold smile flashed on his face as he said, "Qin Feng, your elder's going to savagely slap your face today. Just you wait." After resting for a while, Qin Feng's body slowly recovered. He rode his bicycle through the university, attracting countless gazes, then went to the dining hall and ordered 3 breakfast sets. Finally, he then went to the arts department's lecture hall. Coming to the lecture hall made Qin Feng feel a bit absent-minded. The last time he had a lesson here, he had publicly confessed to Lin Bei, and now he had already become much more familiar with the hedonist sovereign system. Compared to the person he was before, Qin Feng had changed greatly. Although only a few days had passed, it felt like many centuries to him. Class hadn't started yet, and looking around, Qin Feng saw Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian. The 2 of them were both good students and were already seated at the front row with the walkway in between them. Qin Feng smiled and walked over and placed a breakfast set in front of each of them. "Little sister Lin, Princess Lingxian, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" Qin Feng was desk mates with Lin Bei, so he sat down next to her as he began eating. After training for an entire morning, Qin Feng had expended much energy and felt completely ravenous. All of the other students were completely flabbergasted. They had long since heard that Qin Feng had made Lin Bei his. But who would have the gall to flirt with 2 goddesses at once? This young Master Qin's appetite was simply too big. This was simply what was called eating the food in his bowl while eyeing the food in the pot. Didn't he fear being killed by the cold and arrogant goddess, Zhao Lingxian? The 2 women didn't mind the discussions about them, and both of them sat there quietly, looking a bit spaced out. After seeing Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian cuddling together the previous night, Lin Bei found it difficult to sleep. She had hoped that Qin Feng truly did like her and that they could walk together forever. However, Lin Bei now knew how dumb she was. Qin Feng was still Qin Feng, romantic, dissolute, and sensual. Why would be interested in a poor girl like her? And even if he was interested, it wouldn't be for anything good, nor would it last very long. On the other hand, Zhao Lingxian was thinking about Lin Bei. Zhao Lingxian found that she was starting to like Qin Feng more and more, and realized that she would always feel incredibly happy and forget the time when she was with Qin Feng. However, whenever she thought to the fact that Lin Bei was staying at the royal clubhouse, she would angrily gnash her teeth. However, despite thinking those things, neither woman said or did anything, causing all the other students to feel shocked. They had both silently accepted the breakfast Qin Feng had given them. The crowd that had been waiting for Zhao Lingxian to explode in anger was disappointed to see her remain silent. However, this only increased the respect they felt for Qin Feng. In the end, young Master Qin was young Master Qin. He actually dared to flirt with both goddesses in public, as well as cause them to interact harmoniously. There was not a single person who didn't marvel at this. Huang Ming, who just walked into the lecture hall, did not feel a shred of admiration at all. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng, wanting to smack him. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Ming mustered up his courage and strode over to Qin Feng. He gloomily spoke. "Qin Feng, what a lucky man you are. I can't help but admire how you can flirt simultaneously with the 2 goddesses of our arts department." Despite talking about admiring him, there was not a hint of admiration in his eyes. Instead, there was only icy coldness. "Young Master Hua, do you have any business with me? If not, don't disturb my flirting." Qin Feng hated hypocrites and liked to be direct. As such, no matter if it was the Acropolis cities for princes or the Acropolis universities for young masters, all of them excluded Qin Feng and disliked him. Seeing Huang Ming come over and say such things, Qin Feng knew he was up to no good. "Qin Feng, it's best to leave a way out for yourself. You angered young Master Yu over Lin Bei a few days ago, so you'd best keep yourself out of trouble, Hua Ming threateningly said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew about Hua Ming wanting Zhao Lingxian, but because he was an insidious and dissolute person, he didn't want to see his little sister Lingxian fall into his hands. You're threatening me, eh? Qin Feng smiled as he said, That day at the sports field, you and Xiang also threatened me, and what was the result? That brat was beaten by me. Are you also looking for a beating today? Hua Ming was so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. However, thinking to Qin Feng's skills, he felt a bit scared and calmed himself down. Fighting is the most low-class way of resolving conflict. This is a university, and we're all educated members of the upper-class society. Do you dare to compete with this young master using brains? What do you have in mind? Qin Feng casually asked. Brains? Before, Qin Feng would have been worried. However, he had drawn calligraphy, piano, and art skills from the lottery. He could not be called a master of literature. We're all from the arts department, and our major is in Chinese art. As such, we'll keep it simple. Each of us will pick a person and paint that person using Chinese art. We'll ask teacher Yun Xiao to adjudicate, and whoever paints the better painting will be the winner. Hua Ming was completely confident. Before making this challenge, he had made sufficient preparations. Although Qin Feng and Hua Ming were both hedonistic young masters and liked to play around, Qin Feng came to the arts department because there were many beauties here. On the other hand, Hua Ming was extraordinarily talented in art and liked painting. In the arts department, he was one of the top students, and the depths of his paintings were unrivaled. Even some of the professors publicly praised his works. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Astonishing Performance. Hua Ming challenged Qin Feng to his specialty and attracted the attention of many people. He knew that Qin Feng had almost no skills in that area. After all, most people knew that apart from seducing women, Qin Feng didn't seem to have any other skills. Well, don't tell me you're too scared to compete with this young master? Hua Ming started to mock Qin Feng after seeing that Qin Feng hadn't replied. If their positions were reversed, Hua Ming definitely wouldn't agree to such a one-sided competition. That would simply be suicide. However, Qin Feng definitely was not scared. His motto was, "Life is filled with continuous challenges." It was just that he had only drawn the intermediate art skills the previous night, and he didn't think he would be able to use it so quickly. Various classic masterpieces appeared in Qin Feng's mind. A multitude of art techniques as well as experience from masters like Qi Baishe surfaced within his memories. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Hua Ming as he said with relish, "All right, let's compete in Chinese art. However, before competing, we should set a punishment for the person who loses." Hua Ming was a bit shocked, but he quickly recovered and gave a pleased smile. He was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't dare to compete with him, but he had agreed so readily and even suggested to set a punishment for the loser. Hua Ming was so excited that he almost cried out. However, he maintained a calm exterior as he smiled and said, "Since I chose the rules for the competition, young Master Qin can decide on the punishment." All right, how about this? You challenged me to a Chinese art competition because you wanted to slap my face in public. In that case, whoever loses must allow all the other classmates to hit them on the head while saying, "You are trash." What do you think? Qin Feng said as he chuckled and looked at Hua Ming. Hua Ming was immediately blown away by Qin Feng's confidence. Since that guy knew that he was trying to publicly slap his face and humiliate him, why did he set such a harsh punishment? Was he completely confident in his victory? However, very soon, Hua Ming felt quite relieved. Although Qin Feng had defeated Yuan Xiang and caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded, Chinese art was not as simple as fighting. It was possible that because Qin Feng was the child of a big family, he had been forced to learn self-defense techniques when he was younger. Coupled with some luck, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat Yu Wenxiang. However, art required many months and years of practice. Without 5 or 6 years of practice, it was impossible to draw a good drawing or painting. Moreover, mere hard work was not enough. Art required more talent. Without a natural understanding of colors and lines, no matter how hard one worked, it was impossible for them to become a master. Hua Ming was an art genius and was completely confident that no one could defeat him. He was just as confident as Qin Feng was confident in seducing women. All right, we'll go with that then, Hua Ming said in a pleased manner. However, the winner should have a prize. How about the winner gets to kiss goddess Zhao Lingxian in front of everyone else? And it must be a kiss on the mouth. A kiss on the mouth. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's hearts thumped, and they thought of the intense scene in Zhao Lingxian's room the previous night. Qin Feng looked over at Zhao Lingxian and licked his lips as he casually replied, "Sure." Qin Feng now felt quite grateful to Hua Ming. This guy was quite a good brother. He had suggested the thing that Qin Feng wanted to suggest, as Qin Feng was too scared to say it. Zhao Lingxian's cold face immediately became red. After looking at Qin Feng, she coldly glared at Hua Ming as she said, "Moron, you can bet whatever you want, but don't drag me into it." Qin Feng and Hua Ming looked at each other without saying anything, silently confirming the conditions of the competition. As for whether Zhao Lingxian would agree or not when the time came, it wasn't the first time Qin Feng had forced a kiss on her anyway. Let's begin, then. Hua Ming was incredibly eager to win against Qin Feng. He desperately wanted to see the whole class hit Qin Feng and mock him, then kiss Zhao Lingxian's lips. The spectating classmates couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. By this time, there were already 2 spots prepared for them, with fine paper, Chinese art colors, brushes, palettes, Chinese ink, etc. As soon as Hua Ming sat down, his aura completely changed. He calmly lifted his brush and quickly started mixing colors. His brush then flew over the fine paper with vigor, yet elegance. He was indeed quite skilled. Qin Feng didn't move for a while, and instead weighed Hua Ming paint. After obtaining the intermediate art skills, he could very easily find flaws in pieces of art. Hua Ming's art style was quite unique, and he was indeed quite skilled. However, in the eyes of Qin Feng, who could now stand shoulder to shoulder with giants like Qi Baishi, his skills were nothing. Lin Bei couldn't help but cry out after seeing Qin Feng sit unmoving for a while. "Qin Feng, why aren't you painting yet? It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You should at least try." Although she believed in Qin Feng, she knew just how talented Hua Ming was. As such, she didn't expect Qin Feng to win. This was even more so for the other students. They all started to quietly talk amongst themselves. Most of them were saying that Qin Feng wasn't doing anything because he knew that he had definitely lost, so he didn't even have the courage to paint anymore. However, the most worried out of everyone was Zhao Lingxian. Before, if someone dared to use her as a bet, she would have given them a furious slap, especially if the bet concerned kissing her. However, because Qin Feng was participating, she strangely wanted Qin Feng to win. Thinking back to the passionate kiss from the previous night, Zhao Lingxian felt her body become a bit numb. She still couldn't get over that marvelous feeling. "All right, I'm going to start now." Qin Feng suddenly started to move. His hand swept out, and it seemed like the brush in his hands possessed a soul of its own. It started to dance around in his hands with great precision and freedom. Not only did he have intermediate art skills, he also had elementary calligraphy skills. The 2 skills combined together gave full play to Qin Feng's brilliance. Everyone present was completely shocked. No matter if Qin Feng truly painted a great piece of art or not, just his actions and the aura around him was enough to impress everyone. Color mixing, lifting the brush, lowering the brush, painting. He was like a sovereign of art, and he gave off the air of a maestro. His eyes were focused and in stern concentration as he gazed at the fine paper, and wherever his hand moved, it would leave behind mesmerizing colors. At this moment, the spectators, whose hearts were already beating quickly, felt as if their eyes were going to pop out. Qin Feng's proficient use of the brush made it seem like it was a fish swimming in water. However, he suddenly grabbed a brush with his left hand and he started to paint on another sheet of fine paper, simultaneously painting two paintings. His right hand and left hand were just as nimble as each other, and the brushes seemed to come alive. Wherever the brushes landed, flowers seemed to bloom. Even Hua Ming, who had been working in stern concentration, put down his brush and stared at Qin Feng's performance. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. A scene worth waiting for. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of Qin Feng's brushes landing on the fine paper sounded like beautiful melodies. 10 minutes passed, and after finishing a painting with his right hand, he pushed it away as he opened a new sheet of fine paper and started painting on it. His focused and handsome face, as well as the majestic and confident air around him, made him seem as if he was on par with Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great southern talents of the Ming dynasty. "All right, I'm done." Qin Feng stopped painting and threw the brushes in his hands to the side. He looked around him and found that everyone was still immersed in their shock. "Young Master Hua, are you done painting?" Qin Feng ignored these people. He was competing with Hua Ming. He came to his side and saw that he too had finished. The person Hua Ming had painted was the same as one of the people he had painted, Zhao Lingxian. It was just that Hua Ming was too focused on Zhao Lingxian's appearance and did not truly understand her innermost thoughts. Although she looked as beautiful as a goddess, her expression made the onlooker feel a chill when they looked at her. It was just like the normal Zhao Lingxian, beautiful but completely unapproachable. Chinese art was characterized by a freehand style and focused on the artistic conception of a work, as well as the arrangement of ideas. From Qin Feng's viewpoint, Hua Ming did not satisfy either of these things. At this moment, a pleasant voice called out from outside the door, "Students, sorry I'm late. Let's begin class now." The students turned to see Yun Xiao walk in. As she entered the lecture hall, she was stunned. The whole class was gathered in a big circle with the same expression of their faces. It was as if someone had frozen them all in time. "Students, we're starting now," Yun Xiao called out a bit louder. This time a few students noticed her, and they excitedly brought her over to Qin Feng and Hua Ming. "Teacher Yun Xiao, please adjudicate for us. Which of these 4 paintings is better?" Yun Xiao still hadn't realized what was happening, and the students wanted her to judge the paintings without knowing who had painted which one. She was closer to Hua Ming's painting, so she started looking at that one first. It was evident that the subject of the painting was the most beautiful girl in the arts department, Zhao Lingxian. After taking a careful look at it, Yun Xiao gave a slight nod as she said, "The painter's skill is profound and has very mature skills in painting. The subject bears a complete resemblance to the real person, and one can tell who it is at a glance." Yun Xiao could be called an expert in Chinese art, and for her to say such things, the painter was evidently quite remarkable. However, she continued, "But this painting lacks spirit. I'm unable to put this clearly into words." Yun Xiao then looked at Zhao Lingxian as she smiled and asked, "Student Lingxian, what do you think?" The subject of the painting was Zhao Lingxian, so her thoughts were important as well. Zhao Lingxian nodded as she spoke. This painting bears some likeness to me. Teacher Yun Xiao, you can have a look at the other paintings." Zhao Lingxian didn't really like Hua Ming. Even if his painting was excellent, she wouldn't bother to give it a good look. On the other hand, she was very curious as to whether Qin Feng had painted her. Because Qin Feng covered up his paintings after finishing each one, No one knew what he had drawn. Yun Xiao nodded, showing that she agreed with Zhao Lingxian's words. She walked over to another painting as she lightly took off the covering. Her delicate body slightly trembled as her eyes lit up. This was also a painting of Zhao Lingxian. However, compared to the extremely icy and cold painting of her from before, this one made her seem lively and full spirit. The Zhao Lingxian in the painting was wearing a light yellow dress as she stood in a flower bed. She had her eyes closed as she raised her face to the sky with a blissful smile on her face. She seemed completely different to the cold and arrogant Zhao Lingxian in real life, and yet she seemed so real and likable. She had a friendly and warm aura around her, and all the boys wished they could drag that Zhao Lingxian into reality and secretly keep her as his. Zhao Lingxian's frame shook. When she looked at this painting, her eyes misted up, and she had to fight back the tears to prevent them from falling out. That intoxicatingly beautiful girl in the painting stabbed at her heart. It was the girl who happily played with Qin Feng in her childhood, the real self that she buried deep within her. She was cold and prideful because of the lack of warmth and care she had received. She was afraid of being hurt, so she had put on this icy mask. Yun Xiao stood in front of the painting for a while, without speaking. She suddenly walked over to the next painting while softly saying, "I haven't been able to think of the words to praise the previous painting. I'll have a look at the next one first." After lifting off the covering, her body once again trembled. The subject of this painting was someone everyone familiar with. It was one of the other beauties of the art department, Lin Beibei. Lin Beibei was in a busy city with people all around her. However, she was squatting in a forgotten corner with her head resting on her knees. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes, as if she was a child forgotten by the world. However, there was a pair of big, strong hands on her shoulders. They seemed to contain boundless strength, causing what should have seemed like a dreary scene to become warm and blissful. Everyone who looked at the Lin Beibei in the painting felt that she was not lonely, because there was someone to protect her and stay with her. As for who the hands belonged to, only Lin Beibei knew. She was sure that these hands belonged to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had helped her too much, to the point that she had started to become dependent on him. Every time she stood next to Qin Feng, she would have a sense of safety. Lin Beibei, who had suffered many hardships since she was young, felt the toughness within her shatter. She could feel a pair of large hands meticulously protecting her. She turned around as tears flooded down her face. Once again, Yun Xiao did not say anything as she hurriedly came to the third painting and pulled off the covering. She suddenly felt as if her head had been hit by something heavy as it buzzed and her mind blanked out. Yun Xiao's body swayed and would have fallen to the ground if Qin Feng hadn't caught her. The subject of this painting was Yun Xiao. In the painting, she was standing in an amusement park. There were couples everywhere, creating a sweet and romantic scene. However, Yun Xiao was standing by herself. She looked at this blissful scene with a bit of emptiness in her eyes. At her age, she desired finding a lover, marrying and settling down much more than people around Qin Feng's age. Those who looked closely would find that in a corner of the amusement park stood a shadow. His features weren't clear, but the man stood silently looking at Yun Xiao. This shadow didn't escape Yun Xiao's eyes. When she looked at it, she felt that it looked incredibly familiar. Slowly, the shadow and Qin Feng's likeness fused together, giving her clarity. She suddenly thought of that night when Qin Feng had come alone to save her. It was the first time someone had risked so much for her. However, that scene was quickly replaced with the sight of blood and guts. The black-clothed men who had been chopped in half, as well as the blood-covered Ma-Da, who also flashed in her mind. Qin Feng's actions that night had completely frightened Yun Xiao. If it wasn't because Qin Feng had killed those people for her, a righteous teacher like Yun Xiao would have reported him to the police. "Teacher Yun Xiao, have you finished looking? Have you made a decision?" Qin Feng held Yun Xiao upright as he smiled and asked. Yun Xiao hurriedly shook away those horrifying memories. After steadying her emotions, she slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, those 3 paintings were painted by the same person. That person's talent in art is simply astounding, and their skills are unimaginably profound. They're at a level where even I can't comment." After letting out a breath, Yun Xiao continued to speak. "As for the other painting, it's also quite good. But compared to these 3, it's lacking some spirit. Simply put, the 2 artists simply aren't on the same level. The person who painted these 3 paintings completely defeated the other person." This conclusion was already extremely clear. Even an idiot would be able to understand it. Qin Feng's artistic skill far surpassed Hua Ming's. Although the crowd had already guessed that Qin Feng would win after seeing how he painted and the lifelike paintings, hearing Yun Xiao say these words sent waves crashing through everyone's hearts. Recently, this young Master Qin seemed to have become someone else. He was now some sort of godly person. Hua Ming's face became incredibly gloomy and cold as he stood in the corner. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at the people praising and cheering on Qin Feng. He simply couldn't believe that he had lost to Qin Feng in art. This was a massive blow to him, causing him to feel utterly humiliated. "Since the adjudication has finished, I'll give these paintings to you 3. I hope you like them." Qin Feng smiled as he gave the respective paintings to Zhao Lingxian, Lin Beibei, and Yun Xiao. The 3 women accepted the fine paper as they looked at the true depictions of themselves. They gently scrolled up the paintings, each of them thinking to treasure this painting and take good care of it. Yun Xiao then went to the lectern, and after calming herself down, she began to teach. During this lesson, Qin Feng didn't make any trouble. He had been working hard for the entire morning, and now lay on the desk as he napped. This caused Yun Xiao to feel a bit strange. Going through a lesson smoothly made her feel like something was missing. After class, Yun Xiao packed her things and left, but the students all quietly sat in their seats. Not a single person dashed out of the lecture hall like they usually did. This was because victory and defeat were decided between Qin Feng and Hua Ming, and the rewards and punishments hadn't been given out yet. No matter if it was hitting Hua Ming's face or Qin Feng kissing Zhao Lingxian, they were all a scene worth waiting for. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Kiss. 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 Qin Feng grinned as he walked over to Hua Ming. He had never shown mercy towards enemies who provoked him for no reason. "Young Master Hua, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems I've accidentally won against you," Qin Feng calmly said as he looked at Hua Ming. "Since victory and loss have already been decided, let's start dishing out the rewards and punishments. I'm sure that a famous figure like young Master Hua won't go back on a bet, right?" Hua Ming really couldn't go back on his bet. Even if he could avoid being hit by the other students and being called trash, he would gain the reputation of being a sore loser who couldn't keep a bet in the entire university. That would result in a massive loss of face, making it impossible for him to lift up his head in the entire Acropolis University again. However, in the end, he was still one of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters, and he possessed a powerful background. He looked quite calm as he coolly looked at Qin Feng and said, "I, young Master Hua, have always kept my word and keep my bets. Isn't it just hitting my face? Come, if anyone dares to do it, then do it." Hua Ming's words evidently contained a veiled threat. The students who had been looking forwards to hitting this proud young master all shrunk back. Facing the majestic background of this young master, no one dared to make a move. They were all afraid that if any of them dared to satisfy this craving of theirs, their legs would be broken as soon as they stepped out of the university. See, Qin Feng, it's not that your elder doesn't accept his loss, but that these people are all cowards. Even though I've given them the chance, They don't dare to touch your elder." Hua Ming was very pleased at what he saw, and felt as if he had conquered this group of people. He looked at Qin Feng smugly as he said, "Your elder's quite busy. Since there's no one who dares to touch me, I'll be going now." Just as he spoke, a crisp slapping sound rang out. This slap completely stunned Hua Ming. He had thought that all of the students had been frightened off by him, and that no one would dare to make a move against him. However, after receiving this slap, he knew that he had been too naive. He even forgot about the fiery, stinging pain on his face as he murderously stared at Qin Feng. This was because this slap had come from Qin Feng, who said no one dares to hit you. This young master didn't say such a thing. Qin Feng hadn't had enough after one slap, so he slapped out another 2 times as he laughed. "Since no one else dares to slap you, this young master will have to do a bit of toiling and labor for everyone." Slap, slap, slap. Slaps continuously rained down on Hua Ming's face and head, sending tremors through everyone's hearts. Hua Ming liked to rely on his family's background and bully other students. Most people didn't dare to express their anger towards him or retaliate, so seeing young Master Qin do this greatly pleased them. Their eyes became like stars as they weighed the scene unfold. To them, Qin Feng looked like a celestial soldier sent to punish the evil demon from hell. At first, Hua Ming vehemently gazed at Qin Feng, wanting to retaliate. However, Qin Feng began to slap harder and harder, faster and faster. In the end, he started to use both hands as he alternated between them. Hua Ming's head was like a rattle drum as he was battered by Qin Feng's hands. The pain caused Hua Ming to grimace and scream in pain. By now, he was covering his head with his hands, trying to protect himself as much as possible. The scene was like a parent strictly disciplining their child after the child did an awful deed. Everyone was ecstatic. After slapping Hua Ming tens of times, Qin Feng's hands became sore, so he finally stopped slapping. He grumbled, "In future, I'll have to find someone to slap for me instead." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Hua Ming was so angry that he almost vomited up blood. He had lost all face today and was in no mood to stay behind. He covered his head as he scrambled out of the lecture hall. "All right, since I've finished disciplining the wild dog, it's time for the victor to receive his prize. I'm sure everyone wants to see Princess Zhao Lingxian kiss, right?" Qin Feng spoke as he grinned at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian was still sitting in her seat, which was unusual. Normally, she would have walked off already, because she never had an interest in such things. Moreover, the bet concerned her. She would have to kiss whoever won. In the past, Zhao Lingxian would have angrily slapped that person, but she slightly looked forward to it, which was why she didn't leave. This was because she knew that the person who won was Qin Feng. "Kiss, kiss, kiss." Qin Feng's words drew an immediate response from the crowd. Many of these people had crushes on Zhao Lingxian. However, they all knew that they had no chance with Zhao Lingxian. Thus, if they saw Zhao Lingxian kiss Qin Feng, they could at least swap out Qin Feng for themselves in their minds. So immature. In the end, Zhao Lingxian didn't have the courage to kiss Qin Feng in front of everyone else. She suddenly thought of Qin Feng publicly rescinding their marriage. If she went and kissed Qin Feng after all that, she wouldn't be able to keep living. She savagely glared at Qin Feng, then lowered her head and ran out of the lecture hall. No one saw that her cheeks were faintly red. Seeing this, Lin Bei felt a bit gloomy. She didn't think that Qin Feng would publicly ask Zhao Lingxian for a kiss. It seemed that young Master Qin was young Master Qin, sensual and dissolute. They simply lived in different worlds. She looked at Qin Feng, feeling a sense of loss, as she slowly walked out of the lecture hall. Seeing that the beauty had run off, Qin Feng decided that there wasn't much point in staying. After walking out of the lecture hall, he prepared to ride his stylish 28 bicycle back to the Royal Hotel to have a rest. However, after walking out of the university, he saw Yun Xiao and a man intensely arguing about something. Qin Feng hurriedly pedaled over. Xiao Xiao, our families arranged our marriage half a year ago, but you've been avoiding me this whole time. You even ran from the capital to a small place like the Acropolis city. As a member of the capital's Yun family, you can't escape from this. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I'll be able to find you. Just marry me and make our families happy. That's the best thing for everyone. Standing opposite Yun Xiao was a tall and handsome man. He was wearing expensive-looking clothing as he elegantly stood there, caught the attention of many girls. However, Yun Xiao didn't look too happy to see this man. She looked away as she coldly replied, "That marriage was forcefully arranged by our families, and I never agreed to it. Wei Xiaolei, I don't feel anything towards you, so please stop harassing me." After speaking, Yun Xiao turned to leave. An icy glint appeared in Wei Xiaolei's eyes as he reached out to grab Yun Xiao, when suddenly a person blocked him. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. I'll give you a 5-minute head start. When Wei Xiaolei looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly come over, his eyes were filled with hostility. He said in a sinister voice, "Brat, this is none of your business. It's best that you don't make trouble out of nothing." Yun Xiao was also surprised to see Qin Feng. However, after seeing how outrageously Wei Xiaolei had spoken to Qin Feng, she glared at him and said, "This is my student. Please speak with some tact." Wei Xiaolei sized up Qin Feng as the coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "Student? Yun Xiao, could it be that you came to a little place like the Acropolis city for a pretty boy like him?" He laughed. Yun Xiao's chest heaved, and she couldn't even be bothered give Wei Xiaolei an explanation. As she began to leave, she grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said, "Qin Feng, let's go. Don't worry about him." Seeing this, Wei Xiaolei's eyes almost shot out fire. He had known Yun Xiao for more than 20 years, but this was the first time she had taken the initiative to hold a man's head. Moreover, she seemed to cherish this student a lot. Wei Xiaolei definitely wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between Yun Xiao and Qin Feng. He strode over and blocked the path in front of them, giving them a cold stare while saying, "Yun Xiao, you'd best reevaluate what you're doing. If our families found out about this, what do you think will happen to this brat? If I were you, I wouldn't want to drag down a student whose facial hair hasn't even grown out yet. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying." Yun Xiao's face became bright red. Of course. She could hear the thinly veiled threat in Wei Xiaolei's words. If she didn't do as he wished, he would slander her and Qin Feng in front of their families, causing Qin Feng to suffer the consequences. Yun Xiao didn't care about her status or reputation. Wei Xiaolei could say whatever he wanted about her. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Although she knew that the Qin family was quite powerful in Acropolis City, she knew that the Yun family and Wei family in the capital were no pushovers either. As such, she truly began to worry about Qin Feng. "What do you want?" Yun Xiao angrily asked. When he saw that Yun Xiao had given in, Wei Xiaolei smiled with glee as he said with relish, "I don't really want anything. I just want to complete the marriage arranged by our families. Tell this brat to piss off so I can take you back. There are some matters I want to discuss with you in private between ourselves." As he spoke, Wei Xiaolei's eyes flashed with an evil light, which made Yun Xiao feel disgusted. However, she had no other choice, and she turned to Qin Feng to ask him to leave. At this moment, Qin Feng started to speak. After listening to the conversation for so long, he understood the general gist of what was happening. Yun Xiao's family and Wei Xiaolei's family had arranged a marriage for them. However, Yun Xiao did not like Wei Xiaolei, so she chose to escape to Acropolis City to teach. Despite this, he wouldn't stop pestering her and had come to the university to bring her back. Qin Feng was also from a big family and had almost been forced into a marriage by his father. After the incident with Zhao Lingxian, Qin Huang had once again arranged a marriage for him with a woman he had never even met before. Qin Feng also despised this sort of thing. Teacher Yun Xiao, it's pretty hot today. There's an annoying fly that keeps buzzing around. Do you want to buy some by spray and kill it? After being called an annoying fly by Qin Feng, Wei Xiaolei became so angry that his face darkened. He fiercely looked at Qin Feng with eyes that shot daggers with each word he spoke. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing how. Oh really? I'll worry about that when I'm dead. Qin Feng smiled as he glanced at Wei Xiaolei. In order to anger him even more, he wrapped his arm around Yun Xiao's waist and affectionately said to her, Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back. Sure. Feeling Qin Feng's arm around her, Yun Xiao's face flushed red in embarrassment. She could tell that Qin Feng was trying to help her, so although she felt a little uncomfortable, she went along with him. You stinking brat, you'd better get your dirty hands off her immediately. Otherwise, you'll never be able to use that arm again. Wei Xiaolei menacingly threatened. He ran over once again and stopped Yun Xiao, saying, Yun Xiao, I hope you've thought about this carefully. Qin Feng impatiently waved his free hand, as if he was shooing away a fly. Hurry up and go away. Our teacher Yun Xiao is very busy. I'm sure you're not as fast as I am, so I should be the one to take her back, he interjected. When he heard this, Wei Xiaolei laughed in surprise. Qin Feng saying that he could drive faster than him was an absolute joke. As a hedonistic young master, Wei Xiaolei had no skills in finance, business, or management. However, his skills in seducing women, racing, and gambling were all superb. This was especially so for racing. He was one of the top racers in the capital and was nicknamed the Ghost Mountain God Racer by other racers. This was because he had never lost while racing on a certain ghost mountain in the outskirts of the capital before. Brat, do you dare to race with your elder and see who's faster? Wei Xiaolei felt incredibly confident. Despite racing for more than 10 years, he hadn't found many people who were on par with him. Who could he possibly fear in this tiny Acropolis city? Within the Wei family's car park, there were more than 10 limited edition race cars. The one he had driven today was his favorite limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. There were only 12 of these limited edition models in the world, and they could only be bought in Italy. In order to obtain this limited edition car, Wei Xiaolei had spent much effort and used his family's connections. Although he hadn't seen what car Qin Feng had driven, he was sure that it wouldn't be able to compare his cool and flashy his Gran Turismo. The retro 28 bicycle that Qin Feng had brought was indeed not as cool or flashy as the Gran Turismo. However, Qin Feng was incredibly fast on this bicycle. Hearing that Wei Xiaolei had overestimated his capabilities and challenged him, Qin Feng smiled and agreed. Since you're so desperate to race with me, I'll show some compassion and accept. Wei Xiaolei was completely infuriated by Qin Feng's haughty manner. When did I show desperation to race against you? Who cares if you want to race or not? Just as he was about to start cursing at Qin Feng continued to speak. However, since it's a race, we need to make it interesting. Since you want to race and see who's faster, whoever loses will give their ride to the other person. Do you dare to accept this bet? Qin Feng had said this quite casually. Although he hadn't seen what car Wei Xiaolei had brought with him, he knew that even if he lost, he would only lose the 28 bicycle that he had spent a few $100s on. If he won, he would win an expensive and luxurious car. Looking at how magnificently dressed Wei Xiaolei was, as well as the arrogance with which he spoke with, the car he drove definitely wouldn't be too shabby. Of course, who would be afraid? Wei Xiaolei cocked his head up, looking high and mighty. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could beat him, so he simply didn't care about the stakes. All right, I'll go and bring my luxury car over then." After speaking, Qin Feng went to find his bicycle, while Wei Xiaolei went to drive over his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. As he started the engine of the car, it buzzed with a low but mighty vroom vroom, which attracted the attention of many students. Seeing this incredibly cool-looking car, they all cried out and tried to get closer. Although they had not started racing yet, the reaction that his car brought caused Wei Xiaolei to feel incredibly pleased. He stepped down on the accelerator, causing the car to shoot out like an arrow from a bow. As he approached Yun Xiao and Qin Feng, he flicked the car and drifted over. Wei Xiaolei opened the car's door and got out, then proudly walked over. This kind of incredibly arrogant and prideful appearance caused Qin Feng to almost vomit. Even Yun Xiao looked a bit disgusted. "Brat, where's your car? Surely you didn't get too scared and aren't willing to race anymore?" Haha. After seeing Qin Feng act so confidently then show up without a ride, Wei Xiaolei couldn't help but mock him. Wei Xiaolei looked around him, but couldn't see any other cars around. He thought that Qin Feng had been scared by seeing his ride and had decided to give up. Of course, the bicycle behind Qin Feng was completely ignored by Wei Xiaolei. "Are you blind? Can't you see that my ride's right here?" Qin Feng picked at his ears as he disdainfully looked at Wei Xiaolei. He came over to the 28 bicycle and patted the seat as he stroked its handlebars. It was almost as if he was stroking his precious lover. Wei Xiaolei was completely dumbfounded and started to laugh. He laughed so hard that his back became arched, completely and utterly amused. He couldn't understand the audacity of this brat to bring out this antique after seeing his flashy Gran Turismo. Humph, the Acropolis city really is an unimpressive, tiny city. "Everyone here's crazy," Wei Xiaolei muttered. After getting into his car, he said, "All right, where's the finish line? If your elder wins, I want you to disappear from Yun Zhao's life. Otherwise, your elder will find people to break your dog legs." Even if he won, Wei Xiaolei wasn't interested in Qin Feng's old bicycle. The finish line is Teacher Yun Zhao's unit. In order to be fair, I'll take Teacher Yun Xiao with me, and I'll give you a 5-minute head start. Let's start now. Qin Feng then ignored Wei Xiaolei as he casually pushed his bicycle over to Yun Xiao and said, "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back." Yun Xiao didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. How could he race against Wei Xiaolei with a bicycle? However, she nodded and slowly got on. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaolei was so angry that he almost vomited out blood. He slammed his foot down hard on the accelerator, causing the car to fly out. If that brat Qin Feng still dared to stick around Yun Xiao after he won, he would make him vanish from this world forever. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? Ow. Qin Feng, Wei Xiaolei's gone now, so I'll get off and get a taxi. Seeing that Wei Xiaolei had driven off, Yun Xiao wanted to leave. She knew that Qin Feng never planned to race Wei Xiaolei and was only chasing him off. She was quite impressed with how smart that plan was. Qin Feng never thought that someone would gift him a luxury car just like that. So why wouldn't he accept the wager? Seeing that the time was nearly up, he started pedaling as he said to Yun Xiao, "Teacher Yun Xiao, hang on tight. I'm going to speed up." Yun Xiao was scared stiff. Her mind went blank as the bicycle accelerated to an incredible speed. She almost felt like she was sitting on a rocket instead of a bicycle. Qin Feng could feel Yun Xiao's body start to tremble, so he put his free arm behind his back and around her waist. He knew that Yun Xiao was probably scared from riding so fast on a bicycle. As she felt the arm around her waist, Yun Xiao started to tremble even more. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she began to struggle. Perhaps it was the trauma from seeing Qin Feng kill people, but she would become incredibly anxious whenever she saw anything red. She couldn't stay with other people in small, enclosed spaces, and she felt incredibly anxious, being so close to Qin Feng. It wasn't because she was shy about Qin Feng touching her, but because she had developed a strong resistance to people touching her. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 1,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in teacher Yun Xiao never being able to interact with other people again. Qin Feng was currently riding at more than 200 kilometers per hour. When he received the quest from the system, his hand shook, almost causing the bicycle to fly. He couldn't understand what was going on. Teacher Yun Xiao seemed perfectly fine. So where did this fear and social anxiety come from? The punishment of her never being able to interact with other people was simply too cruel. Could it be that she had been traumatized after seeing him kill people? Thinking to the possibility that it was because of him, Qin Feng took the quest to heart and decided to help cure Yun Xiao as soon as possible. Qin Feng shortly arrived at Yun Xiao's unit. Throughout the entire trip, Yun Xiao's body had been shaking uncontrollably, so she hurriedly got off when she saw that Qin Feng had stopped. She maintained some distance between Qin Feng and herself and patted her perky chest as she gulped down air. After a while, she finally calmed down and looked at the familiar scenery around her. "Qin Feng, we're here!" she cried out in shock. Yun Xiao hurriedly looked at her phone and found that from when they had left the university until now, less than 10 minutes had passed. The fastest she had ever arrived home was in 30 minutes. She continued to look around and found that she still couldn't see Wei Xiao Lei's Gran Turismo. Only then did she accept the reality that Qin Feng had beaten Wei Xiao Lei. Of course, Qin Feng didn't dare to tell Yun Xiao that in order to help her overcome her fear and social anxiety, he had chosen the longest route. This was so that he could stay close to Yun Xiao for as long as possible and try to help her get used to it. Otherwise, it would have only taken Qin Feng 5 minutes to arrive. The two of them stood there for a few minutes before Wei Xiao Lei's limited edition Gran Turismo entered the district, heralded by its booming engine. What was amusing was that after entering the district, Wei Xiao Lei didn't directly go to Yun Xiao's unit. He thought that he had one, so he completed a victory lap around the district, then did a 360-degree spin as he stopped in front of Yun Xiao's unit. Wei Xiao Lei's control over the car made Qin Feng slightly smiled. This guy was indeed quite skilled. After obtaining the intermediate racing skills, Qin Feng could immediately tell how skilled someone else was at racing and driving. However, after some careful observation, Qin Feng knew that Wei Xiao Lei's skills were far from his intermediate racing skills. The car's doors slowly lifted up and Wei Xiao Lei got out, radiating with a sense of victory. He looked up towards the sky at a 45-degree angle with an incredibly proud expression. After standing there for a while, he turned to look towards Yun Xiao's unit. When he saw Qin Feng and Yun Xiao standing there, he became completely petrified. After staring at Qin Feng in bewilderment, he turned to look at Yun Xiao, vigorously rubbed his eyes, looked back at them and almost ran into a wall. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng had beaten him here while riding on an old bicycle and taking Yun Xiao as well. Wei Xiao Lei's expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Well, you bet you pay. This showy Gran Turismo is this young master's from now on. Qin Feng ignored the petrified Wei Xiao Lei as he snatched the keys from his hand and came back over to Yun Xiao. "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'm used to riding on my 28 bicycle, so I'll give this limited edition Gran Turismo to you." Qin Feng still wanted to use the 28 bicycle to train his body and wasn't interested in this grandiose car. However, Yun Xiao shook her head. She didn't want to use such a luxurious race car, much less one that used to be owned by Wei Xiao Lei. Seeing that neither of them wanted this limited edition race car, of which there were only 12 in the entire world, Qin Feng could only shake his head in frustration. He walked around and found a big brick, then opened the Gran Turismo's car door, turned on the engine, and put it on the accelerator. Boom! The sound from the car's engine almost deafened Chin Fong. Subsequently, the Gran Turismo shot out like a starving beast and crashed into a thick osmanthus tree with a bang. The sound of the collision was incredibly loud, and by the time the car landed, 2 of its wheels had flown out, while the remaining 2 that were still attached spun in the air. The car was flipped over, and smoke billowed out from it. The incredibly flashy exterior was almost unrecognizable. The luxury race car worth tens of millions of dollars had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. As Wei Xiao Lei had stood weighing on, he had wanted to stop Chin Fong many times, but there seemed to be something stuck in his throat, which prevented him from speaking. His favorite luxury car had been destroyed in an instant, which caused his eyes to burn with fire as a savage expression appeared on his face. He stared at Chin Feng's back as he vowed, "Your elder will definitely find people to finish you and make you completely disappear from this world." Soon after, Wei Xiaolei left, but the massive collision drew out many of the residents. Seeing that such a luxurious car had been reduced to such a state, they all felt incredibly shocked, and that it was a great pity. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Banquet of Treachery. Within the crowd, a woman who was wearing a police uniform was especially eye-catching. It wasn't because of her uniform, but because of her voluptuous body underneath. Compounding this with her incredibly icy appearance, Chin Fong immediately locked onto her in the crowd, unable to avert his gaze. The policewoman was called Lu Bingbing, and because of her family's influence, she had moved from the capital to Acropolis City. Here, she had immediately become the Acropolis City's Northern Region's deputy police director. She was a kind-hearted person, but because she had a fiery personality as well as a righteous and evil-hating nature, she had personally caught tens of criminals shortly after arriving at the Acropolis City. Seeing the luxury car crashed onto the tree and the crowd gathering around, she walked over in the spirit of professionalism. "Is this car yours?" Lu Bingbing truly lived up to her name, which contained 2 ice characters. Although she was quite beautiful, no one dared to approach her, because of the trembling her aura would cause. Chin Fong looked at Lu Bingbing and found that apart from the iciness on her face, there was not a shred of emotion on it. However, it was this sort of woman that Chin Fong wanted to win the most. "Beautiful policewoman, this car is mine. If you like it, I can give it to you," Chin Fong said as he smiled at Lu Bingbing. Seeing the conspicuous desire in Chin Feng's eyes, Lu Bingbing coldly glared at him and replied, "I don't care what you drive, and neither do I have any say in the matter. However, I'd be more than willing to execute a hedonistic young master like you for destroying such a luxurious car just to attract attention." Evidently, Lu Bingbing had misunderstood Chin Fong. She had thought that he destroyed the car just to show off. "Immediately find someone to clear out this scrap metal. If it's still here within 30 minutes, I'll arrest you for public nuisance and make you squat in a jail cell for 2 days. This woman was simply too cold, even for the seducer sage. At this moment, an old man collecting scrap metal squeezed through the crowd. He looked at the ruined car as he flabbered his lips and asked, "Whose car is this? Do you want to sell it to this old man as scrap metal? Hurry, don't miss this opportunity." Chin Fong was just thinking about how to get rid of this ruined car, and seeing that there was someone collecting scrap metal, he hurriedly gifted it to the old man. The old man became delirious with joy and repeatedly praised Chin Fong for being a good young man. When she saw that the scrap metal had been taken care of, Lu Bingbing coldly glared at Chin Fong before turning and leaving. At this moment, the old man came to the 28 bicycle and patted it as he yelled, "Whose crappy bicycle is this? If no one wants it, this old man will take it as well." Chin Fong hurriedly ran over and chased the old man away. He said his farewells to Yun Xiao before riding off on the bicycle. The crowd had seen Qin Feng destroy a race car, then leave on an ancient bicycle. They were all completely perplexed. Who knew what went on in the heads of rich people? Qin Feng rode the bicycle back to the royal hotel and slept in one of the rooms until night time, when he was woken up by a call. After picking up the call, he heard Hao Yun's voice. Young Master Qin, us Acropolis cities, 4 princes, haven't met up in a while. You've always been missing, you busy person. Us brothers are at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, having fun. I've reserved the whole place to shout everyone today. Hurry up and come. Haha, all right, I'll go over when I have time. After hanging up, Qin Feng frowned. Hao Yun, who had called him over at night, definitely didn't have any good intentions. Last time at the banquet of the rich and powerful, he had publicly humiliated him. He had been wondering why that guy hadn't made any trouble for him recently, but now the trouble had come. Attending this kind of banquet of treachery was simply bringing trouble upon himself. However, Qin Feng had other ideas. After Ma De, who had been killed, he still hadn't been able to find any clues relating to who the mastermind behind that whole ordeal was. Qin Feng had tried to work on Bai Qing, but it seemed that he still needed some time. He suspected that it was likely that the mastermind was one of those 3 other princes. After all, how could one have the guts to oppose the Qin family without sufficient backing? Half an hour later, an elegantly dressed Qin Feng walked into the Amethyst Dragon. This was a private clubhouse that looked like an emperor's palace and belonged to Hao Yun's family. Compared to the Qin family's royal clubhouse, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was only about half as big. However, its design was much more magnificent, while it also had some dirty dealings hidden away within it. Qin Feng had come here to have fun a few times, but ever since obtaining the Hedonist sovereign system, he hadn't come here at all. With the 4 princes all gathered here, it seemed that a night of entertainment was ahead of him. Young Master Qin, young Master Yin has reserved the entire premises and has been waiting for you. Please come with me. As soon as he entered, a beautiful attendant wearing a red qipao greeted him and guided him inside. The Amethyst Dragon Palace fitted its name quite well. It was designed just like the Northern Sea Dragon King's palace in Journey to the West. The glass they walked on was transparent, and they could see many different fish swimming around. There were also large glass pillars which contained many colorful bubbles. With the beautiful attendant leading him, Qin Feng was guided to the innermost private room. As he entered, he saw the other 3 princes lazily lying on the couches, smoking as 2 beautiful women massaged each of them on their backs, while another massaged their feet. Young Master Qin, we finally invited you over. As soon as Qin Feng entered, an evil smile appeared on Hao Yun's face. He clapped his hands together, and 3 more beautiful women walked in. They bowed to Qin Feng and prepared to help him get changed. Qin Feng waved his hands and dismissed the 3 women. Although the women at the Amethyst Dragon Palace were all beauties, they paled in comparison to Lin Bei, Zhao Lingxian, Yun Xiao, and Bai Qing. Qin Feng had no interest in them. Ho! Young Master Qin seems to have changed. Where did the loose young Master Qin go? You've become a prim and proper person, haha. Seeing that Qin Feng had dismissed the women, the 3 princes all teased him, but Qin Feng didn't mind. He took off his clothes as he got into the hot spring pool behind them and soaked in pleasure. There were many kissing gourmy fish in the water, massaging his feet. Young Master Yin, young Master Zhou, and young Master Sima all looked so happy and relaxed while gathered here. Is there going to be some entertaining show later? Every time the 4 princes gathered, there would be some fantastic entertainment. Alternatively, the 4 of them would race or gamble together in order to create some excitement and pass the time. The 4 of them hadn't gathered together for a while, and Qin Feng could feel that something big was going to happen tonight. Haha, don't worry, young Master Qin. This young master has a big gift for you, as well as a spectacular show. Just you wait. As Hao Yun spoke, an undetectable trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other two princes seemed to know what was about to happen, and all smiled at Qin Feng in wicked glee. Qin Feng knew that something was off, but he wasn't worried. Even if Hao Yun wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't dare to go too far. After all, they were all from powerful families. If things truly got ugly, it wouldn't be beneficial to either of their families. He chatted with the other three princes every so often as he lay in the pool. When the three of them were fully rested, they got up and put on their clothes, as if they were preparing themselves for a good show. Qin Feng also put on his clothes and walked out of the private room with the others. They took many turns and finally stopped at a viewing platform on the third floor. Qin Feng looked down and found that the ground at the bottom was flat and empty, with the area around it surrounded by an iron cage. The iron cage was about 30 meters tall, and the buzzing sound indicated that there seemed to be an electric current running through it. This was evidently a fighting arena. Currently, there were two bare-chested, muscular men fighting inside. The viewing platforms on the first and second floors were filled with people who were all shouting and cheering. However, there was only the four of them on the third floor. The other three princes all found places to sit and weighed the spectacle below with binoculars. Qin Feng also sat down. He still hadn't figured out what Hao Yun was trying to do. Just what was he up to? He was sure that it wouldn't be as simple as just inviting him to underground fights. "What do you think, young Master Qin?" asked Hao Yun, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, smiling. "If I remember correctly, when I previously came to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, this underground fighting arena wasn't here." Qin Feng maintained a calm disposition as he weighed the fight down below. "Haha, young Master Qin has a good memory. Indeed, this fighting arena wasn't here before. This fighting arena is this young master's gift to you tonight. I'm sure you didn't expect this, right?" Indeed, Qin Feng had not expected this at all. However, he was sure that there was no good reason for Hao Yun to randomly gift him an underground fighting arena. He didn't say anything, and Hao Yun continued to speak as he laughed. "Young Master Qin, today was the first day that this underground fighting arena was opened. It has been running for 2 hours now. And do you know how much money it's made so far? $20 million, a whole $20 million. Hao Yun's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes almost shone with light. This was just the profit from 2 hours. If it was a whole night, or a whole week, or a whole month, or a whole year, just how much would it be able to make? Young Master Qin, I don't dare to calculate all of this. Tonight, I'm gifting this ultra-profitable business to you. So let's put our disagreements from the past aside. Tonight, let's have the time of our lives." Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Tough Old Man. Hao Yun's smile became more and more intense. He signaled one of the employees at the bottom, then suddenly excitedly exclaimed, "Young Master Qin, a good show's about to start. Make sure you don't blink and walk carefully." Just as he spoke, the people in the fighting arena were replaced. A large, muscular man was pushed out. He had probably been locked up in a dark place and didn't seem well adjusted to the bright fighting arena. As he looked around him, he used his hands to block the light. Although his hands were covering most of his face, Qin Feng immediately recognized this person. It was the subordinate who he had just taken under him, Zhang Biao. After recognizing Zhang Biao, Qin Feng's expression became cold. He knew that Hao Yun didn't have good intentions in calling him over, but he never would have thought that he would have captured his subordinate and forced him into the fighting arena. "Young Master Yun, what's the meaning of this?" Although Qin Feng was usually a lazy and careless hedonist young master, he could seem quite terrifying when he became serious. Only two things could make the young Master Qin serious. Subordinates he had accepted, they were his people and his women. These two things were his triggers. Even if one was a god or a celestial, Qin Feng would fight them to the end if they messed with his people. What does young Master Qin mean by this? I don't quite understand. Hao Yun acted as if he didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feng knew that he was pretending. Zhang Biao should have been working on contacting the Wild Wolf Gang to take down the Flying Dragon Gang. So why would he come here to engage in underground fighting? Moreover, he had been pushed onto the stage. Evidently, he had been captured and forced here. Furthermore, he had been forced onto the fighting arena right after they had arrived. This simply couldn't be a coincidence. If all of this wasn't arranged by Hao Yun, Qin Feng would have run into a wall and died. Young Master Yin, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you call me here tonight, and why did you capture my subordinate? What do you want in order to release my subordinate? Originally, Qin Feng had planned on looking for clues relating to the mastermind behind the plan to go against the Qin family. However, it seemed like there were new troubles for him now. Haha, young Master Qin is so direct, Hao Yun loudly laughed. His expression then suddenly darkened as he viciously glared at Qin Feng and said, "Since you dared to humiliate me in front of everyone at the banquet last time, you should have prepared yourself for this. Today, your elder's going to take you down and let you know that you're not invincible in this Acropolis city. Ha ha ha!" Hao Yun somewhat lost control of his emotions and started to roar with laughter. Qin Feng wanted to beat him up, but thinking to the fact that this was Hao Yun's territory, he controlled himself. He knew that as long as he didn't act first, Hao Yun wouldn't dare to do much to him. However, once he attacked, the situation could spiral out of control. Even if he killed him, he could say that it was out of self-defense. At this moment, the fight in the fighting arena began. The surroundings once again erupted with the cheers of the people who had placed bets on this fight. Qin Feng temporarily put the grievances he had with Hao Yun aside and leaned against the crystal railings as he looked down. Zhang Biao's opponent was an old man in his 50s or 60s who was wearing a tang suit. He was on the skinny side and his eyes glimmered, giving them an unfathomable appearance. Of course, only a person with sufficient strength could feel another person's strength. Having broken through to stage 1, Qin Feng's senses had all been raised, which allowed him to tell that this old man definitely wasn't ordinary. He was definitely one of Hao Yun's subordinates who had been sent here to take care of Zhang Biao. However, it seemed that none of the spectators had placed any of their hopes in the old man. Most of them were loudly cheering for Zhang Biao. It seemed that most of them had placed their bets on Zhang Biao. Compared to the seemingly ordinary old man, this muscular and well-built young man appeared much more likely to win. Zhang Biao had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and could more or less gauge the strength of other people. He could tell that the old man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed, as his eyes were full of wariness. The old man suddenly moved with surprising speed. Qin Feng's eyes almost couldn't track his movements, let alone Zhang Biao. Before Zhang Biao could even react to what was happening, he suffered a blow to his abdomen and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just a simple punch without any fancy tricks had sent a large, muscular man flying without any chance to retaliate. This scene stupefied all of the bettors. The people who had been cheering for Zhang Biao immediately shut up, looking like they had just eaten a pile of dung. Some of them even wondered if this was a case of ma-fixing. Perhaps only the 4 princes knew that Zhang Biao and the old man weren't pretending at all. Zhang Biao wished he could beat that old man down, but he was simply unable to. He lay on the ground and wrapped his arms around his abdomen. The spot where he had been struck was racked with pain, which was so intense that he felt like he was going to cough his internal organs out. The old man's nickname was Uncle Feng, which meant wind because his speed made him seem like a gust of wind. After knocking Zhang Biao down with a single punch, Uncle Feng's expression did not change. An opponent like Zhang Biao was simply nothing to him. His feet lightly tapped on the ground as he came before him. Uncle Feng raised his foot and viciously stamped down on Zhang Biao's back. A powerful force swept through Zhang Biao's back, causing him to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. "Fudge! Just kill your elder if you dare. Stop acting like a little girl and using such little strength. Are you trying to give your grandpa a backscra?" Jean Biao was not stupid. From the moment he had been captured and thrown into a car, he knew that he had offended some important and powerful figure. This important and powerful figure probably had enmity with young Master Qin. When he was taken to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Zhang Biao confirmed that Hao Yun was behind this. It seemed that the rumors of the young Master Qin falling out with the other 3 princes were true. Zhang Biao was a man among men. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Since he had pledged his allegiance to Qin Feng, he would maintain his dignity even when facing death. As such, he loudly mocked Uncle Feng with his remaining strength. A cold smile appeared on Uncle Feng's face as he looked down at Zhang Biao, who was like an ant to him. There was not a shred of compassion in his eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and forcefully kicked Zhang Biao's stomach. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Finish the fight within 10 minutes. A bang sounded out as Zhang Biao's body flew out like a leaf within a gust of wind. This time, Uncle Feng had kicked much harder, causing Zhang Biao to fly quite far. He smashed into the electric cage, which caused crackling and sizzling sounds. After dropping to the ground, Zhang Biao's body violently trembled as he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The spectators all cried out in horror. Those who thought that the Ma had been fixed quickly dispelled that thought. No one wanted to use their own life to take part in such an act. The crowd now started to become interested in this hunchbacked old man. This underdog was a hidden and mysterious expert. It was uncertain whether Zhang Biao was dead or alive, but no one cared about him anymore. Zhang Biao caused more than half of the bettors to lose money. He was already gaining face since they were not cursing him. That was typical of the coldness displayed by those in the upper-class society. Qin Feng felt a wave of coldness pass through his heart. His fists were tightly gripped together, and he wished he could smash Hao Yun's head with a punch. However, he controlled himself. After seeing how loyal Zhang Biao was to him, Qin Feng was much more concerned about him right now. "Young Master Yin, Zhang Biao won't be able to last very long. I want you to send him to the hospital right now," Qin Feng said to Hao Yun with a dark expression. Hao Yun felt delighted after seeing Qin Feng angrily begging him to send Zhang Biao to the hospital. He played with the jade ring on his thumb as he unhurriedly replied, "Young Master Qin, I don't think I can allow that. This arena has its rules. Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders, the fight must continue." Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders. Zhang Biao was already unconscious. How was he meant to surrender? Qin Feng could tell that Hao Yun didn't dare to openly attack him. However, tonight he was determined to get rid of Zhang Biao as a show of strength. Qin Feng simply couldn't wait anymore after seeing Uncle Feng walking towards the unconscious Zhang Biao. He roared, "Hao Yun, Zhang Biao's just a pawn. Aren't you just using him to get at your elder? Forget it. You don't need to make things so complicated. I want to replace Zhang Biao and fight that old man." This took Hao Yun by surprise. The Acropolis city's 4 princes were quite familiar with each other, but he had no idea Qin Feng could fight. Apart from seducing women, what else could that hedonistic young master do? Are you sure you want to replace Zhang Biao? Hao Yun suddenly sat up straight in excitement. If Qin Feng really wanted to go and fight, Hao Yun was more than willing. He had kept a grudge against Qin Feng after being humiliated by him at the banquet of the rich and powerful. However, because of Qin Feng's family, he hadn't dared to go too far. Now that Qin Feng was asking to fight, even if he was killed, it would have nothing to do with Hao Yun. After all, this was an underground fighting arena. Accidents were common, and one was responsible for their own life or death. Your elder said it very clearly. Let me replace Zhang Biao and fight. Qin Feng couldn't wait to teach that old man a lesson and get revenge for Zhang Biao. Today, he wanted the other 3 princes to know that the consequence for bullying Qin Feng's people was death. Haha. All right, very well. This young master will arrange for you to fight then. Young Master Zhou, young Master Sima. You also heard that it was young Master Qin who personally asked to go and fight. If something happens, you can be my witnesses. Zhou Kai and Sima too expected that Qin Feng would request to go and fight. They were startled at first, but then they smiled with wicked glee and nodded, saying, Young Master Yin, since young Master Qin's gotten bored of beauties and wants to feel the stimulation of fighting, just make the arrangements for him. The 3 of them were of one mind, and in the end, after making some arrangements, Qin Feng was allowed to fight. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to walk down, a familiar frame walked up the stairs. When she saw Qin Feng, her eyes flashed with surprise as she asked, Qin Feng, you're here as well? Qin Feng looked at Han Ying, who was wearing a red dress. She looked extremely seductive, but he was worried about Zhang Biao's injuries and didn't have time to talk to her. He nodded and quickly descended down the stairs. Han Ying stared after him for a few moments before recovering. By then, Qin Feng was already gone. She felt that there was something different about Qin Feng today. There was a rare air of coldness and anger about him. Han Ying quickly ran to the 3rd floor to see what was going on. When she arrived, Han Ying saw the other 3 princes. She had been invited here by Hao Yun to discuss business at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Now, seeing that the 4 princes were gathered, she felt that something big was going to happen. Ho! The Jincheng City's #1 beauty is here. Quick, have a seat. Seeing Han Ying come over, Hao Yun's eyes immediately drifted over, lustfully falling on her body. A look of disgust flashed in Han Ying's eyes, but she gave a lovely smile as she said, What sort of lucky day is it for the Acropolis cities for princes to all be gathered here? Could it be that there's something big happening? Haha, of course there's something big. I'm sure Miss Han won't be disappointed. Hao Yun called Han Ying over to the seat that Qin Feng had just vacated. He had invited Han Ying here tonight to humiliate Qin Feng in front of her. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered at the banquet. Perhaps if Han Ying saw his domineering side, she might even get into bed with him. Hao Yun couldn't help but smile after thinking about that. Miss Han, hurry and look below us. Qin Feng, that reckless brat, wants to fight in the underground fighting arena. I'll tell you a secret. You see that old man? Don't look down on him. He's an expert I've invited. He's the strongest out of all the fighters here. Hao Yun grinned as he looked down. Qin Feng had already walked into the arena. After hearing Hao Yun's words, Han Ying's expression changed as she looked at Qin Feng in shock. She simply couldn't understand what he was thinking. Young Master Yin, this isn't very good. What if something happens to young Master Qin down there? How will you deal with the consequences? Before coming to the Acropolis city, Han Ying had done her research on Qin Feng. According to her information, he didn't know how to fight at all. He was a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He would definitely suffer if he fought against this old man, who was the strongest out of all the fighters here. Han Ying had come to the Acropolis city this time to discuss business with the Qin family. She wasn't interested in Qin Feng at all, but after meeting him, she started to worry about him. Even she didn't notice this subtle change. That brat was the one who requested to go and fight. It's got nothing to do with me. Hao Yun felt quite displeased as he saw Han Ying looking worried about Qin Feng. He ignored Han Ying, his eyes almost shooting out flames as he gazed at Qin Feng in the arena. An evil smile surfaced on his lips. Soon, even if Qin Feng didn't disappear from this world, he would become a cripple. What need was there to be angry? Zhang Biao, are you all right? Zhang Biao, wake up. As soon as Qin Feng entered the arena, he ran over to Zhang Biao and shook his body. However, he saw no reaction from him. The little pig's voice sounded out in Qin Feng's mind. Master, Zhang Biao has taken serious damage and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. However, there isn't enough time. My recommendation is for Master to buy an elementary gold sore medicine to save Zhang Biao. Qin Feng hurriedly opened the system and prepared to buy an elementary gold sore medicine. However, it costed 100 hedonist points, and he did not have a single hedonist point left. Master, you can break through to stage 2 through your fight with Uncle Feng. After receiving the reward, you can buy the elementary gold sore medicine. You can also obtain more hedonist points from the quest I'm about to give you. However, judging from Zhang Biao's injuries, he probably won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. Please be quick, Master. Just as the little pig finished speaking, an electronic voice spoke in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Defeat the stage for external expert, Uncle Feng. Quest time limit, 10 minutes. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points. Failing will result in Zhang Biao being doomed. This quest put Qin Feng in a path of no return. He didn't want Zhang Biao to die. After all, he was only in this situation because he had decided to follow Qin Feng. The aura around Qin Feng suddenly became cold as he furiously gazed at Uncle Feng and walked over. Seeing Qin Feng personally come into the arena, Uncle Feng gave him a condescending look as he stroked his beard. Young Master Yin had told him that tonight was solely for the purpose of taking down Qin Feng. Now it seemed that things were going to become much more interesting. Brat, you sure have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities. You dare to personally challenge me? It seems that you've become tired of your lazy life and want to die quickly so you can quickly reincarnate and experience what it's like to be poor. Uncle Feng didn't feel threatened at all by Qin Feng. He could take care of hedonistic young masters like him with his eyes closed while using one hand. You injured my subordinate tonight, so you'll have to pay the price. As for whether I have an exaggerated opinion of my abilities, we'll see whether that's true after we fight. Qin Feng did not back down either as he coldly stared at Uncle Feng. As the two of them shot verbal barbs at each other, the spectators were sent into a frenzy. They had all seen how strong Uncle Feng was, and most of them were betting on him now. None of them paid any attention to the tall, skinny, and fair-skinned Qin Feng. He definitely wasn't as strong as that muscular man from before. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Biding His Time. I've always heard that young Master Qin of Acropolis City's Four Princes was always a high-profile person who acts arrogantly and condescendingly. Apparently, he doesn't even put the other 3 princes in his eyes and does whatever he wants. Before, this old man thought that you were just trying to be different, but it seems that you're just a frog in a well who doesn't know that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Really now? Qin Feng suddenly started to coldly laugh, wondering if all old people spoke so much. He impatiently said, "If you want to be arrogant, you need to have the strength to be arrogant." This young man would have been dead a long time ago if he didn't have the strength. I'm a simple person. If I'm not happy with you, I'll kill you, and if you're not happy with me, then come and kill me. However, I'm just worried that you don't possess the strength, and you'll die before killing me. As expected from a hairless brat. It's time for your death, and yet you're still acting so arrogantly. Your elder's going to let you know that even within the Acropolis City, there are people who dare to kill you. Uncle Feng was now well and truly angry. The pressure he was emitting from his body suddenly increased, which made the air around his body gently ripple. A punch that hid an astonishing amount of strength came sweeping towards Qin Feng's abdomen. As he punched out, Uncle Feng also roared out like a wild beast. Even the spectators who were far away could feel a light gust of wind from that roar, which made it seem like it could travel thousands of kilometers. The punch was simply too fast and mercilessly smashed into Qin Feng's stomach. A look of shock flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't even have time to react as he flew out and heavily fell onto the ground. Despite trying to hold it back, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fast! This old man was simply too fast. That was what Qin Feng was thinking inwardly. While he was still spectating from the third floor, he had been continuously observing Uncle Feng. Even then, he could barely see his movements, which indicated that this old man's strength was his speed. However, personally standing in the arena, he found that this old man's speed was far faster than he had expected. Moreover, that incredibly thin body had a great amount of power. The system announcement had told him that Uncle Feng was a stage 4 expert, and it was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such a strong person before. With his stage 1 strength, as well as the intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, he could punch out with 5 times a normal person's strength, which might be enough to cope with Uncle Feng. However, after going into the arena, Qin Feng found that he had been too naive. Normally, a stage 4 expert had 5 times a normal person's strength and was 4 times faster than a normal person. Evidently, Uncle Feng was much faster than this, making it almost impossible for Qin Feng to even hit him. Despite having the flying dragon armor, after taking a direct hit, Qin Feng found it difficult to even stand from the pain. Whoosh! Yet another lightning-like and domineering punch was sent his way. The spectators fell into a momentary silence before being sent into a frenzy. This old man, who looked incredibly weak but was in fact ridiculously strong, ignited their blood. Some of them were so excited, as if they were on drugs, that they almost jumped down from the second floor. Standing on the third floor, a look of worry hung on Han Yingying's face. Her heart felt as if it was hanging in the air after seeing Qin Feng sent flying by a punch. She didn't know why she suddenly cared so much about Qin Feng, but she just wanted him to be fine. "Ha, brat, do you still dare to be arrogant to your elder?" Qin Feng wasn't even able to defend himself before he was sent flying. This brat was a weakling of weaklings to Uncle Feng. As such, he didn't even place him in his eyes and arrogantly stood over him, as if he was looking down at an ant that he would soon squash. Do you think your punches are that strong?" After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Qin Feng coldly laughed. "You're not ashamed to stand there and act all high and mighty? I mean, you're already so old. So when are you coming out to give massages? Even if you want to give massages, can't you put some strength into it? Didn't you eat tonight?" Qin Feng mocked Uncle Feng on purpose. Although he had been beaten up quite pitifully, he found that every cell in his body seemed to be trembling with excitement and were rapidly absorbing the strength potion in his body. He knew that he was about to break through his limits. Last time when he was fighting Yuan Xiang, he had experienced this feeling and had broken through to stage 1. If Qin Feng could continue like this and break through to stage 2, he would receive 500 hedonist points, which was enough to buy a gold sore medicine to save Zhang Biao. Moreover, he would have the strength to defeat Uncle Feng. As expected, Uncle Feng was enraged by Qin Feng's words. His eyes widened as if they were going to explode, and he glared at Qin Feng and said, "Humph, I never thought that you would be as courageous as that muscular man. It's a pity that in this society the victors are the kings. Simply having courage is not enough." As he spoke, Uncle Feng suddenly raised his foot and forcefully stepped down on Qin Feng's hands. A crack sounded out as his wrists were snapped. Although the pain tore at his heart, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and endured it. Crack! This time as Uncle Feng's feet landed, Qin Feng's legs were broken. Despite being so old, Uncle Feng's methods were incredibly vicious, causing the spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. The cheering also died down. The arena fell into a strange silence, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Don't fight anymore, Qin Feng. Just give up. If you keep going, you'll die. Seeing this scene, Han Ying almost cried as she yelled out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng could hear that Han Ying was genuinely worried about him, and he felt a slight warmth in his heart. He could feel his body's absorption of the strength potion reaching a bottleneck. If he could give it one more push, he would be able to step into stage 2. As such, he looked at the vicious old man without even a hint of fear or pleading as he roared, "Rotten old man, this young master will say it again. If you want to give a massage, then put in some effort. Otherwise, piss off. Fudge, since you want to die so badly, your elder will fulfill that wish of yours." Uncle Feng was completely furious at this point, and his old face became red. He gathered all of his strength into his feet as he kicked Qin Feng's chest. "Go die!" Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Crazily Erupting. The sound of the kick landing on Qin Feng's chest was akin to two cars traveling at great speeds, colliding into each other. It was so loud that the entire arena slightly shook. Qin Feng was sent flying onto the electrified cage, causing crackling sounds to be heard. This scene caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded, and some squeamish women didn't dare to even look at Qin Feng anymore. They were certain that there would be blood and guts everywhere, and Qin Feng would have been completely fried by the electrified cage. "Qin Feng!" Han Ying couldn't help but call out as a stream of tears fell from her eyes. Even Han Ying believed that Qin Feng was dead as well. His wrists and legs had been broken, and he had been kicked like a ball, then electrocuted. How could he still be alive? For some reason, when she thought to the fact that she could never see Qin Feng again, she felt an emptiness within her. Reckless brat. To your elder, killing you is like stepping on an ant. On the other hand, Uncle Feng did not react at all to Qin Feng's death. He had already killed many people in the past, so adding Qin Feng to the list was no big deal to him. Of course, the person who was happiest at this moment was Hao Yun. He had personally seen Qin Feng being beaten to the point that he couldn't get up and had finally been electrocuted to death. He was so happy that he felt he was going to go crazy. Zhou Kai and Sima, too, started to congratulate Hao Yun. "Congratulations, young Master Yin. In future, with that annoying guy gone, the Acropolis City's 4 princes will become Acropolis City's 3 princes." They didn't like Qin Feng either, and seeing that Hao Yun had gotten rid of him, they were pleased that they didn't have to act themselves. "Haha, today's a day of great celebration. Please stay behind afterwards. I'm going to hold a grand banquet to celebrate. I'll tell Manager Ma later that everything in the Amethyst Dragon Palace tonight will be on my tab." Hao Yun was truly ecstatic. He had wanted to deal with Qin Feng for a long time, and never expected that Qin Feng would bring about his own death. It seemed that the heavens were on his side. Just as he was about to excitedly run down and talk to Manager Ma to waive the expenses of all the guests, a cold voice sounded out. The voice wasn't very loud, but it clearly fell in everyone's ears. It was like a peal of thunder, threatening to blow apart their heads. "Young Master Yin, I'm still alive and well. What are you celebrating about?" Qin Feng was just like a ghost, and no one had noticed him stand up. He was standing with his hands behind his back and was standing incredibly straight. He had a light smile on his face, and his body emitted a cold and sharp aura. It was as if he had died and become a new person. The domineering air that was coming from his body gave off a sense of pressure. The feeling everyone felt was akin to a spring wind after a terrifying storm, creating an image of new life. The spectators couldn't help but respect Qin Feng. The image of him standing there, looking like an invincible god of war, was firmly imprinted onto their hearts. After speaking, Qin Feng came over to Zhang Biao and squatted down as he pushed a red medicinal pill into Zhang Biao's mouth. He then stood up and looked at the time on his wa as a frivolous smile appeared on his face. He mumbled to himself, 3 minutes left. That should be enough to take care of this rotten old man. Qin Feng wasn't being overconfident. After being repeatedly beaten up, he had successfully broken through to stage 2 and had received 500 hedonist points from the system. He had bought 2 elementary gold sore medicines, one for himself and one for Zhang Biao. After eating the elementary gold sore medicine and adding on the fact that he had broken through to stage 2, Qin Feng's bones had completely healed, and he had become even more agile than before. He now possessed 4 times a normal person's strength, and combined with the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, he could explode out with 6 times a normal person's strength. His speed was also 1, 4 times a normal person's. Now, facing Uncle Feng again, Qin Feng had the strength to defeat him. Humph. Brat, I never thought you would be this hard to kill. Qin Feng had stood up as if he was fine, and apart from his singed clothing, he looked completely unharmed. Deep down, Uncle Feng felt a shred of fear. Even he wouldn't be able to take such a beating and survive, and yet Qin Feng looked completely fine. Of course, he kept his fear hidden within him instead of displaying it openly. Uncle Feng's eyes on his wrinkled face shot out icy intent as he fiercely spoke. So what? Your elder doesn't mind killing you a few more times. I wonder how many lives you have. Suddenly, Uncle Feng's body exploded out with even stronger pressure, and even the spectators on the second floor could see the air rippling. Uncle Feng's body shot out so quickly that it became a blur and was unable to be followed by the naked eye. It was as if Uncle Feng had teleported. In just an instant, he had arrived in front of Qin Feng, and his legs spun as he prepared to kick Qin Feng's head. Brat, this time your elder is going to kick your head into bits. I'll see if you can stand up again. As Uncle Feng roared out, the sound of his leg cleaving through the air could also be heard, making everyone feel incredibly astonished. In response, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. After breaking through to stage 2, his entire body had been enhanced. He found that the old man in front of him didn't seem as fast. At least, Qin Feng's eyes were able to follow his movements. Suddenly, Qin Feng shifted his body as he nimbly avoided Uncle Feng's ferocious kick, then spun and punched out. Uncle Feng's body was still turning in his kick when he was sent flying by Qin Feng's punch. Simple and agile, yet bold and powerful. That was the impression Qin Feng left on everyone's hearts. The spectators had long since been completely astounded and couldn't express in words what they were seeing. They simply couldn't understand how Qin Feng, who had seemed so defenseless earlier, became so powerful all of a sudden. Uncle Feng held his stomach and vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to stand straight, and when he looked at Qin Feng again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, they were predominantly filled with anger. He felt humiliated that he had been sent flying by this hedonistic young master who was rumored to be so weak that he couldn't even truss up a chicken. The aura around his body became even more intense, and he looked at Qin Feng as if he was a corpse. Originally, he had not gone all out, as he believed that he was facing a useless young master. However, things were now different. He sprang towards Qin Feng, preparing to use all of his skills to fight with him to the death. Uncle Feng was like a demon and shot incredibly quickly towards Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng found it difficult to follow his movements. He had thought that Uncle Feng was ridiculously fast, but only now did he realize that this was his true speed. Master, you can take off the flying dragon armor, which will instantly remove the weight on your body. This will allow you to become light as a cloud, creating unexpected results, the little pig reminded him. Qin Feng suddenly thought back to the flying dragon armor's description. He hurriedly unequipped the 150-kilogram flying dragon armor. Something strange happened. Qin Feng had been carrying the 150-kilogram heavy flying dragon armor for the past few days, and had kept it on him even when he was sleeping. Now that the weight was suddenly gone, he felt that his body was incredibly light, as if he had transcended this mortal plane. He looked at Uncle Fong, and strangely found that he now seemed incredibly slow. Qin Feng slightly tilted his head as Uncle Feng's fist swung towards him, easily dodging it. This time, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. This sort of miraculous feeling made him feel incredibly excited. After taking off the flying dragon armor, his speed not only increased, but his senses and reaction speed were heightened as well. This scene was exactly like the ones shown in martial arts movies, where the main character could see his opponent's attacks in slow motion. Uncle Feng was already angry enough to go mad. After punching out with full confidence and hitting Qin Feng, then seeing Qin Feng easily dodge his punch, Uncle Feng angrily punched and kicked countless times. However, Qin Feng seemed to become faster and faster, and dodged each attack by the smallest of margins. This caused Uncle Feng to feel utterly furious, as he felt like Qin Feng was toying with him. Just when Uncle Feng was about to cough up blood from his anger, Qin Feng looked at the time and found that the 10 minutes was nearly up. "All right, I can't be bothered playing with you anymore. You can go die now." As he spoke, he swept out with his palm, which left afterimages behind it. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was filled with vigor, and even gave Uncle Fu a sense of death. It smashed into Uncle Feng's chest, resulting in a large explosion. Uncle Feng flew backwards, and the momentum caused him to smash a crater in the cage. His body remained within the depression he had created in the cage, as the electricity repeatedly flowed through his body. It was like a scene from a sci-fi movie. The people who had come to spectate and bet had viewed a great performance tonight. They had weighed an intense and heart-racing fight, and then saw a person being electrocuted into ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for defeating Uncle Feng. You have received 500 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Break through to stage 3. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 1,000 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists and never being able to learn the Thunder Tiger Fist skill again. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Incredibly Domineering. Hao Yun and the other 2 princes were all completely dumbfounded. They had all known Qin Feng for a long time, but today was the first time they had realized how powerful he was. Han Yingying's delight was also mixed with much shock. She never knew that Qin Feng was such a powerful external expert either. "Young Master Yin, your dog's been taken care of, so you're next." Killing Uncle Feng wasn't Qin Feng's ultimate goal. Tonight, Hao Yun had completely enraged him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been close to breaking through to stage 2, the one who died would have been him. This time, Qin Feng decided that he was sick of being on the defensive. Who cared who this young Master Yin was? Anyone who dared to act against this young master like this would have to die. Hearing this roar, Hao Yun's legs gave out and he fell to the ground. He didn't know when, but Qin Feng had already arrived from the arena and was standing right in front of him. He was simply as fast as a gust of wind. Qin Feng, what are you going to do?" Seeing the humorless smile on Qin Feng's face, Hao Yun was so scared that he started to tremble. "What am I doing? You can't tell? Of course I'm sending you to reincarnate, so you can be a good person in your next life." As he spoke, Qin Feng slowly walked towards Hao Yun. The pressure he released made it difficult for the people around him to even breathe. Hao Yun was so scared that all color disappeared from his face, and he stared at Qin Feng in fear and shock. He scrambled backwards until his body was firmly pressed against the railings of the 3rd floor. There was nowhere left to run. "Qin Feng, please let me go, and we'll cancel out all the grievances between us. I'll never make trouble for you again, all right?" The strength Qin Feng displayed completely shocked Hao Yun. He never thought that Qin Feng would be able to defeat even Uncle Feng. Even if he was given the opportunity, he would never dare to oppose Qin Feng again. "It's too late to say all that," Qin Feng said as he continued to walk forwards. Sima too suddenly stood up as his expression became serious. "Qin Feng, you've already killed Uncle Feng, so you'd better control yourself and not make things too big. Give me, Sima too, some face and stop here for tonight. How about that?" Compared to Hao Yun and Zhou Kai, who were scared witless, Sima too seemed much calmer. His family had existed since ancient times, and almost all of China had the Sima family shadow over it. After seeing how powerful Qin Feng was, he wasn't scared, but had instead stood up and asked him to stop. "What if I said that in front of this young master, your face is worth less than a shoe insole?" Qin Feng blandly said without even looking at Sima Tuesday. "Qin Feng, don't act too extravagantly," seeing that Qin Feng wasn't planning on giving him any face at all. Sima Tu's face darkened. He was just about to threaten Qin Feng some more when Qin Feng suddenly acted. He suddenly kicked towards Hao Yun. Qin Feng used quite a bit of strength in this kick, as if he was kicking a feral dog. The strength behind the kick sent Hao Yun flying, and the silver railings behind him also shattered, causing him to fall. His body flew in a long arc, then finally hit the concrete floor heavily. Hao Yun had fallen 7 to 8 meters onto a concrete floor. Even if he wasn't dead, he would definitely be crippled. The sound of Hao Yun hitting the ground was quite loud, sounding like violent thunder in everyone's hearts. The things that had happened tonight were simply too shocking and exceeded all of the spectators' imaginations. Zhang Biao woke up soon after being fed an elementary gold sore medicine by Qin Feng. He had seen Qin Feng courageously battling Uncle Feng, then weighed as Qin Feng kicked Hao Yun down from the 3rd floor. He knew very clearly that Qin Feng did all of this for him. He felt incredibly blessed to follow a young master like this, and looking at Hao Yun, who was lying in a puddle of blood, a look of resolution flashed in his eyes. He pulled out a dagger from his clothes and unhesitatingly came over to Hao Yun. He lifted the dagger, then plunged it into Hao Yun's chest. "Puchi!" Hao Yun's head tilted, and his body trembled before he died. After killing Hao Yun, Zhang Biao did not look scared at all. Instead, he looked quite happy as he yelled out. Everyone looked closely. This young Master Yin was killed by me, Zhang Biao, and his death had nothing to do with young Master Qin. Qin Feng looked down at Zhang Biao from the 3rd floor and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It seemed that he had chosen a good subordinate, and the risk he had taken to save Zhang Biao was worth it. "No one move. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground." At this moment, a squad of police officers rushed onto the scene. However, the entire situation had fallen into complete chaos, and no one wanted to listen to the police officers and be caught. As such, many of the spectators began to flee. However, when they reached the exit, they found that the arena's 2 back doors and main entrance were already surrounded by police. Only then did they obediently squat on the ground and give in. When the arena settled down, a devastatingly beautiful woman walked in. She was wearing tall, black boots, which clicked as she walked on the concrete. Her uniform bulged at her chest, but there was not a shred of emotion on the policewoman's face. Her face was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, and anyone who looked at her shivered. She calmly glanced around at the people around her, then went up to the 3rd floor. She stood in front of Qin Feng and the others as she looked down from the platform on the 3rd floor. She immediately saw Hao Yun lying in a pool of blood, which caused her to deeply frown. "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Qin Feng had met this policewoman before. She was the one who had been at Yun Zhao's district, Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng didn't give Sima 2 face just then, and he had been quite displeased about it. now that he had an opportunity to take revenge. Sima too hurriedly answered Lu Bingbing's question. Beautiful police officer, I saw that man next to you kill the person down there. Lu Bingbing's gaze fell on Qin Feng, and the look in her eyes became even colder. She still remembered that Qin Feng was the rich young master who had destroyed a luxury car in public. Lu Bingbing completely hated this sort of hedonistic young master. Police officer, this matter's unrelated to young Master Qin. Everyone here saw that it was me who stabbed that brat to death. That brat has done countless evil deeds, and loved to oppress everyone he saw. I couldn't stand him, so I decided to get rid of him. Zhang Biao hurriedly shouted up towards the third floor, trying to take the crimes on himself. However, what he said wasn't wrong. Hao Yun was normally strung through and filled with evil, and had an extremely bad reputation within the Acropolis city. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 Arrested. Lu Bingbing had just been transferred over from the capital and wasn't very familiar with the powers in the Acropolis city. She didn't know who Qin Feng was, or any of the other princes. She only knew that there was an illegal fighting arena here and that 2 people had died. When she saw Uncle Feng, who was still in the cage and had been burnt to crisp, Lu Bingbing's body shot out an icy aura. Such a thing had happened in the region she was in charge of. She was truly furious. Don't bother arguing with me. Take them all away. I'll interrogate you all one by one and learn what the truth is. As the deputy police director of the northern region, she had received information from someone on the inside that there was an illegal fighting arena within the Amethyst Dragon Palace. As such, she had immediately brought over a police squad. As she waved her hand, a drove of police officers rushed in and started preparing to transport the people here to detention. Because there were so many people to detain, many of the police officers who were standing by the entrances and exits were now gone. There were only 2 police officers standing at the door, which caused Qin Feng's eyes to light up as he tried to think of a way for Zhang Biao to escape. If Qin Feng was caught, he would be released very soon as he had the Acropolis city's Qin family's power behind him. However, Zhang Biao was different. He already had a criminal history and had killed 2 people for Qin Feng. If he was caught, he was done for. Master, there are 20 elite police officers here. According to the system's calculations, if Master tries to take Zhang Biao and flee, both of you will be shot and killed within 8 seconds. Just as Qin Feng was about to move, he heard the little pig's voice echo in his mind. This scared Qin Feng into standing incredibly still. The little pig continued to speak. Master, my recommendation is that you buy a super smoke bomb to instantly fill the room with smoke. That way, Master will be able to help Zhang Biao quickly escape. Little pig, are you dumb? If I threw out a smoke bomb, I wouldn't be able to see anything either. Master, you're the dumb one. When buying a super smoke bomb, the system also gives a pair of goggles that allows the wearer to see normally, in spite of the smoke, the little pig proudly said. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. He could only swallow his frustration and spent 200 hedonist points to buy a super smoke bomb. Why were those things so goddamn expensive? Master, if you can't understand how high-tech the system's items are, then don't complain. The super smoke bombs are much more advanced than your world's smoke bombs. Moreover, the smoke they release is completely harmless, so even if you breathe in a lot, you'll be completely fine. Be satisfied already, Master. Ever since the little pig had destroyed Liangsheng's corpse using its fireball skill, it had become more and more conceited. However, Qin Feng couldn't retaliate at all. After all, the little guy could spit out fireballs. He didn't bother to continue complaining to the little pig and quickly activated the super smoke bomb, then threw it next to Zhang Biao. Immediately, clumps of smoke began to rise up with Zhang Biao at the center. In less than 5 seconds, the entire room was filled with smoke. Qin Feng immediately put on the smoke goggles and rushed over to Zhang Biao. his body still feeling incredibly light after unequipping the flying dragon armor. In just a few breaths of time, he arrived by Zhang Biao's side. "Zhang Biao, be quiet and follow me," Qin Feng quietly spoke as he pulled Zhang Biao towards one of the back exits. "No one move. Squat down where you are. Squad 2, hurry and open the windows and doors to clear this smoke," Lu Bingbing's icily commanded. Anyone would be able to tell how furious she was just from the sound of her voice. Qin Feng moved incredibly quickly as the police officers opened all of the doors. He ran towards the back exit closest to him and successfully made it out with Zhang Biao. "Zhang Biao, you go first. Take this card. It'll be enough to last you for a while. When everything settles down, I'll contact you." Qin Feng threw a bank card to Zhang Biao, then quickly ran back into the room. Zhang Biao had to escape, but he couldn't. Who didn't recognize his face in the Acropolis city? It would be pointless even if he did run. Zhang Biao watched Qin Feng disappear. The muscular and incredibly tough man secretly wiped away a tear in his eyes as he determinedly also ran off. The smoke had spread quite quickly, but it was also easy to clear. Not long after Qin Feng arrived back at the 3rd floor, the room became clearer and everyone could see again. However, there was someone missing, the muscular man who had claimed to have killed Hao Yun. "Where's the man who was standing there? Hurry up and look for him. Don't let him escape." As soon as the smoke cleared, Lu Bingbing discovered that Zhang Biao was gone and immediately sent people to look for him. She suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes threatening to pierce through him. "Did you throw that smoke bomb?" What smoke bomb? I thought you guys threw it in to scare us. That really gave me a great fright," Qin Feng said, feigning ignorance. Lu Bingbing stared into Qin Feng's eyes. When the smoke bomb had activated, she felt a gust of wind blow by her, as though Qin Feng had run past. "Humph. All of you are coming back to the police station with you. I'll interrogate each one of you and get the information I need." Lu Bingbing's beautiful face caused Sima Tu and Zhou Kai to lust after her, but the aura she gave off was simply too cold. Although they had their desires, neither of them dared to try and get closer to her. The order within the room settled down, and most of the police were busy detaining and transporting the spectators. There were 3 police vans filled with people, and Lu Bingbing had to phone for more vehicles. Qin Feng, Han Ying, Sima Tu, and Zhou Kai were driven in Lu Bingbing's police car. Lu Bingbing looked extremely displeased as she drove, and the temperature within the car fell a few degrees because of her. No one dared to say anything, but Han Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would occasionally look at Qin Feng through the rear-view mirror with a worried gaze. The car arrived at the North District Sub-Bureau, and the 4 passengers got out. After getting out, Sima Tu and Zhou Kai started to make phone calls to arrange for people to take care of the matter. Qin Feng also took out his phone to call Uncle Fu, but as soon as he pulled it out, it was confiscated by Lu Bingbing. "What are you pulling out your phone for?" "You're coming with me to the interrogation room. You can call whoever you want after telling me everything." Lu Bingbing had already been quite displeased with this young master because of the incident with the luxury car, and now she had caught him in the illegal fighting arena. As such, she dragged Qin Feng into the interrogation room first. When she saw this, Han Ying felt a little anxious. She took out her phone and prepared to find people to take care of this. It was completely dark within the police station's interrogation room number 3. Qin Feng sat on a wooden chair, as Lu Bingbing suddenly turned on the desk lamp and pointed it towards him. The blindingly bright light made it difficult for Qin Feng to even open his eyes, making him wonder if this policewoman was a demoness. "Name." Lu Bingbing's piercingly cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. She had only been transferred here from the capital a week ago, and as soon as she arrived, she had vowed to take down the forces of evil in the Acropolis city. She was an extremely righteous and cold policewoman. "Qin Feng." Through the gaps in his fingers, he could see Lu Bingbing's pretty face, and he smiled, saying, "Of course, you can also call me the seducer sage, young Master Qin." Although he had been taken to the police station, Qin Feng did not feel nervous at all. Zhang Biao had taken Hao Yun's death on himself, so with the Qin family's power, it wouldn't be long before he could leave. "If you don't want to be beaten, act seriously." Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng as she continued to ask, "Age?" "The perfect age for thinking about marriage. Miss Beautiful, do you want to consider it? My family's quite rich." Lu Bingbing was so angry that the icy aura around her became even colder, and her chest heaved under her uniform, making Qin Feng not want to leave anymore. "I'll warn you one last time. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll cripple you." Lu Bingbing realized that Qin Feng was one of those annoying types, so she stopped bothering with the basic questions and started asking the important ones. "Tonight, you illegally fought in the Amethyst Dragon Palace and killed 2 people. Go through the events of the night." The frivolous expression on Qin Feng's face was swept away as he looked at Lu Bingbing with great interest. This woman was quite smart. She could tell that Zhang Biao was trying to take Hao Yun's death on himself, so she directly blamed Qin Feng for both Hao Yun and Uncle Feng's deaths. She was quite vicious. Combined with Lu Bingbing's cold and beautiful appearance, any normal person would fall into this trap. "Beautiful policewoman, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yes, I fought illegally, but I didn't kill anyone. The person who killed people already escaped. You should be capturing him." "You can't just put the blame on me," Qin Feng said with a serious expression. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't fallen for it, Lu Bingbing's voice became stricter. "You'd best tell the truth. Was the person who escaped your accomplice? Were you the one who helped him get away?" she asked. Qin Feng had a look of great injustice on his face as he replied, Beautiful policewoman, don't lump me in with someone like that. He killed 2 people by himself. How could I have such a friend?" Lu Bingbing couldn't hold in her anger anymore. When she saw Qin Feng for the first time, she immediately knew that he was a useless young master who only knew how to play and enjoy himself. She wanted to use force to make him submit. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Is the System Crazy? Suddenly, the interrogation room's door was opened, and Officer Xiao Lu walked in with a serious expression. "Director Lu, this is some of the evidence we found at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, as well as some of the gambler's statements." Xiao Lu placed 2 documents onto the interrogation desk. He had looked through the documents and now weighed Qin Feng as he started to pray for him. Although Lu Bingbing had only arrived a week ago, everyone in the police station had seen her fiery temper and valiant skills. Even if a mass murder was brought into the police station and fell into Lu Bingbing's hands, all of the police officers in the North District Sub-Bureau would pray for them. This was because Lu Bingbing's methods were simply too frightening. "Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first," Xiao Lu hesitantly said. Seeing that Lu Bingbing paid no attention to him, he hurriedly exited the room. As he closed the door, he looked at Qin Feng in pity. Lu Bingbing scanned through the 2 documents seriously, and her expression darkened. "Qin Feng, the underground fighting arena in the Amethyst Dragon Palace was your investment that you opened." Lu Bingbing suddenly looked up and glared at Qin Feng. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded by what she said. "The Amethyst Dragon Palace doesn't belong to my old man. How could I possibly open a fighting arena there? Beautiful policewoman, you can't just go around unfairly accusing people." Lu Bingbing threw the document onto the table in front of him. He skimmed through the contract, which stated that he was buying the underground fighting arena. Qin Feng immediately understood what had happened. This was probably the big gift that Hao Yun said he was giving him. Hao Yun must have planned for Qin Feng to Zhang Biao be killed, then call the police on Qin Feng. because his name was on the contract and the fighting arena had taken in tens of millions of dollars, as well as the fact that people had died. The Qin family would have to pay a hefty price for Qin Feng's safety, no matter how powerful they were. Qin Feng couldn't help but admit that this move by Hao Yun was quite savage. However, he had underestimated Qin Feng, and his plan was foiled by Qin Feng's abilities. In the end, he had died because of this scheme of his. He had truly suffered a double loss in trying to outplay Qin Feng. Are you still going to say that I'm unjustly accusing you? Seeing that Qin Feng had fallen silent after reading the document, Lu Bingbing continued to emphatically question him. Qin Feng raised his hands, innocently saying, I really didn't know about this. I'm sure there's someone framing me. Framing you? How could someone frame you with an underground fighting arena worth tens of millions of dollars? Do you really think I believe such a thing? Evidently, Lu Bingbing did not believe him at all. She then threw over another document and spat. Then what about you killing an old man in front of all of the spectators? Were you also framed into that? Qin Feng looked through the document and found that it contained the statements of many of the spectators. Countless eyes had seen him send Uncle Feng flying into the electrified cage, where he was burnt to crisp. Qin Feng simply couldn't dispute this matter. Moreover, Lu Bingbing didn't know who Uncle Feng was and thought that he was just a normal old man. When she thought of this evil, hedonistic young master killing a poor old man for fun, she wanted to execute him on the spot. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Hug Lu Bingbing for 10 seconds. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being thrown into jail for half a year. Ding, the hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to the host. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 3,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing 2 women closest to him. After seeing these quests, Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse, and he started to wonder whether the system was crazy. Train Lu Bingbing to the point that she was as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to him. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing in front of him and instantly exploded with complaints. Little pig, why the hell is this quest so ridiculous and weird? Ling Qin complained. Master, the quest to hug Lu Bingbing is based on Master's desires, and I gave it to you for some service. As for the quest to train Lu Bingbing, that was a compulsory quest given by the system and has nothing to do with me, the little pig lazily said, acting as though Qin Feng's life and death had nothing to do with it. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward upon hearing that the little pig had access to his desires. But even so, how could it make a quest like this and call it service? Qin Feng could already imagine the scene of him being crippled by Lu Bingbing after hugging her. You goddamn punk, stop acting dumb with me. I've seen far too many scoundrels like you. I'll ask you one more time, will you confess or not? It was as if Qin Feng had lost his soul. After asking him many times, he had not reacted at all, which caused Lu Bingbing to angrily roar. Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't even consider whether he wanted to confess or not. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman who was glaring at him and gritted his teeth as he sprang at her. Beautiful policewoman, there's no one else in this interrogation room, so play with Big Brother for a bit. Qin Feng was fast as lightning, and before Lu Bingbing could react, he had enveloped her in his embrace. A faint fragrance wafted into Qin Feng's nose. It wasn't the smell of perfume, but the natural fragrance of Lu Bingbing's body. Perhaps it was because Lu Bingbing regularly exercised and practiced martial arts, but her skin was firm and supple, and her figure was simply incredible. Qin Feng felt that he could use a single arm to wrap around her entire waist. The two large rabbits pressing against his chest were almost bursting from her uniform and made Qin Feng feel dizzy. A multitude of thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind, and Lu Bingbing was completely stunned. She had never been hugged by a man like this before, and never expected Qin Feng to do such a thing. It was as if her soul had been stolen, and she lay in Qin Feng's embrace without moving. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to hug Lu Bingbing for 10 seconds. You have received 100 hedonist points. Gotcha. At this moment, the door to the interrogation room was once again opened, and Xiao Lu once again walked in. He had an anxious expression on his face, as though something big had happened. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. So they were dancing. When he saw the scene before him, Xiao Lu was so shocked that he dropped the documents in his hands. His mouth was opened so wide that a goose egg would be able to fit in it. He had expected to see Qin Feng bloodied and bruised when he returned, to the point that he was unrecognizable. However, the incredibly strange scene in front of him was completely different to what he had expected. Why was the #1 cold beauty of the North District Sub-Bureau hugging this loose and dissolute young Master Qin? Had she been tempted by the Qin family's power and wealth? If that was so, he had wrongly judged this Director Lu. Xiao Lu was feeling quite annoyed. Lu Bingbing was a goddess to all males in the entire Sub-Bureau, so he wished that he could replace Qin Feng when he saw her intimately hugging him so tightly. Lu Bingbing snapped back to her senses when Xiao Lu entered and immediately shoved Qin Feng away. Her expression became furious to the extreme, and if Xiao Lu wasn't present, she probably would have executed Qin Feng on the spot. Director Lu, as something important came up. Xiao Lu was in a great hurry, otherwise he wouldn't have barged in like this. Hurry up and spit it out. Lu Bingbing squeezed each word through her teeth. Director Lu, the head bureau's director Ma, just called. He told you not to act recklessly and that he's heading over right now. He'll make the decision when he arrives. Xiao Lu wiped off some cold sweat from his forehead. He never thought that the Qin family was so powerful. Qin Feng had been here for less than 10 minutes, and yet there were already major officials calling. There's also Mayor Niu. He just called to tell us that he would be here immediately and not to do anything extreme. There's also Secretary Wang. He's overseas at the moment, but he said that his assistant would be here soon, and that we need to comply with the orders from the higher-ups. Also, all right, enough, you can leave. Xiao Lu hadn't finished speaking, but Lu Bingbing didn't want to hear it anymore. After chasing Xiao Lu out, she glared at Qin Feng and said, "Looks like you have powerful backers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. However, let me tell you that I, Lu Bingbing, am an incredibly righteous person. I can't stand you useless and hedonistic young masters. No matter what sort of backing you have, I'll still beat you until you submit if you're in my territory." Qin Feng wondered if Lu Bingbing had weighed too many female warrior shows when she was younger. However, when he saw her lock the door to the interrogation room, he couldn't help but start to feel nervous. Could there be some sort of unwritten rules in this police station? Director Lu, it's only the first time we've met. Don't you think that this development is a bit too fast? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Bingbing. She almost wanted to cough up blood and didn't waste any words as her slim, beautiful leg swept towards him. Although her legs were long and slim, they made a cleaving sound as they flew through the air. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to react quickly, and he twisted his body. Lu Bingbing's foot landed on the chair that Qin Feng had been sitting on, splitting it in two. Holy fudge! You want me to turn this fiery-tempered policewoman into a gentle and obedient little lamb? Can I spend hedonist points to get rid of this quest? I'll give as many as you want. When he looked at the destroyed chair, Qin Feng felt incredibly shocked. Luckily, he had reacted quickly, otherwise his bones probably would have been broken. Director Liu, are you inside? Hurry and open the door. Director Ma, Mayor Niu, and Secretary Wang's assistant are outside. Xiao Lu's voice came from outside the door. Hearing that reinforcements had arrived, Qin Feng hurriedly went over to open the door. But how could Lu Bingbing allow Qin Feng to do as he wished? She stood with her back against the door and chillingly declared, Qin Feng, if I don't break your dog legs today, my name isn't Lu Bingbing. Aya, so you don't like your name. How about you change your surname to mine and become my wife? Qin Bingbing, eh? That doesn't sound too bad. Realizing that this fiery-tempered policewoman wasn't going to let him go, Qin Feng stopped dodging around and decided to fight her head-on. It would be a good opportunity for him to break into stage 3. You're still spouting nonsense with death staring you in the face. Take this. Lu Bingbing was so angry that the whites in her eyes were showing, and she once again sprang at Qin Feng. This time, she was much faster, and the pressure she was emitting was much stronger. Although her fists were quite small, they were filled with power and were not to be underestimated. Qin Feng countered with his own punch, but didn't use his full strength. He could tell that Lu Bingbing was a stage 2 expert, so he only used 3 times a normal person's strength. However, Lu Bingbing was unable to defend against a top-grade external technique like the Thunder Tiger Fists. She stumbled back, hitting the corner of the table, and was about to fall to the ground. Qin Feng shook his head. How could he allow such a beautiful policewoman to fall? His figure flashed as he arrived beside her and caught her with his arm around her waist. Both of their movements were quite elegant, as if they were dancing a waltz. Qin Feng had an evil smile as he looked down at Lu Bingbing. Her face was flushed and her chest heaved. Killing Qin Feng 100 times wouldn't be enough to relieve the anger that she felt. At this moment, the interrogation room's door was broken door. The 2 police officers who had shoulder charged the door fell through, as a large group of young men wearing official-looking uniforms walked in. They were all important figures from various government departments within the Acropolis city. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably feel blinded. The number of officials gathered here made it seem like there was an important meeting going on. All of them were dumbfounded, and they all looked at Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing strangely. From the outside, they could hear the sounds of fighting, so they thought that the violent Lu Bingbing was torturing Qin Feng. As such, they had decided to break down the door, but after entering, they saw Qin Feng intimately holding Lu Bingbing. They were dancing. Feng, are you all right? Qin Huang rushed in. However, after seeing Qin Feng, all of his worries disappeared. With so many people now at the scene, Qin Feng couldn't continue to take advantage of Lu Bingbing. He let go of her waist as he replied, Dad, don't worry, I'm completely fine. After the father and son talked for a bit, a few other officials walked over. Qin Feng saw Han Ying and the other 2 princes walking with them. Han Ying looked incredibly worried, while Zhou Kai and Sima too looked quite displeased. Director Liu, you don't need to look into this matter anymore. It was a misunderstanding. You can let them go now. As the director of the head bureau, Director Ma had been worried for the entire night. 10 minutes ago, he had received calls from 2 senior officials from the capital regarding the Acropolis city's Qin family. Under this sort of pressure, he didn't dare to make any mistakes. Let this brat go. Evidently, Lu Bingbing didn't care about the hierarchy. She maintained her cold and arrogant demeanor as she said, Director Ma, I have 2 pieces of evidence that are enough to make Qin Feng sit in jail for the rest of his life. How can we just let him go? Director Ma's face almost started to turn green. However, this hot-tempered little policewoman in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone felt that Lu Bingbing's background was quite mysterious, but didn't know who was backing her. However, Director Ma knew that she was from the capital's Lu family. The Liu family was a powerful family whose mysteriousness made him feel incredibly small in comparison. Director Liu, I have the say in this matter, so don't interfere anymore. Under the pressure from various sides, Director Ma decided to side with the Qin family. After all, he simply couldn't afford to offend those two senior officials. They could remove him in a matter of minutes. Lu Bingbing was so angry that her face seemed to be covered with frost. She was about to continue arguing when another group of well-dressed men walked into the interrogation room. The relatively spacious room was now filled with a crowd of important figures. Who said that we can just let this matter go? 2 people died. Can you just let that go? The new group of people was led by a white-haired old man. He was the senior figure in the Acropolis City's Hao family, Hao Long Tian. He had erupted in rage when he heard that his beloved grandson had been killed by Qin Feng, and decided to use all of the Hao family's power to deal with him. A battle between 2 large families had quietly begun. After looking around, Hao Long Tian's gaze fell on Qin Feng, and his eyes burned with fire. If he could, he would have personally killed Qin Feng on the spot. A life for a life, that's what justice is. Even if it's the Qin family's boy, he won't be able to escape the judgment of the law. The people that the Hao family had brought were all important figures, and apart from the officials from the Acropolis City, there were also some officials from the neighboring cities. In fact, there were even some people from the capital. This sort of lineup didn't lose out at all to the people the Qin family had brought. When this wave of people come in, Sima Tu and Zhou Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Half of these people had been invited by the Sima and Zhou families. There were 4 big families in the Acropolis City, and it seemed that 2 of them were about to start fighting. The Sima family and Zhou family could simply stand by and watch, but had decided to help the weaker Hao family. They were all hoping that the Qin and Hao families would suffer great losses, and that they would reap the benefits. If that happened, they would each control half of the Acropolis City. Department Head Zhao, why have you come? When he saw that even the department head Zhao from the capital had arrived, Director Ma felt that he was on the verge of collapse. He knew that in a battle between 2 large families, many different powers would be dragged in. If I didn't come, you'd be releasing a murderer. Director Ma, do you even know how to do your job? It seems that I need to report your behavior today to the higher-ups. Department Head Zhao threatened as he glared at Director Ma. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Educating the Newbie. Director Ma felt torn. Although he wanted to comply with the 2 senior officials' wishes and help the Qin family, Department Head Zhao greatly outranked him. It was simply too difficult to defend Qin Feng. In an instant, the situation greatly changed and swung in the Hao family's favor. There's nothing left to say. That little bastard Qin Feng killed my grandson Hao Yin, and there's enough evidence to prove he did it. I say we sentence him now. It'll definitely be the death sentence. The room quickly fell silent, as though Qin Feng had really been given the death sentence. The only sound that could be heard was heavy breathing, and even Qin Huang wasn't able to defend Qin Feng. A lazy and unhappy sound cut through the silence. Since you disrespected me, first by calling me a little bastard, I won't give you face either. Oi, rotten old man, what right do you have to sentence me to death? And when did you see me kill your grandson? That guy was killed by a muscular and bearded man who has already escaped. You should be hunting him down now. What did you just call me? Hao Yun's grandfather suddenly coughed as his face twisted. He pointed at Qin Feng and roared, "You little bastard! Even if you didn't kill Hao Yun, you definitely killed an old man. An evildoer like you, who would kill a defenseless old man who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, deserves 100 death sentences." Qin Feng was quite displeased that Hao Yun's grandfather was still calling him a little bastard. "Rotten old man, Don't try to play dumb. That dead old man was a top-no expert. Don't try to make him sound pitiful. If you ask me, I'd say he was probably a murderer escapee, he replied. Qin Feng wasn't speaking nonsense. He simply didn't believe that Uncle Feng had never killed anyone before. It was likely that he had killed people in the past and that he was seeking refuge. As such, he had found a backer to hide him as he evaded the police. Don't you dare slander him. That old man was my family's old butler. He was a kind soul and had no family. He was in terrible health and would be coughing and wheezing after walking only a few steps. I simply don't know how you were able to bring yourself to kill him. A look of shock flashed across Hao Yun's grandfather's face, but an angry gaze quickly replaced it. He had lied so confidently that even Qin Feng was impressed. Qin Huang silently stood at the side, observing everything. When Qin Feng mentioned that the old man was a murderer, Hao Yun's grandfather had appeared flustered for a split second, which didn't escape Qin Huang's notice. He immediately whispered to Uncle Fu next to him, and Uncle Fu disappeared like a gust of wind. It's very clear that Qin Feng killed 2 people. There's no need to defend him anymore. Department head Zhao finally spoke. Director Liu, lock this person up in your North District Subbureau while I report this evil matter to the higher-ups. We'll sentence him tomorrow. I hope you'll keep an eye on him during this time. He could tell that Lu Bingbing vehemently hated Qin Feng, which was perfect for him. He could rest assured with Qin Feng locked up here. With the matter decided, Hao Yun's grandfather left with the people he had brought. Qin Huang and the people he had brought all looked quite distressed. Feng'er, don't worry. I've already asked Uncle Fu to investigate that old man's identity. We'll try to get you out as soon as possible. It'll be hard on you tonight. Qin Huang still couldn't understand how Qin Feng could have killed Hao Yun. However, the situation was too urgent and he had no time to ask. He comforted Qin Feng for a while before taking the people he had brought and left. The battle between the Acropolis city's Qin family and Hao family had begun. Qin Huang had many things that he needed to prepare. The 2 groups of people had come and left quickly. Only Lu Bingbing and Qin Feng remained in the empty interrogation room. Director Liu, I was quite enjoying our dance just then, but it was ruined by all those people rushing in. Do you want to continue? Evidently, Qin Feng did not seem worried about his situation at all. After all, Zhang Biao had taken Hao Yun's death onto himself, and the old man definitely had dark past. Once his father did some investigating, he would be let out. As such, he happily flirted with Lu Bingbing. After all, Qin Feng had no choice. If he didn't start to lay some groundwork now for his quest to train Lu Bingbing, when would he start? When you're sentenced tomorrow, I'll personally shoot you to death. Lu Bingbing had become accustomed to Qin Feng's frivolous and hedonistic personality. She coldly glared at him as she took him to the sub-bureau's dark and damp underground jail. Steel bars surrounded every cell, and each cell was only 20 square meters in area. They were even smaller than Qin Feng's home's toilets. Get in and wait for your death. Lu Bingbing pushed Qin Feng into the innermost cell, then locked the door and left. She didn't want to spend even an extra second with Qin Feng. When she thought about him forcefully hugging her, she felt disgusted. It was completely dark in the cell, and Qin Feng stood at the door for a while as he waited for his vision to adjust. There were 6 other men squatting in the cell. They were all bare-chested, and 3 of them had tattoos on their bodies. They all looked over at Qin Feng. When the tattooed men saw Qin Feng, a look of amusement appeared on their faces. "Oi, newbie brat, do you know the rules here?" The long-haired, tattooed man coldly laughed as he asked Qin Feng. "Nope." Qin Feng shook his head. "Haha, I didn't expect you to. Your granddaddy will personally educate you on the rules here." The long-haired man's smile grew wider as he walked towards Qin Feng. There hadn't been a newbie in this cell for a long time, and the long-haired man was bored to death. After all, there had been no one to toy with. The three tattooed men had long since taken care of the other three men. "Brat, from the way you're dressed, you're probably some family's young master." Ah. The long-haired man felt the clothes Chin Feng was wearing and found that they were incredibly soft and comfortable. It was the first time he had touched such clothes before, and he knew that Chin Feng was definitely a rich young master. Haha, it doesn't matter if you're a rich young master. You can be as unruly as you want outside, but in here, you're this granddaddy's slave. You're going to massage your elder's back and feet every day, and you're going to make me feel comfortable if you don't want to be beaten. When your elder wants it, you'll offer up your cherry willingly, got it? Bullying a young master felt much more satisfying than bullying a normal person, which delighted the long-haired man. "Ooh, it's a young master? Long hair, move over, you're too short. These clothes are perfect for my height." Hearing that a rich young master had entered the cell, the remaining two tattooed men gave vulgar smiles and hurriedly came over. The three of them acted as though Chin Feng was a lamb who had landed in a pack of wolves. They temporarily ignored him and started bickering among themselves as to whose slave he should become. Chin Feng looked at the three of them and laughed, feeling that they were complete idiots. He then shifted his attention to the other three men. They were still squatting on the ground, and two of them looked quite small and weak. They weren't very old either, and they looked quite submissive, not daring to even look over at Chin Feng. It seemed that they had already been trained by the three tattooed men. The other one had a resolute-looking face and gave off a domineering air. His eyes looked quite old, as though he had seen and experienced much in the world. His head was slightly lowered, and he didn't look over to where Chin Feng was. His eyes were a little unfocused, as if he was thinking of something. "All right, stop fighting. We'll take turns wearing his clothes, and this newbie young master will be our shared slave." "That should be fine," yelled the long-haired man. "Also, your elder found this brat first, so I'll wear his clothes today. He'll be my slave today, and I want to have him alone tonight. You two can arrange whatever you want for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." This was the conclusion that the three tattooed men had reached. Chin Feng belonged to the long-haired man today, so the other two men sullenly sat back down. "Brat, hurry up and take your clothes off, and let your elder do some relaxing. After that, give your elder a massage. If I'm not happy with you, I'll make you regret it." The long-haired man's face suddenly became serious. He looked quite vicious and was trying to scare Chin Feng into submission. Chin Feng felt that this person was quite amusing. Perhaps he had been here too long, and his mind had deteriorated. Chin Feng cleaned his ears as he lightly smiled and replied, "Haha, what if this young master isn't wiling?" Not willing, haha. Then your elder will beat you up until you're willing." When he saw that Chin Feng wasn't giving in, the long-haired man didn't become angry, but instead arrogantly laughed. He pointed at the two weak-looking men who were squatting on the ground as he said, "Brat, see those two people? When they first came in, they were like you and were very disobedient. Now, they're completely submissive to your elder. If I tell them to lick my toes, they won't complain at all." Brat, you're not a young master in here. In this cell, you're just a dog." Haha, with your long hair, you look quite like a golden retriever," Chin Feng said as he laughed. The long-haired man's face became sinister as a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. "Fudge, you dare to call your elder a golden retriever? I'll kill you." Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Mysterious Man. As he spoke, the long-haired man leapt towards Chin Feng. To him, this weak young master was still trying to be arrogant even in here, so he would have to beat some sense into him. Seeing the ferocious long-haired man coming at him, Chin Feng's expression did not change. He stood his ground and did not move until the long-haired man's fist was about to reach his nose. Chin Feng punched out, fast as lightning. Qin Feng only used 4 times a normal person's strength in this punch, which accurately smashed into the long-haired man's nose. The man was sent flying as his nose shattered, and a stream of blood erupted out of it. The long-haired man crashed onto the ground with a thump. This commotion caused the other people in the cage to look over. Expressions of shock appeared on their faces as they saw the long-haired man lying unconscious on the ground. Qin Feng had acted too quickly, and the others hadn't even seen him attack. When they looked over, they only saw the long-haired man lying in a pool of blood and didn't know what had happened. The 2 weak-looking men reacted as if they had seen a ghost, and they started to tremble. There were 2 tattooed men remaining. One was bald, and the other had a wolf tattooed on his arm. They were feeling quite displeased because they couldn't enjoy Qin Feng tonight. However, they were given a big fright after seeing this scene unfold. However, very soon, the bald-headed man realized what had happened. The long-haired man was the best at fighting out of all of them, while Qin Feng looked like a weak, pretty boy. The bald-headed man concluded that Qin Feng had taken the long-haired man by surprise and knocked him over. "Fudge! You dare to sneak attack Longhair? Do you want to die? Hurry up and kowtow 3 times. Otherwise your elder's going to kill you." The bald-headed man wasn't in a hurry to deal with Qin Feng. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qin Feng, but because the long-haired man was unconscious, he could have Qin Feng to himself tonight. He hadn't experienced a tender and good-looking man like Qin Feng in a while, so he didn't want to injure Qin Feng too much. Even if he had to beat him up, he would do it after he satisfied him. There are quite a few madmen in this jail. Do you want to become like him as well? Qin Feng said as he lightly smiled. "God damn, brat, you don't know what's good for you. I gave you the opportunity, but you're not taking it, so your elder will smack you to death." As he spoke, the bald-headed man charged over ferociously. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, then lightly kicked, sending the bald-headed man flying. His head smashed into the firm wall, knocking him out instantly. The others hadn't seen what had happened to the long-haired man, but everyone saw clearly what had happened to the bald-headed man. The remaining man with the wolf tattoo on his arm felt his legs weaken. He was a veteran in brawling, but it was the first time he had seen someone so powerful before. Qin Feng beating someone up looked as effortless as him killing a mosquito. Although he feared Qin Feng deep down, he maintained a tough exterior. He slightly trembled as he said, "I'll have you know, your elders learnt martial arts before. If you don't obediently listen to me..." Qin Feng couldn't bear to watch this man try to act tough while shaking. Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Feng's leg swept out, and just like the bald-headed man, the man with the wolf tattoo flew through the air and hit his head on the wall, and also fainted on the spot. This 3-versus-1 battle seemed to have finished before it even began. The remaining 3 people who were squatting on the ground looked at Qin Feng with strange expressions. This was especially so for the 2 weak-looking men. They were so scared that they uncontrollably trembled. However, a light lit up within the eyes of the man with the weathered face, and he looked at Qin Feng with great interest. "Be big brother, I'm called Little Ma. I can give you massages and clean the cell. Just please don't hit me." "Big brother, I'm called Little Yuan. I can do those things too, so please don't beat me. I'll do whatever you say." The 2 weak-looking men kneeled in front of Qin Feng. They were frequently oppressed and bullied by the 3 tattooed men, and they never thought an even stronger person would come along. They were so scared that their faces became slightly green, and they wished they could die. They both mourned as to why their lives were so difficult. Qin Feng looked at the 2 men and shook his head and ignored them. He walked over to the man with the weathered face and sat down next to him. "How come you're not begging me like them?" Since Qin Feng had entered the cell, he had been interested in this middle-aged man. He looked about as old as his father, and his face was incredibly weathered, as if he had seen much in life. The man didn't answer Qin Feng's question, and instead asked him, "What's your name?" After staring in surprise for a moment, Qin Feng truthfully replied, "Qin Feng." An expression of shock appeared on the man's face as his unfathomable eyes lit up. He stared at Qin Feng fixedly as he asked, "The capital's Qin family?" Qin Feng suddenly became wary, because his grandfather held the power in the capital's Qin family. It was also why the Acropolis city's Qin family could be so powerful. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng shook his head and replied, "The Acropolis city's Qin family." Acropolis city's Qin family? After hearing this, the man lapsed into silence for a few moments before replying, "Your father's called Qin Huang? Your grandfather's called Qin Shitian?" It was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. It wasn't a big deal that this man knew about his dad. After all, he was incredibly famous in the Acropolis city. However, the capital's Qin family was incredibly mysterious, and even Qin Feng didn't know much about it. How could this man call out his father and his mysterious grandfather's names so casually? Evidently, he seemed to have some understanding of the Qin family. Qin Feng was quite surprised as he asked, "You know me? What relationship do you have with my Qin family?" The man let out a long breath, as if he had been relieved from a burden. He carefully reached into his pockets and dug around for a while before taking out a small wooden box and handing it to Qin Feng. "Take this and keep it safe. It'll save your family when the Qin family faces destruction." After seeing the man dig around in his pockets for a while and take out a crappy-looking wooden box, Qin Feng couldn't help but look down on it. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard the words the man spoke, which caused his sword-like eyebrows to deeply frown. "What's this?" Qin Feng took the black wooden box. He was about to open it when the man suddenly grabbed his hand. The man's hand was covered with scars and felt like a clamp. It tightly gripped Qin Feng's hand, and although Qin Feng tried to use his full strength to break free, he couldn't budge an inch. In that instant, Qin Feng felt incredibly dumbfounded. He had 6 times a normal person's strength, and was quite confident in his strength. He had defeated all of the opponents he had faced. However, in front of this mysterious man, Qin Feng felt that he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Leave it to me. Don't be anxious. I don't bear any ill will towards you. It's just that you shouldn't open this box right now. After leaving here, find a safe place to store it. Only after you possess absolute strength should you open it, the man said in a low voice to Qin Feng. After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, and the man let go of his hand. Qin Feng looked at the black wooden box in his hand, and couldn't even start to guess what it contained. However, he couldn't just put it in his pocket like the man. Suddenly, the little pig's voice sounded out, "Master, master, you can put this black box in the system." It was the first time Qin Feng had seen this lazy little pig so excited. "I thought the system can only store things that belong to the system," Qin Feng said in confusion. "The thing in this black box has a mysterious connection to the system, so hurry up and put it in the system, master." The little pig acted in a threatening manner, as if it was very eager for Qin Feng to put the box in the system. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the black box disappeared and then appeared in the system's inventory. The little pig excitedly played with the black box. It seemed to like the box as well and valued it greatly. "I don't know your name yet." After putting the box away, Qin Feng was quite curious about the man, so he started to ask him questions. "I'm called Codename Y." Codename Y. Qin Feng was a bit confused by this name. Just think of it as a code name from the finest and most mysterious organization in all of China. Don't look down on these code names, because behind every code name is a world-shaking major event. Any person from the organization is able to create a reign of terror and carnage. As he spoke, Codename Wise Eye seemed to become a bit hazy. It seemed like he was reminiscing as he spoke. He didn't give off the feeling of boasting. After hearing all that, although Qin Feng didn't completely understand, he could feel that Codename Y was an important person. Then why were you caught and locked up here? I wasn't caught. I happened to discover my leader's secret and betrayed the organization. As such, in order to hide from the organization, I attacked someone to hide in here. While Qin Feng chatted with Codename Y, Captain Liu was cautiously taking an important phone call in an office of the North District Subbureau. Xiao Liu, do you remember all the things I've entrusted you with? Hao Yun's grandfather said in a sinister voice. Although he couldn't see him, Xiao Liu could imagine his vicious face. Xiao Liu hurriedly patted his chest as he promised. Don't worry, Sir Hao, leave it to me. After tonight, Qin Feng won't exist in this world anymore. After hearing this reassurance from Xiao Liu, Hao Yun's grandfather gradually calmed down. He knew that Qin Huang was investigating Uncle Feng's background, and with the Qin family's power, he would definitely discover something sooner or later. When that happened, it was almost certain that Qin Feng would be released. As such, Hao Yun's grandfather contacted Captain Liu of the North District Subbureau to secretly get rid of Qin Feng before that happened. After hanging up, Captain Liu let out a long breath of relief. When did a small figure like him ever have the opportunity to talk to an important figure from the Acropolis cities, 4 big families? Although it was only talking through the phone, Captain Liu's entire body was covered with cold sweat. This was because if he said anything wrong, he might not live to see the next day. After quickly calming himself down, Captain Liu's face became serious. He saw that it was nearly 1 a.m., and he started to walk towards the underground jail. Captain Liu quietly walked down to the underground jail and entered cell 8. Inside was a thug he knew. It would be perfect for him to ask this person to get rid of Qin Feng. As soon as the cell's door was opened, a muscular and bald-headed man grinned and hurried over. It was Tai Meng, who Qin Feng had screwed over a few days ago. Big brother Liu, why have you come? Meng Zi, have you become used to staying here? Captain Liu had received quite a few favors from Tai Meng in the past, and the two of them were fair-weather friends. Seeing that Captain Liu had come to find him in the middle of the night, Tai Meng felt quite excited. Big brother Liu, who could become used to staying in jail, are you here to let your bro out? Tai Meng looked at Captain Liu in hope. I can't just let you out right now, because a fiery-tempered female deputy director just came. She's incredibly strict, so I can't do whatever I want. Captain Liu patted Tai Meng's shoulder as his expression became serious, and he said in a low voice, however, there's an opportunity for you. If you do it well, Big Bro here not only guarantees that you can get out tomorrow, but that you'll achieve meteoric success. Big brother Liu, is there really such a good thing? Tai Meng was so excited that his eyes almost became red as he stared at Captain Liu. When has Big Bro ever lied to you? I'll tell you the truth. It was the Hao family's elder who gave this order. The Hao family's elder was an incredibly important person. Tai Meng was instantly interested. How could he give up such a rare opportunity? Tai Meng immediately expressed his interest. Big brother Liu, what is it? I'll do anything. Captain Liu didn't dally. He whispered to Tai Meng. You know the Qin family's hedonistic young master, Qin Feng? He killed the Hao family's young master Yin, and the Hao family's elder was completely infuriated. He wants us to kill Qin Feng tonight. Qin Feng? Upon hearing this name, Tai Meng reacted as if he had been shocked by lightning. His whole body shuddered. His gaze instantly became dark and cold. He was in jail because of that Qin Feng, and there was an opportunity for him to take revenge, then be released and receive the Hao family's favor. Tai Meng simply had no reason to give up this opportunity that would bring eternal rewards. He immediately agreed. Big brother Liu, you found the right person for this. There's hatred between me and Qin Feng, so don't worry. Tonight will be the night that brat dies. Very good. Do you need me to help you find some helpers? Captain Lu's expression also became dark as he coldly asked, Big Brother Lu, which cell is that brat in? Tai Meng felt that he alone was enough to take care of Qin Feng, that hedonistic young master. However, just to make sure everything went to plan, it would be better for him to take a few people with him. Because of all the years he had spent as a thug, he had quite a few connections. He knew half of the people in this jail, and if Qin Feng was locked up with people he knew, that would save a lot of trouble for him. Cell 12, the innermost cell on the right-hand side, Captain Lu replied. Then there's no need. I have 3 bros in there. The 4 of us are enough to take Qin Feng's life. Tai Meng knew that in Cell 12 there was the long-haired man, bald-headed man, and the man with the wolf tattoo. He patted his chest and assured Captain Lu the job would be done. Seeing that Tai Meng was so confident, Captain Lu didn't say much and led him to Cell 12. Qin Feng and Codename Y were still chatting. Qin Feng had learned many shocking things from Codename Y and had received much information about some hidden experts. After hearing about those things, Qin Feng realized that he didn't have that much strength. Moreover, he could tell that this Codename Y was an important person in the past, and perhaps even Uncle Fu wouldn't be able to put up a fight in front of him. There are people coming. Sit away from me. Remember, you must keep that box safe. I hope we can meet again in future. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Are you all crazy? Only now did Qin Feng hear the footsteps approaching the door. Kacha! The cell's door was pushed open, and Qin Feng saw a tall and well-built man walk in. The man was bald, and his head glimmered in the dark cell. After the bald-headed man walked in, the cell was once again locked. Qin Feng looked at the man's face and found that it was Tai Meng, the man who had boasted that he had killed people before. In an instant, Qin Feng's expression became cold. This was because he sensed some danger. It was unlikely that Tai Meng had been sent in here at this time of the night for no reason. There was definitely someone who had arranged for him to come here for a purpose. As soon as Tai Meng entered, he looked around, and when he saw Qin Feng, his face lit up with a delighted smile. Ha, young Master Qin, we meet again. In Tai Meng's eyes, Qin Feng was just a hedonistic young master who only knew how to play. He believed that Qin Feng was weaker than a girl, and it would take perhaps 2 slaps to kill him. Tai Meng was in jail because of Qin Feng. However, he was not in a rush to teach him a lesson. He wanted to first humiliate this high and mighty young master to satisfy himself. Oh, so it's Brother Baldy. I never thought we'd be linked by fate and would even meet here. Qin Feng was even less in a hurry. After all, he wasn't sure what was happening and wanted to get some information from Tai Meng. Qin Feng. Oh, Qin Feng. I'm surprised by your stupidity. Do you really think your elder was coincidentally placed in this cell? In a while, you'll really have died without knowing what's going on. After hearing Qin Feng still dared to call him Baldy, Tai Meng's expression darkened as he violently gazed at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng saw Codename Y shoot him a look, silently asking Qin Feng whether he needed his help. Qin Feng quickly shook his head imperceptibly. If Codename Y attacked, Tai Meng would die before he even realized what had happened. Brother Baldy, this young master can't exactly understand your words. Does someone want to kill me? In order to find out the identity of the mastermind behind all this, Qin Feng had to play dumb. The stupid Tai Meng couldn't tell, and started to laugh at Qin Feng's idiocy. Qin Feng, since you're about to die, your elder might as well tell you. The Hao family's elder sent me to get rid of you. Once I do that, I'll be released and will rise to meteoric success by following him. Tai Meng started to laugh uproariously in the cell as he looked at Qin Feng with condescension. There's also something else. What I said at the Royal Hotel wasn't a joke. Your elders killed people before, and isn't afraid to do it again. Haha, I'm so afraid, Qin Feng replied as he coldly laughed. It turned out that his guess was right. Tai Meng had been sent by the Hao family. However, Qin Feng didn't believe that Tai Meng would be released after killing him and would achieve meteoric success. With the Hao family's elder's personality, he would be killed to be silenced. Since he had already gained the information he wanted, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with Tai Meng. After seeing how arrogantly he was acting, Qin Feng decided to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. However, Qin Feng didn't even have to act. He kicked the long-haired man on the ground, causing him to wake up. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. When he woke up, the long-haired man was still thinking about being sent flying by Qin Feng's kick. He crawled up in fear as he begged for mercy. After seeing the long-haired man acting so crazily, Tai Meng went over and hit him. Long hair, why are you acting so crazy at night? Only then did the long-haired man come back to his senses. He completely ignored Tai Meng as he looked around. When he saw Qin Feng sitting there, coldly staring at him, he was so scared that he started to tremble. The commotion the long-haired man caused resulted in the other tattooed men also being woken up. After they woke up, they didn't beg for mercy like the long-haired man, but still hurriedly looked over to Qin Feng and were scared into silence. Tai Meng thought the three of them had fallen asleep. Seeing them wake up, he laughed as he said to them, "Brothers, I'll tell you a piece of good news. A higher-up wants Qin Feng dead. So if the four of us finish this job, we'll be able to get out of jail tomorrow and go drinking together." The three of them quickly recognized Tai Meng. They weren't very close, but because they were all part of the underworld, they often went drinking together. After hearing that Tai Meng wanted to kill Qin Feng, the expressions of the three men darkened. They hurriedly distanced themselves from Tai Meng and looked at him in disgust. If he wanted to die, he could die alone. The three tattooed men had all personally experienced how strong Qin Feng was. They couldn't receive a single blow from him before being knocked unconscious. How could they dare to offend him again? The long-haired man was the first to react and made it clear that he wasn't with Tai Meng. Tai Meng, why are you spouting nonsense in the middle of the night? Piss off back to your own cell. Otherwise, the three of us won't show you any courtesy. The bald-headed man and man with the wolf tattoo also started to yell. Fudge, Tai Meng, what's wrong with your brain? Young Master Qin is our boss. If you want to do anything to him, you'll have to get through us first. The three men were worried that Qin Feng would misunderstand and think they were working with Tai Meng. As such, they stopped wasting words and sprang towards Tai Meng. Before Tai Meng had realized what was happening, he had been beaten black and blue by the other three men. Fudge, are you all crazy? I wanted to help you guys, but you... After being beaten up for no reason, Tai Meng was so angry that he wanted to cough up blood. He was so angry that he started yelling. But before he could finish, the long-haired man stuffed his mouth with a dirty sock. Fudge, you still dare to ramble? It seems like you've grown tired of living if you dare to have thoughts about our young Master Qin. Brothers, we'll beat this guy to death tonight. The three tattooed men used all of their strength in beating up Tai Meng and didn't pretend at all. They were simply too afraid of Qin Feng misunderstanding the situation. In the end, the three of them gave Tai Meng such a harsh beating that their fists ached. Tai Meng's face was covered with blood, and he was on his last breath. All right, that's enough. He'll really die if you continue. After seeing that Tai Meng couldn't even cry out anymore, Qin Feng ordered the three men to stop. The three men immediately let out long breaths and weakly sat down on the ground. The two weak-looking people had been so shocked that they couldn't even speak, and they looked as if their eyes were going to pop out. Weren't these the incredibly arrogant and domineering tattooed brothers? Right now, they seemed like Qin Feng's dogs, and they were incredibly humble and respectful. The two of them were completely flabbergasted. Code name Wise Expression hadn't changed. He had closed his eyes, and it was hard to tell if he was asleep or thinking about something. The night passed without any further incidents. Early the next day, Hao Yun's grandfather brought a group of people to the North District Sub-Bureau. Captain Lu had long since been waiting at the entrance to the police station, and he immediately smiled and greeted the old man as he came over. "Ah, Sir Hao, you're here." Hao Yun's grandfather was in no mood to waste words with Captain Lu. He immediately cut to the chase. "Xiao Lu, has the matter been taken care of?" Qin Feng had killed his beloved grandson, and he hated Qin Feng to his bones. He hadn't slept the entire night and had come early in the morning, eager to see Qin Feng's corpse. "Don't worry, Sir Hao. I've arranged for someone to take care of it. I'll take you there now." Captain Lu hadn't gone to check for himself, but he thought that even if Qin Feng was a monster, he would definitely be dead by the hands of Tai Meng and the three tattooed men working together. As such, he confidently led Hao Yun's grandfather towards the jail. As they reached the underground jail, a damp and moldy smell hung in the air. How could someone of Hao Yun's grandfather's status come to a place like this? However, he completely disregarded the environment and followed Captain Lu to cell 12. Kacha! Captain Lu knew that the Hao family's elder was in a hurry to see Qin Feng's corpse, so he quickly opened the door. After stepping into the cell, Captain Lu and the Hao family's elder could only see the outlines of people, but not their faces. A person was lying on the ground with a pool of blood around him. Captain Lu suddenly became excited as he ran over to the person on the ground. It was evident that it was Qin Feng. "Look, Sir Hao, this person is definitely Qin Feng, since I promised Sir Hao that Qin Feng would die." Seeing the unmoving Qin Feng on the ground, Captain Lu was convinced that Qin Feng had been killed by Tai Meng. "Tai Meng, hurry up and come over. Sir Hao's here. You've done him a great deed by killing Qin Feng." Captain Lu called out to Tai Meng, but received no response. Suddenly, Captain Lu felt that something was off, and he hurriedly flipped over the person on the ground. He looked at his bloodied face and became so scared that he fell to the ground. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out. "Haha, you old thing. Who would have thought that you'd be so concerned about me that you'd come to see this young master so early in the morning? I'm quite touched." Hearing this voice, Hao Yun's grandfather's body trembled. The voice was incredibly familiar. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't dead? He wasn't dead? Chapter 65. Chapter 65, A Shocking Punch. The realization that Qin Feng wasn't dead felt like a bomb exploding in the Hao family's elder's head. He had heard Captain Lu continuously promise that Qin Feng would be killed, and he also believed that Qin Feng was dead. However, seeing Qin Feng was standing in front of him, looking perfectly fine, the Hao family's elder was so enraged that his wrinkles started to tremble. "You rotten old thing. What are you trembling for so early in the morning? You came to see if I'm dead, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but this young master won't be killed so easily. Also, I can let you in on a seeker. Hao Yun was killed by this young master, but what can you do about it?" The Hao family's elder was angry to the point of vomiting blood. Qin Feng's eyes shot out a chilling light as he continued. "From what I know, Hao Yun, that piece of trash, forced 32 female students into bed with him. 2 of them committed suicide, 5 of them reported the matter to police, and 25 of them, because they couldn't get over what happened, ended up going into prostitution. However, you used the Hao family's power to suppress all of that, and allowed Hao Yun to continue doing whatever he likes. I admit I'm not some sort of righteous person, and I'm also quite dissolute. However, even a beast wouldn't be able to do those sorts of disgusting things. As one of the Acropolis city's 4 princes, Qin Feng seemed to get along with the other 3 princes in public, but their relationship was incredibly rocky. In order to protect himself, Qin Feng had long since asked Uncle Fu to investigate each of the other 3 princes. He had found that out of all of them, Hao Yun had committed the most evil deeds. Before, Qin Feng was just a hedonistic young master and was quite uncaring and aloof. However, after obtaining the system, which gave him many quests related to the beauties around him, he started becoming more involved with them. Lin Bei, whose life was so difficult, Zhao Lingxian, who was so proud yet lonely, Bai Qing, who was cold yet hurt, Yun Xiao, who acted strong but was quite weak deep down. All of them had their own stories, and when Qin Feng entered their stories and became the main character, he had started to develop feelings for them. Qin Feng felt quite pleased after thinking back to the fact that he had killed Hao Yun. As Qin Feng rambled about all of the evil deeds Hao Yun had done, the Hao family's elder's face became incredibly sinister, and his withered hands shook uncontrollably. "Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Your elder's going to personally kill you today." Suddenly, the Hao family's elder became berserk, and his face twisted savagely as he rushed towards Captain Liu and grabbed the gun at his waist. He gripped the gun with both hands and pointed at Qin Feng, then immediately released the safety and pulled the trigger. A muffled bang sounded out. The Hao family's elder had really shot at Qin Feng. The gunshot terrified everyone within the cell, and even Codename Y revealed a rare look of anxiousness as he looked at Qin Feng. However, seeing him standing there, completely fine, he soon calmed down. Perhaps no one else saw Qin Feng's movements, but Codename Y clearly saw that the instant the gun fired, Qin Feng tilted his head, easily dodging the bullet. From Codename Y's analysis of Qin Feng's speed, he determined that he was at least a stage 5 external expert. Codename Y's eyes shone. Qin Feng was still incredibly young, and yet had reached this sort of level. He was a cultivation genius who would only appear once in 100 years. A stage 5 external expert could release one, 5 times a normal person's speed. Qin Feng was only a stage 2 expert, which gave him one, 2 times a normal person's speed, and the reason he could achieve such a speed was because he had consumed 2 speed potions, which gave him one, 4 times a normal person's speed. This was the first time Qin Feng had attempted to dodge a bullet, and with the Hao family's elder standing so close to him, he couldn't help but put all of his effort into dodging. He had taken off the flying dragon armor on his body, releasing one, 6 times a normal person's speed that shocked even Codename Y. However, even with one, 6 times a normal person's speed, trying to dodge a bullet at such close range was still a difficult feat if it wasn't for the fact that the Hao family's elder was quite old, and his hands were trembling out of anger. It would have been incredibly difficult for Qin Feng to dodge the bullet. As such, the bullet's trajectory was a bit skewed to begin with, which made it easier for Qin Feng to dodge it. However, how could any of the other people see what had happened? They only saw that the Hao family's elder had shot at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was perfectly fine and didn't even move. This scared the wits out of the 3 tattooed brothers. They inwardly rejoiced that they hadn't tried to kill Qin Feng with Tai Meng. That would have been suicide. As for the 2 weak-looking men, their eyes rolled up as they fainted. The Hao family's elder looked at Qin Feng aghast. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng was still alive and looking perfectly fine. Qin Feng suddenly moved and came to the Hao family's elder in the blink of an eye. He had actually dared to point and shoot a gun at Qin Feng. This made him incredibly furious. The consequences would be severe. He unhesitatingly punched out and smashed into the old man's face. With a bang, the Hao family's elder flew out. The bag of old bones nearly collapsed as he hit the ground. "Don't think that I wouldn't hit you just because you're old." Qin Feng calmly spoke after landing that domineering punch. He definitely wouldn't show mercy to an evildoer like the Hao family's elder. What's more, this old man had tried to silence him in jail. There was no need for Qin Feng to give him face. These incredibly shocking turns of events left Captain Lu completely dumbfounded, and his eyes were full of dismay. His mouth was wide open and could probably fit 2 big goose eggs. He knew Qin Feng's background and knew that there was some conflict between the Qin family and Hao family. However, he never thought that someone would dare to hit the Hao family's elder. He was sure that even Qin Huang wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. However, Qin Feng had attacked, and savagely at that. He didn't put the Hao family's elder in his eyes at all. Captain Lu looked at Qin Feng's overbearing and domineering figure and felt that he hadn't punched the old man out of arrogance, but because he possessed the strength to do so. "Qin Feng, why you dare to goddamn punch me?" The Hao family's elder pointed at Qin Feng and roared in disbelief. He was a sorry figure on the ground, and his entire body was covered with dirt and dust. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before gradually recovering. At this moment, footsteps rumbled out as a large group of people brought by the Hao family and Qin family rushed over. The people from both parties were dumbfounded after seeing the scene before them. Only after staring in shock for a while did Hao Yun's father, Hao Nan, rush over to the Hao family's elder, Hao Long Tian, and help him up. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, The Han Family. "Oh, Dad, what's going on? Who hit you like this?" Hao Nan was completely flabbergasted as he looked around him. There was no one in this jail who would dare to hit the Hao family's elder. He even wondered if it was his dad who had tripped over and ended up like this. Nan, hurry, and kill that Qin Feng. I want to see him die." Seeing that his family's people had arrived, the Hao family's elder started to become emotional. He pressed his hand against his aching chest and, after coughing, spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. When they saw that their elder was coughing up blood, the faces of the Hao family's people all darkened, becoming more savage than a demon's. "Dad, it couldn't have been that bastard Qin Feng who hurt you like this?" Hao Nan asked in surprise. "Don't waste time. Just hurry up and get rid of that Qin Feng for me." The Hao family's elder didn't have the face to admit it in front of so many people and demanded that Qin Feng be killed. Looking around, the Hao family saw that out of everyone present, only Qin Feng had the guts to hit their family's elder. Hao Nan instantly became furious and didn't say anything as he swung his fist towards Qin Feng. He had been in the military before, and in order to train his body, he had learned many self-defense techniques. Hao Nan was certain they would be enough to deal with this hedonistic young master. His big fist soon arrived right in front of Qin Feng's eyes, and the ruthlessness on his face was plain for all to see. He was probably aiming to take out one of Qin Feng's eyes with this punch. At this very moment, Qin Feng acted. He threw a simple punch, but it was incredibly fast. Most of the people present weren't able to see it clearly. It looked like a shadowy blur to them. Following this, Hao Nan's large body flew backwards. Only when Hao Nan's body heavily landed on the ground with a thump did everyone else come back to their senses. Everyone was staring with widened eyes, even Qin Huang. It was as if he didn't recognize Qin Feng anymore. Uncle Fu's eyes shone. He hadn't seen Qin Feng in a week, but it seemed that he had become many times stronger. "Qin Feng, you actually dare to attack someone in public. Department Head Zhao, you also saw that. I believe that such a dangerous person to society should be executed right away." The Hao family's people were immediately outraged. They continuously pointed and cursed at Qin Feng, making him feel as though his ears were becoming calloused. He thought to the little pig and the fireball it could release once per month. If he could evolve the little pig, it would be able to shoot out fireballs whenever it wanted to. It would be able to open its mouth and burn these people to ashes. That would make things a lot simpler. Department Head Zhao had come to help the Hao family, so when he saw that Qin Feng was unhesitatingly attacking them so openly, he felt as if Qin Feng was slapping his face. He furiously came over to Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, the evidence of you killing people is undeniable, and now you're attacking and injuring innocents. I'm going to take you to the capital for sentencing. No, Feng isn't guilty, so he can't go with you to the capital. Qin Huang's face fell as he stepped out, trying to stop him. After having experienced the battlefield of business and politics for many years, Qin Huang naturally knew what Department Head Zhao was thinking. If Qin Feng was taken away, he would probably be killed along the way. Qin Huang, although you're the Acropolis City's Chamber of Commerce representative and have contributed much to the city economically, it's a fact that Qin Feng has killed people. I hope you won't continue to try to defend him. Otherwise, I'll arrest you as well. Department Head Zhao was feeling quite angry and did not give Qin Huang any face. He was determined to bring Qin Feng away. Qin Huang's face slowly darkened, and he glanced at Uncle Fu, who immediately produced a stack of documents and handed them to him. Qin Huang opened the documents and showed them to Department Head Zhao. Department Head Zhao, according to my investigations, the old man who Qin Feng accidentally killed wasn't like who the Hao family's elder said he was. He wasn't the Hao family's butler. He was a murderer who killed 6 people in the southeast region 3 years ago. The national fugitive who killed an entire family, Zhang Fei. After looking through the documents Qin Huang had handed to him, a look of surprise flashed in Department Head Zhao's eyes, but his expression soon turned icy again. How do I know that these documents aren't fake? Even if it was a case 3 years ago, it will take some time to determine if that old man really was a murderer. However, even you saw Qin Feng attacking innocents, so I'm still going to take him to the capital. If anyone tries to stop me, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I'll take them as well. The Hao family had already told Department Head Zhao about Uncle Feng's background. Now that Qin Huang had discovered Uncle Feng's identity as well, Department Head Zhao was in even more of a rush to take Qin Feng away. His oppressive words left the people from the Qin family not knowing what to say. They could only watch Department Head Zhao prepare to take Qin Feng away, as they desperately tried to think of ideas. Hold it. I'll see who dares to take away Qin Feng today. At this incredibly crucial moment, a strong and steady voice rang out. Everyone looked over to the entrance of the jail and saw a tall and sturdy man. Next to him was a beautiful woman with curled hair, who was also quite tall and had a fiery figure. They were unhurriedly walking towards the rest of them. When they came closer, the crowd saw who these 2 people were. It was one of the most powerful men in Jincheng City, Old Han and his daughter, Han Ying. The Hans were a family of high-ranking officials. Han Ying's grandfather was an illustrious politician in the capital and an upright senior official who wielded much power. Her father was also quite influential and powerful, and only had a single daughter, Han Ying. However, Han Ying wasn't interested in politics and the government, but was fascinated by the business market. She was hailed as the beautiful business genius of Jincheng City. As such, the Han family's power was not to be looked down upon. Although they were relatively new to the business world, this was precisely why Han Ying had come to the Acropolis City, to make an alliance with the Qin family. She also made it clear that the Han family was going to support and protect Qin Feng. Department Head Zhao, long time no see. What have you been busy with these days? Old Han came over to Department Head Zhao and gave him an amicable smile. However, Department Head Zhao was unable to smile back. The instant he saw Old Han, he knew the power he represented. Senior official Han held an incredible amount of power, and even Department Head Zhao had to reconsider whether it was worth offending the Han family over the Hao family. Even if I'm busy, I can't be as busy as Big Brother Han. Department Head Zhao forced out a smile as he looked at Old Han and asked, Big Brother Han, why have you come here? Department Head Zhao tried to veil his words, but everyone could tell what he was trying to say. Old Han's smile became even brighter as he replied, Department Head Zhao, you might have misunderstood. I'm not here to do much. It's my darling daughter who's interested in Qin Feng and knows that someone framed him. She called my old man, who threw a fit of rage and even cursed at me, then commanded me to come over. Department head Zhao, you understand now, right? Who couldn't understand what old Han had just said? No one expected that the #1 beauty of Jincheng City would have become interested in the Qin family's hedonistic young master. And now, for her little lover, Han Ying had even brought her grandpa into this. It seemed very likely that there would be a marriage alliance between the Qin and Han family. Their family's ideal son-in-law was about to be framed, sentenced, and executed. How could senior official Han sit idle? He was determined to get involved in this matter and get Qin Feng out of this. Everyone looked completely shocked, while Qin Feng looked at the lovely and charming Han Ying with great interest. He never thought that Han Ying would have gone begging to her grandpa to protect him. Moreover, she had even used the excuse that she liked him to force her grandpa's hand. Qin Feng now knew that he would become inextricably tangled with Han Ying. Fortunately, there was the quest to conquer Han Ying. Having such a powerful and beautiful woman by his side would be quite a good thing. Department head Zhao's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, feeling incredibly conflicted. After a while, he gave a smile as he made his decision. Old Han, I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. When you've got time in the capital, remember to come and find me. Department head Zhao patted old Han's shoulder as he walked out of the jail. Under the pressure from the Han and Qin family, he decided to cast aside the Hao family. After department head Zhao left, the Hao family's people deflated like balloons and didn't say anything further. Qin Huang asked Director Ma to take care of the paperwork for releasing Qin Feng from jail, then smiled as he walked over to old Han as he said, Big Brother Han, this time it was all thanks to your Han family. If you need our help with anything, please don't hold back. Old Han and Qin Huang were only normal acquaintances and didn't have much of a relationship. He had only helped Qin Feng because her daughter had repeatedly begged him and her grandfather, so he replied, Little brother Qin Huang, you should thank my daughter. This was the first time that I saw my daughter so sad over a man, to the point that she went crying to her grandpa. Qin Feng, remember to never let down Ying. Otherwise, I'll personally arrest you and lock you up for life. Old Han was more concerned about his daughter, and he suddenly glared at Qin Feng as he gave him a warning. Qin Feng felt incredibly helpless. The instant he had obtained the hedonist sovereign system, he knew that he would become involved with many women. If old Han found that he had many other women, wouldn't he come with an army to destroy him? Han Ying looked at Qin Feng's conflicted expression and suddenly felt a little frustrated. She hurriedly came over and angrily glared at her father as she said, Dad, I won't allow you to threaten Qin Feng. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Starting as a sales representative. Ho, girl, you're throwing your dad away now that you've got someone you like? It seems that I've raised an ingrate. The quibbling between the father and daughter was quite amusing and caused everyone from the Qin family to relax. The sight of the other side, smiling and laughing, made the Hao family's people feel like vomiting up blood. After helping up Hao Long Tian and Hao Nan, they awkwardly left. Director Ma quickly completed the paperwork allowing for Qin Feng's release. Since this matter has been resolved, Ying and I will be leaving now. Qin Feng suffered quite a bit through this ordeal, so you should go home and rest up for a few days. If there's anything you need, just come find me. Seeing that everything was fine now, old Han prepared to take his daughter back to Jincheng City with him. However, Han Ying looked quite unwilling, and she suddenly ran over to Qin Feng, hugged his arm, and said, Dad, you can go back by yourself. I haven't finished organizing our business alliance, so I need to stay in Acropolis City for a little longer. Old Han joking replied, As I see it, you just don't want to leave Qin Feng. Stop making excuses. Old Han then looked at Qin Huang gravely as he said in a serious manner, Little brother Qin Huang, I'll have to trouble you to look after Ying. Please don't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, big brother Han. Our Qin residence has plenty of rooms. Ying can come stay with us, and I'll help her with the business matters. From now on, Ying will also be my daughter. With these words from Qin Huang, old Han was finally able to relax. He only had this one darling daughter, so he especially treasured her. After saying goodbye to the Qin family's people, old Han returned to Jincheng City. Qin Huang brought Qin Feng and Han Ying to his Mercedes-Benz, where Uncle Fu was waiting. The four of them then drove towards the Qin residence. After returning to the Qin residence, Uncle Fu went to arrange matters for the battle with the Hao family. Qin Huang organized for Han Ying to stay at a villa close by. That 3-story villa had previously been empty, but now it was her personal villa. Standing on the terrace on the top floor, Han Ying's cute and charming expression disappeared, as a look of amusement appeared on her face. She had found that Qin Feng was completely different to the information she had collected, but she hadn't truly fallen for him. Before, she had put on an act to mislead everyone else, making them believe that she truly liked Qin Feng. She had even involved her father and grandfather to protect Qin Feng. Han Ying had executed her plan perfectly. Apart from Qin Feng, who somewhat suspected Han Ying, everyone else thought that she was head over heels for him. Just like that, Han Ying had indirectly taken the Qin family hostage. Even if Qin Huang didn't want to cooperate with Han Ying, that option wasn't available to him anymore. In order to expand the Han family's business empire, Han Ying had resorted to all means available to her and had come up with many devious plans. In the end, she still saved Qin Feng, and the Han family allying with the Qin family would be beneficial to both of them. Feng heir, now that everything's settled down, tell me, why did you act so rashly? Qin Huang and Qin Feng were sitting in the main villa's living room on the 3rd floor. Although Qin Feng was hedonistic and unbridled, Qin Huang knew that he was an impulsive person and that he could act rationally. Qin Huang was quite surprised that he would kill Hao Yun in public. That night, Hao Yun called me over to the Amethyst Dragon Palace and schemed with the other 2 princes to entrap me. I was forced to fight with Uncle Feng, but luckily I had learned powerful external techniques from my master. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Uncle Feng. In my anger, I killed Uncle Feng and Hao Yun. Qin Feng went over the events from that night. Some of the details were true, while others were not. It wasn't that he wanted to lie to his father, but that this matter involved Zhang Biao and the hedonist sovereign system. He simply didn't want to reveal too much. After listening to Qin Feng's side of the story, Qin Huang felt that there were some things that he had left out. However, Qin Huang believed that those things were related to his son's mysterious master and sect, so he didn't ask any further. Since the situation's like that, I won't say anything else. The Hao family has indeed committed countless atrocities, so it could be said that our Qin family has done the public a service. Qin Huang then deeply sighed. Although he didn't fear the Hao family, they were still quite a significant one. This battle was sure to cause the Qin family to suffer considerable losses. Feng heir, although you've come back safely this time, the Hao family will definitely try to attack you from the shadows. In the future, you need to be more careful. Actually, how about you stop going to university for a while and come work at the royal group? No way, Dad. Do you really trust me to go to work? You're not worried I'd destroy the entire company? After experiencing such a carefree lifestyle, Qin Feng didn't want to work. Qin Huang glared at Qin Feng as he replied, "You want to destroy the royal group? You'll have to possess the ability first. I'm not going to let you in by the back door. You'll start at the sales department as a sales representative." Dad, did you pick me up from the rubbish dump? Qin Feng could feel his world collapsing. Qin Huang's face became completely serious. You wish. If I really picked you up from the rubbish dump, that would have cost you 8 lifetimes worth of luck. I don't want to hear any more complaints. This time, I won't pamper you. If you don't want to start as a sales representative, then go to the capital's Dongfang family and marry Dongfang Qingshui. With the Dongfang family taking care of you, you can play as much as you want, and I won't have to worry about you anymore. Dongfang Qingshui was the Dongfang family's pride and joy, and her beauty was famous throughout the capital. The marriage that Qin Huang spoke of was with the Dongfang family's eldest granddaughter, Dongfang Qingshui. Even Qin Huang felt that his son's life was too good. Qin Feng was simply too lucky for him to be able to arrange this marriage, and for the Dongfang family to be so willing. However, this brat didn't want to marry Dongfang Qingshui. Some water must have leaked into his head while he was showering. Hearing that the alternative was immediately getting married, Qin Feng's attitude immediately changed. He chuckled as he said to Qin Huang, "Dad, I'm already an adult, so I should be challenging myself. I feel that starting from the bottom as a sales representative will be able to develop my willpower. I've decided that I'll start working tomorrow, and I promise that I'll be a competent sales representative and help the company become more prosperous." Qin Huang helplessly shook his head. Why was his son so dumb? Qin Feng inwardly let out a sigh of relief when he realized that his dad wasn't going to bring up marriage anymore. Asking a hedonistic young master like him to get married was almost equivalent to killing him. However, Qin Feng felt a bit confused. Since they had arranged this marriage, why hadn't the Dongfang family come to help when the Qin family was in trouble? Dad, I think we should get rid of this marriage arrangement. I was nearly executed, but they didn't even help. Qin Feng suddenly brought up a good reason for rejecting this marriage arrangement. Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng and replied, "You stinking brat, you're underestimating the Dongfang family. Your matter was so small that I was too embarrassed to ask them for help. Once the Dongfang family acts, everything under the sky falls into chaos." Qin Feng felt quite impressed at his father's seriousness. His dad had found him an incredible supporter. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. The capital's Qin family. After talking to Qin Feng about the Dongfang family and doing some work, Qin Huang sat in frustration as he sipped his tea. He had another headache to worry about, which was Jincheng City's Han family. Qin Huang had already arranged a marriage for Qin Feng, but Han Ying was also interested in him. This was quite problematic and caused Qin Huang to feel quite annoyed. His son was lazy, hedonistic, and dissolute. Why would such a pretty and smart girl fall for him? Seeing his father's silence, Qin Feng was dying to ask a question. Ever since he had met Codename Y in Cell 12 and heard him talk about the capital's Qin family, he had become quite curious about them. Although Qin Feng was part of the Qin family, he knew almost nothing about them. He only knew that the old patriarch of the capital's Qin family was his grandpa. However, since the day of his birth, he had never been to visit the capital's Qin family or met his mysterious grandpa. However, the capital's Qin family had always been in contact with his Acropolis city's Qin family. When they had previously met disaster, the capital's Qin family would always help. Only by relying on the capital's Qin family's power did Qin Huang finally establish a foothold in Acropolis City, where no one would dare to offend him. "Dad, can you tell me about the capital's Qin family?" Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He suddenly saw a variety of expressions flicker across his father's face: anger, disappointment, pride. These mixed together into a complicated expression, which gradually settled down. After letting out a long breath, Qin Huang suddenly looked over at Qin Feng as he started to talk about the capital's Qin family in a distant voice. "Feng heir, there were 3 brothers in your grandpa's generation. They all practiced martial arts and used their fists and feet to establish their own territory within the capital. They became stronger and stronger, and your first granduncle and second granduncle were scouted by the government. After this, they lost contact. Qin Huang's gaze became hazy, as if he was physically looking back to 20 years ago. Afterwards, my generation was born. My generation had 4 brothers. As the eldest, I was meant to inherit the position of patriarch. However, because of some reasons, I left the capital's Qin family, and your second uncle stepped up to the position of patriarch. In order to prevent the Qin family from growing weaker, your grandpa set some family rules. Each generation's junior patriarch would not be determined by seniority. Instead, my brothers and I left the capital, found our own cities, and started our own families. When our children, the grandchildren generation, all reach 18 years of age, you'll gather with the capital's Qin family to choose the new junior patriarch. The junior patriarch's family will remain with the capital's Qin family, while everyone else will return to their own cities and wait for the next generation's opportunity. Qin Feng now truly understood the Qin family for the first time. He was somewhat impressed by his grandpa's system. The victor was the king. This was the first law of nature. Dad, hasn't everyone in my generation turned 18? After realizing that he had the right to succeed the capital's Qin family, Qin Feng suddenly became interested. There's still less than a year. My 4th brother's youngest son will turn 18 then. Qin Huang replied as he looked out over Acropolis City's night view through the French windows. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed, and soon the 4 brothers would be reunited in the capital. Who knew what would happen? Of course, there were some things that he hadn't mentioned to Qin Feng. In order to secure the position of patriarch, the 4 brothers had developed a deep enmity against each other. He wondered if this would change after 20 years. Less than a year? Doesn't that mean I'm going to compete for the position of junior patriarch soon? Qin Feng was quite shocked. He suddenly felt that his father didn't quite care about this competition to become junior patriarch. Otherwise, why would he only tell him about it today? Qin Feng even had asked him about it first. Qin Feng wondered if his father had only planned him to tell him on the day. However, how could Qin Huang not care about it? Back then, his second brother had stolen away the position with his insidious plots. Although he hadn't talked about these things for the past few years, he still felt some anger and bitterness. The Qin family's competition for choosing the next junior patriarch had a martial arts section, which was one of the most important parts. Even if Qin Huang's finances and business completely eclipsed those of his brothers, it would all be for naught if Qin Feng's martial arts abilities weren't up to par. When Qin Feng was born, Qin Huang had asked an expert to look over his body. After finding out that Qin Feng's body was unsuited for practicing martial arts, Qin Huang suppressed his desire to reclaim his place at the capital and never told Qin Feng about these things. However, a sliver of hope appeared within Qin Huang's heart as he saw Qin Feng's strength grow day by day. He sincerely looked at Qin Feng as he said, "Feng, the competition at the capital's Qin family focuses on one's personal strength the most. There'll be a martial arts competition, so do your best. Dad hopes you can take the position of junior patriarch." After all, even though you might think the Acropolis City's Qin family is quite powerful, you'll find that the world you knew was simply the tip of the iceberg when you see the capital's Qin family and become the junior patriarch. There are many more unbelievably powerful organizations and people that will appear before you. When that time comes, I believe you'll become more and more powerful. Maybe you'll even surpass your dad and stand at a higher peak. Qin Feng was surprised upon his father's sudden show of emotion. However, a feeling of resolution sprang forth within his heart when he saw the look of hope in his father's eyes. Even if it was only for his father, Qin Feng was determined to win the competition in 1 year and become the next junior patriarch. "Dad, don't worry, I won't let anyone laugh at you. On the day I become the junior patriarch, you'll be able to proudly step back into the capital's Qin family and take back the position of patriarch that belongs to you." Qin Feng looked completely serious and determined, which sent a wave of warmth through Qin Huang's heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he could see clearly. He realized that all his fame and glory was simply smoke. As long as his son could live happily and healthily, he would be able to face Su in the afterlife. "Dad, since you've told me about the capital's Qin family, tell me about my mother as well." After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng mustered up the courage to ask. Ever since he had been born, he had never seen his mother. When he had asked about his mother in the past, his father had always severely rebuked and lectured him. When he grew up and asked about this, his father would always change the topic. In the end, Qin Feng stopped asking. Perhaps there were some circumstances preventing his father from telling him. When the time was right, his father would probably tell him. Now that Qin Huang had started to open up, perhaps he would spill the beans on Qin Feng's mother as well. However, the smile on Qin Huang's face was suddenly replaced with a dark look. That's all we'll talk about today. If you want to take the position of junior patriarch, you'll need to work hard on your martial arts and become stronger. As for your mother, I'll tell you about her when you become the capital's Qin family's patriarch. After saying this, Qin Huang turned and left. For the rest of the day, Qin Feng was quite bored and swam in the swimming pool in the middle of the villa. The only interesting thing was that Han Ying had kept him company next to the pool in the afternoon. Han Ying, who was wearing a bikini, looked extremely voluptuous and seductive. However, knowing how scheming she was, Qin Feng gave up on any thoughts about sleeping with her. This sort of woman couldn't be slept around with, they could only be conquered. When it became dark, Qin Huang finally gave Qin Feng a task. He was to go to Zhao Lingxian's house to visit his Uncle Zhao. This was because Uncle Zhao had expended much effort to help Qin Feng this time as well. Thinking to his arrogant but cute little sister Lingxian, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to dress himself up as he left for the Zhao family's residence. Qin Huang had wanted Uncle Fu to accompany Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had refused. He was preparing to seduce a girl. Perhaps if his little sister Lingxian was in a good mood, she might kiss him again. If Uncle Fu was there, he would just be a third wheel. Seeing that Qin Feng was adamant about him not coming, Uncle Fu complied with his wishes. There was no one in the Hao family who could deal with his power, unless they asked an expert for help. However, the hidden battle between the Qin family and the Hao family was becoming quite intense, and the Hao family's elder wouldn't be able to seek out an expert for a while. Qin Feng rode on his low-profile yet noble 28 bicycle, and by the time he reached the Zhao family's residence, it was already 8 p.m. Of course, he had chosen this time to arrive. That way he would have an excuse to eat with the Zhao family and get closer to his little sister Lingxian. Although he didn't have a quest regarding Zhao Lingxian anymore, after that passionate kiss in her bedroom, Qin Feng desperately wanted to kiss her again. After pressing on the doorbell, the door was opened and Zhao Lingxian stood before him. She was wearing a loose, gray, short-sleeved jacket with a cyan strap top inside. Her beautiful white shoulders, adorned with 2 cyan straps, were a feast for Qin Feng's eyes. As well as this, she was wearing a sky-blue short skirt, and most of her alluring legs were visible. Just a single glance could inspire countless fantasies. Zhao Lingxian's expression was extremely cold, and she seemed to be in a poor mood. However, when she saw Qin Feng, her eyes briefly shone, but quickly returned to their original expression as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Of course, it's to come play, and with little sister Lingxian," Qin Feng replied as he smiled. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The Arrogant Liang Zhenwei. Zhao Lingxian glared at Qin Feng because she didn't like him acting so frivolously, then turned around and walked back. Qin Feng entered and closed the door. Just as he was going to walk after her, he saw an unfamiliar man sitting in the Zhao family's lounge. When he looked at the man's face, Qin Feng felt as if he had seen him before, but couldn't remember where. "Qin Feng's arrived. Have a seat," Seeing that Qin Feng had come in, Zhao Dahai smiled as he beckoned him over and asked him to sit down. "We have a guest tonight, the capital's Liang family's second son, Liang Zhenwei, who is Liang Sheng's big brother. This is my good friend's son, Qin Feng." Zhao Dahai introduced them. Qin Feng sat down beside Zhao Lingxian and locked gazes with Liang Zhenwei, who was sitting beside her. Both of their eyes had a hint of iciness buried within them. "Uncle Zhao, what's this Qin Feng's relationship with Princess Lingxian?" Seeing that Qin Feng had immediately come to sit next to Zhao Lingxian, a hint of hostility flashed in Liang Zhenwei's eyes. Evidently, Zhao Dahai could tell what Liang Zhenwei was thinking, and he hurriedly smiled as he replied, "Young Master Liang, don't misunderstand. I've been close friends with Qin Feng's father for 20 years, and Qin Feng grew up with my daughter. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts, but there's nothing between them." It would have been better for Zhao Dahai not to explain. Hearing that they were childhood sweethearts, Liang Zhenwei's expression became ever darker. He had come to the Acropolis city's Zhao family as the capital's Liang family's representative for 2 reasons. The first was because of his little brother, Liang Sheng. He had come to discuss his marriage with Zhao Lingxian a week ago, but had lost contact and seemingly disappeared. Liang Zhenwei had come to see what had happened to him. The second reason was because the Liang family felt that something was off, and it was very likely that Liang Sheng had been killed. If that was the case, the marriage between the Liang family and Zhao family would not be able to go ahead. As such, Liang Zhenwei would replace Liang Sheng to ask for Zhao Lingxian's hand in marriage. "Uncle Zhao, last time when my little brother Liang Sheng was here, this Qin Feng was also present, right?" Liang Zhenwei had already been in Acropolis City for 2 days, and through his investigations, he had found that apart from Liang Sheng, the Qin family's father and son had also visited the Zhao family that day. Now, seeing how intimate Qin Feng was with Zhao Lingxian, a cold light flashed in Liang Zhenwei's eyes. It was very likely that his little brother, Liang Sheng, had been killed by Qin Feng. That day, Qin Feng and his father also came to visit. What a coincidence, haha. Liang Zhenwei still hadn't said why he had come. However, Zhao Dahai was a smart man and spoke vaguely, leaving out the important details. "So it was like that," Liang Zhenwei said to himself. After sinking into silence for a few moments, he suddenly looked at Zhao Lingxian with a passionate gaze and said, "Princess Lingxian, my purpose in coming this time is to help my little brother, Liang Sheng, cancel his marriage with you and arrange a marriage between myself and you." Zhao Lingxian didn't have a good impression of Liang Zhenwei from the start. He had an arrogant and overbearing demeanor about him and acted all high and mighty. It felt as if everyone else was nothing in front of him. What made Zhao Lingxian even angrier was that the Liang family thought of her as some sort of object. She had been engaged to the little brother, and now the big brother had come to cancel that marriage, then asked to marry her himself. What sort of joke was this? She was already furious, but her father hadn't said anything about it. In order to give her father face, she could only quietly endure. At this moment, a cold and calm voice rang out next to her. The Liang family's second young master, was it? "I have a question. Is your whole Liang family so lacking in morals? And are all of your marriages so complicated and idiotic?" "Actually, I'll just be direct. Dear father and his brothers all share the same wife." These words caused the atmosphere in the room to become freezing cold. The 3 other people looked at Qin Feng strangely. Zhao Dahai looked confused, Zhao Lingxian looked shocked, and the look of hostility on Liang Zhenwei's face became evident. Zhao Lingxian never thought that Qin Feng would have stood up for her with these words. A sweet and warm feeling flowed through her heart. "Qin Feng, was it? I've investigated you before. You're from the Acropolis City's Qin family, and with your father being the richest man in Acropolis City, You do nothing except laze about and play with women. You think you're so great? Let me tell you, your crappy Qin family is nothing compared to the Liang family in the capital. You'd better not offend me. Otherwise your elder will cause the Acropolis City's Qin family to disappear overnight with a single sentence. Indeed, Liang Zhenwei was quite overbearing and arrogant, and didn't even consider giving Zhao Dai high face when he said these things to Qin Feng. He directly started to threaten Qin Feng. This was because, in Liang Zhenwei's eyes, all the other families were incomparable ants, apart from the 5 big families in the capital. Even though he had come to ask for a marriage with the Zhao family, he believed that the Zhao family was far inferior to the Liang family. He believed that it should have been the Zhao family begging him for the marriage, not the other way around. He had only come to ask for a marriage because he fancied Zhao Lingxian's good looks. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to come to a tiny place like Acropolis City. Zhao Dahai's expression darkened. He had long since known how powerful the Liang family was. Liang Xing knew how to hold himself back in front of his elders. But this Liang Zhenwei was simply too arrogant. Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng is my good friend's son, and I made him grow up. In my heart, he's almost an adoptive son. The words you've said were simply too rude. Since it's getting late, Ling Xian, please see Liang Zhenwei out. Zhao Dahai had been quite supportive of the marriage with the Liang family, but now he thought otherwise. He directly asked Zhao Lingxian to kick Liang Zhenwei out. Sir Liang, if you please. Zhao Lingxian was also tired of seeing Liang Zhenwei. When he had threatened Qin Feng, she had also wanted to chase him away. Now that her father had given the order to see him out, Zhao Lingxian immediately stood up and coldly glared at Liang Zhenwei. Ha! Zhao Dahai, have you thought clearly about this? Today, when your elder steps out of your house, there won't be any opportunities for regret. Liang Zhenwei slammed his palm on the table as his face twisted in anger. Who would believe that there was nothing between Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian? Liang Zhenwei simply didn't believe it. Otherwise, why would Zhao Dahai react like this towards him because of Qin Feng? Hurry up and leave and don't return here. Hearing that Liang Zhenwei had called his name directly, Zhao Dahai was furious and stomped upstairs. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Stage for Inner Qi. There were only 3 of them remaining downstairs. A mocking smile appeared on Liang Zhenwei's face as he suddenly looked to Qin Feng and asked, Qin Feng, are you really fine with Ling Xian seeing me out? Aren't you afraid I'll do something to her? You know what? How about you see me off? When Liang Zhenwei made this suggestion, a look of worry flashed on Zhao Lingxian's face, and she secretly pulled on the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. Although she didn't say anything, Qin Feng could tell what she was thinking. Don't worry, Ling Xian. It seems that young Master Liang and I were thinking the same thing. Since he wants to have a chat with me, I'll go for a walk with him. Qin Feng smiled at Zhao Lingxian, reassuring her, then walked out of the Zhao family's residence with Liang Zhenwei. He could naturally tell what Liang Zhenwei was thinking. He probably knew that Qin Feng had killed his little brother Liangsheng, and now he had become his rival in love. As such, he wanted to challenge him alone and get rid of him. However, how could Qin Feng, who was capable of defeating stage for experts, be afraid of Liang Zhenwei? After walking a few hundred meters away from the Zhao family's residence, they found a spacious plot of uncultivated land and stopped there. Qin Feng, your elder admires your guts. It seems to me that you've become too arrogant in Acropolis City and that there's no one to put you in your place. Today, your elder will show you what it means to be part of a big family. Your elder can destroy your entire Qin family with a single hand. The fury on Liang Zhenwei's face was long gone and had been replaced with a condescending smile. To him, Qin Feng was a dead man as soon as he had walked out of the Zhao family's residence with him. Liang Zhenwei was the second eldest in the Liang family's grandchild generation. While the third eldest, Liangsheng, was a lazy idler, he was obsessed with martial arts. With the Liang family support, he had become a stage for inner qi expert. Cultivating inner qi fell under internal techniques, which were very different to external techniques. External techniques focused on developing and enhancing one's body and physiological functions, and were suited for close-range fights. Internal techniques focused on qi refining and allowed the cultivator to grow stronger by cultivating the aura in their dantians. They were more suited for long-range rights. Comparatively, qi refining was much more difficult. Not only did one need to have strong willpower, but they also needed extraordinary talent. Although Liang Zhenwei was a stage for inner qi expert, he would be capable of defeating Stager 5 external experts. Such an achievement would rarely be seen, even throughout the whole capital. Anyone can boast like that. You'll only be qualified to say those things after beating me. Qin Feng also felt fully confident. Although he couldn't see how strong Liang Zhenwei was, he guessed that he wouldn't be too powerful. However, Liang Zhenwei continued to arrogantly laugh. He had already investigated Qin Feng and believed that he was a weak young master who wasn't even worthy of his attention. Did you kill Liang Sheng? Liang Zhenwei's expression suddenly became cold as a powerful aura radiated from his body. This freezingly cold intent caused Qin Feng's eyes to narrow and instantly become alert. It seemed that Liang Zhenwei wasn't an ordinary person. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Kill the stage for inner qi expert Liang Zhenwei. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Successfully completing the quest will result in you obtaining 1,000 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being killed by Liang Zhenwei. A system announcement sounded out, breaking the tense atmosphere for Qin Feng. He asked, "Little pig, can you not suddenly release a quest when the atmosphere's so tense? Also, that guy's a stage for inner qi expert?" This was the first time that Qin Feng had run into an internal expert since he had obtained the Hedonist sovereign system. Thinking back to Uncle Feng, who was a stage for external expert, Qin Feng wondered who would be stronger. The Hedonist sovereign system wouldn't make a mistake. Liang Zhenwei is definitely a stage for inner qi expert. After you defeat enemies who have higher cultivation than you, you'll receive different amounts of Hedonist points. The more powerful their cultivation is, the greater the rewards you'll receive. This made Qin Feng feel like he was playing a realistic game, as this was the same principle with monsters. The higher leveled the monster that you killed, the more EXP you would gain. I killed him. Do you know why? Now that the Hedonist sovereign system had issued him with this quest, he had to kill Liang Zhenwei. Otherwise, he would be the one being killed. Telling a dead man the secret that he had killed Liang Sheng didn't matter. It was because he was interested in Zhao Lingxian's beauty, but had evil thoughts towards her. As such, he had to die. And now you have the same thoughts, so you also need to die. Qin Feng could release 6x strength and was equivalent to a stage 5 expert. He wasn't too worried about facing Liang Zhenwei, who was a stage for inner qi expert. Ha. I don't know where your confidence in killing me comes from. But one thing you're right about is that your elder's interested in Zhao Lingxian's body. After killing you, I'll dominate her in bed every night and make her wish she's dead. Liang Zhenwei started to laugh boisterously. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he threw a punch. He exploded out with 4x speed and came before Liang Zhenwei in the blink of an eye. By the time Liang Zhenwei reacted to what was happening, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He also threw a punch, and their fists collided. A muffled explosion sounded out. Qin Feng had used his full strength from the very beginning, and his fist contained 6x strength. As their fists collided, Liang Zhenwei was sent flying back. After crashing onto the ground, Liang Zhenwei's eyes were filled with dismay. He thought that Qin Feng's hedonistic personality was just an act, and that he had been hiding his strength. From that punch, he concluded that Qin Feng had reached stage 5 in external techniques. Liang Zhenwei suddenly stood up, and the look of shock had disappeared. A mocking smile hung on his face as he looked at Qin Feng in interest. He was completely unscathed after receiving that full-force punch from Qin Feng, and didn't cough up blood as Qin Feng had expected. This was the benefit of practicing internal techniques. When they faced off against powerful external experts, they could use their qi to protect their body. Although Liang Zhenwei had been sent flying backwards, he wasn't hurt at all. At most, he had a few superficial scratches. Qin Feng was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. After blowing Liang Zhenwei away, he was sure that the fight was over. After all, even Uncle Feng had been killed by him after he obtained 6x strength. Haha, you must be shocked that your elder's completely unhurt. Seeing Qin Feng's confused expression, Liang Zhenwei laughed in delight. I never thought that you secretly learnt external techniques. You must have used this to surprise many enemies, right? It's a pity that you're facing your elder today. Your elder cultivates internal techniques. So unless your cultivation's higher than mine by many stages, you won't be able to beat me with brute force. It looks like you have no chance. Where they were standing, there was a heap of cut timber. Each log was as thick as a person's thigh and was around 7 to 8 meters long. Liang Zhenwei kicked a timber log, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, and it flew towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already witnessed how powerful Liang Zhenwei's internal techniques were and didn't dare to be overconfident. His feet powerfully tapped the ground as he jumped almost 2 meters high into the air and punched the log with 6x strength. Qin Feng's fist, with a punching force of 300 kilograms, slammed into the log, sending it hurtling back. Liang Zhenwei's eyes flashed. Qin Feng's strength still surprised him. He couldn't help but admit that even within the capital, there were only a handful of people at Qin Feng's age who could reach stage 5 in external techniques. He once again channeled his inner qi as he caught the log, then used one palm to push it away as he rushed towards Qin Feng. Liang Zhenwei's steps were still incredibly fast, which caused Qin Feng to feel stunned. By the time he came back to his senses, the log was right in front of him. Qin Feng hurriedly punched out, smashing into the log. Liang Zhenwei was pushing the log so fast, and Qin Feng's punch was so powerful that it smashed a fist-sized crater into it. However, the log was 7 to 8 meters long, and they stood on opposite ends of it, so it was impossible for Qin Feng to hit Liang Zhenwei. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Liang Zhenwei's face. He slapped his palm against the log in an incredibly strange manner. His palm looked slow and weak, as if it did not contain any strength. In fact, it looked like a woman lightly patting a man's chest when she flirted with him. There was not even a sound as the palm landed on the log. Just as Qin Feng was wondering what was going on, he felt a massive wave of energy pass through the log. His eyes flashed as he quickly unequipped the flying dragon armor. He pushed off the ground and leapt to the side as quickly as possible. The wave of energy landed on a small tree behind where Qin Feng had been standing and blew apart the bark on the tree. Qin Feng was incredibly astonished. Only now did he realize how powerful internal experts were, and he truly understood what it meant to hit a cow through a mountain. Liang Zhenwei had tried to use this incredibly sinister palm to take Qin Feng's life. However, he never expected that Qin Feng could release such incredible speed, and his expression once again darkened. He hadn't taken Qin Feng seriously the entire time and truly believed that he could crush him with a single hand. However, he realized that unless he used his ultimate move, he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Feng. This made the arrogant Liang Zhen Wei feel humiliated. This time he would use his full strength to annihilate Qin Feng. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Killing Move. Suddenly, Liang Zhen Wei started to quickly move about on the vast, grassy area. He didn't rush towards Qin Feng, but flashed around him. After killing Uncle Feng, Qin Feng had become quite confident in his speed. However, at that moment, he couldn't even see Liang Zhen Wei's figure clearly. He could only see a blur of movement around him. Internal techniques involved qi circulation. During fights, internal experts could use qi circulation to increase their speed, making them unimaginably fast. Qin Feng believed that even if he unequipped the flying dragon armor, he still wouldn't be able to reach Liang Zhen Wei's speed. Illusory figures of Liang Zhen Wei surrounded Qin Feng, while a chilling sensation of death drew nearer and nearer. Apart from Liang Zhen Wei's blurs, Qin Feng also saw the shape of a long whip. The illusory whips that were sent out whistled through the air and seemed to cover the sky and the earth. The range of the whips was extremely long and gave Qin Feng no opportunity to dodge. Crack! The whips landed again and again on Qin Feng's body, searing him with a fiery pain. The sounds as they struck him were akin to the crackling of lightning. Qin Feng, today will be your death anniversary. The illusory figures of Liang Zhen Wei suddenly merged together as his figure became clearer. He had jumped up into the air and was now directly above Qin Feng. His twisted and savage face was covered with a condescending and arrogant smile, and he was wielding a black, leathery whip. He raised it high in the air as he vigorously sent it down towards Qin Feng. This was Liang Zhen Wei's killing move, which he had named the aerial death whip. Up until now, anyone who had witnessed this move with their own eyes was no longer in the world. Qin Feng could feel that this whip contained immense power, and the sensation of death grew stronger. He knew that he didn't have time to dodge and felt quite frustrated. He had underestimated Liang Zhen Wei and had never expected him to bring a weapon. Qin Feng simply hadn't met that many experts. Otherwise, he would have found that true experts would always keep a weapon on their body, which increased their battle power. With the whip about to strike Qin Feng's head, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. At this moment, a woman's beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Zhao Lingxian had been quite worried about Qin Feng and had followed them to this grassy area. She had heard everything that Qin Feng and Liang Zhen Wei had said to each other. When she heard Qin Feng say that anyone who was interested in her beauty but had evil thoughts about her had to die, Zhao Lingxian's heart was sent into turmoil. At that moment, Qin Feng seemed incredibly domineering, which caused her heart to beat rapidly. She found that Qin Feng had truly changed. He was no longer that useless hedonist from the past. Although she was a bit unfamiliar with this Qin Feng, he caused her heart to become emotional. Seeing that Qin Feng was in a dangerous situation, she unhesitatingly ran towards them and yelled, "Stop!" Zhao Lingxian's sudden appearance caused Qin Feng and Liang Zhen Wei to look over in surprise, but they quickly refocused on their battle. Liang Zhen Wei's whip had already been sent out and could no longer be stopped. Qin Feng had wanted to try dodging this fatal attack, but seeing that Zhao Lingxian had rushed within the whip's attack range, he immediately gave up on that idea. Liang Zhen Wei's whip's range was massive and contained almost all of his strength. If it even touched Zhao Lingxian's body, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. Qin Feng didn't even have time to think as he sprang towards Zhao Lingxian and wrapped his arms around her. As he held the soft and fragrant Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng flipped himself over, using his body to shield her from the whip. His back was like a mighty mountain, completely shielding Zhao Lingxian. It was as if Qin Feng was a greenhouse and Zhao Lingxian was a fragile flower inside it. Crack! Liang Zhenwei did not hold back at all and sent all of his force into this attack. The whip landed squarely on Qin Feng's back, leaving a long, bloody laceration. Qin Feng felt a powerful wave of energy slam through his body, which caused even his organs to shift. He couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood flew by Zhao Lingxian's face, who looked at Qin Feng in shock and fear, like a small, scared rabbit. "Qin Feng, are you all right? Don't scare me. I don't want anything to happen to you." Zhao Lingxian lightly pushed Qin Feng back as she used her small hands to wipe away the blood at his mouth. After being hit by the whip, Qin Feng found that he couldn't even breathe. He powerlessly rested against Zhao Lingxian's body, feeling that he would fall at any moment. "Ha ha ha, you want to fight with your elder? You're far from qualified. If your elder wants to, I can completely pull your Acropolis City's Qin family up by the roots in a single night." Seeing that Qin Feng had suffered a heavy injury, Liang Zhenwei started to laugh loudly. The current Qin Feng posed no threat to him, and although he saw Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian hugging together, he didn't appear angry. This was because Qin Feng was about to become a corpse. Why was there any need to be angry about a corpse hugging Zhao Lingxian? Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Passionately kiss Zhao Lingxian for 10 seconds. Quest time limit, 1 minute. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 200 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host's life being in danger. A system announcement rang out in Qin Feng's mind. At this incredibly crucial moment, the little pig, who was usually incredibly lazy, was finally of help. "Master, according to the system's estimates, with your current cultivation of Stage 2 in external techniques, you won't be able to defeat Liang Zhenwei, even with the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists and Flying Dragon Armor. I recommend Master to complete Zhao Lingxian's quest and use the 200 Hedonist point reward, along with your current Hedonist points, to buy the elementary sword skills. You'll be able to turn the tables and hang Liang Zhenwei up by his whip." The little pig's words made Qin Feng delirious with joy. He hurriedly opened the Hedonist sovereign system and found that he currently had 900 Hedonist points. He was a single quest away from having 1,000 Hedonist points. Thinking to the elementary sword skills, Qin Feng felt incredibly excited. Before he had met an internal expert, he hadn't known how powerful internal techniques were. After experiencing firsthand how powerful Liang Zhenwei was, a thirst to learn internal techniques had grown within Qin Feng. The elementary sword skills would allow him to step across the barrier to becoming an internal expert, turning him into a genius who cultivated both internal and external techniques. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. The Kiss That Lasted for an Eternity. Because the situation was so desperate, Qin Feng didn't even think, as he used his remaining strength to hold Zhao Lingxian's face and kissed her. Zhao Lingxian's body immediately froze. She was so worried about Qin Feng's injuries that she had started to tear up. She never would have thought that Qin Feng would do something so surprising at such a moment. When she came back to her senses, she could feel Qin Feng's tongue moving around in her mouth. This wasn't the first time they had kissed so passionately before. Last time, Qin Feng had forced the medicine into her mouth because Zhao Lingxian's stomach hurt, and then taken advantage of the situation. This sort of mysterious and wonderful feeling made Zhao Lingxian feel a little intoxicated. Zhao Lingxian did not resist being kissed by Qin Feng again this time. She stood on her toes as she wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, fully enjoying how domineering he was being. The two of them were hugged together tightly and were passionately engaged in a kiss. It was as if time had stopped and Liang Zhenwei had become like air. Zhao Lingxian could detect a faint metallic taste of blood in Qin Feng's mouth, which stained her mouth as well. However, she did not stop kissing him. Instead, The taste of the blood made her feel more excited and passionate. She returned Qin Feng's passionate kiss as she moved her body, rubbing herself against him. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for passionately kissing Zhao Lingxian for 10 seconds. You have received 200 hedonist points. Qin Feng was completely intoxicated by this kiss and even forgot that he had kissed Zhao Lingxian to complete a quest. When he heard the system announcement, Qin Feng was ripped away from the dreamlike state he was in. However, upon seeing how passionately Zhao Lingxian was returning the kiss, he continued to kiss her as he opened the system. He quickly found the elementary sword skills and opened its description. Elementary sword skills. Skill rank: yellow rank mid-grade, rank divisions, sovereign, heaven, earth, black, yellow. After obtaining this skill, the host's body would produce inner chi and will be able to cultivate internal techniques. Combined with sword-type weapons, the host will have proficiency in elementary sword skills, greatly increasing their power. He quickly looked over the elementary sword skills description and immediately spent 1,000 hedonist points to buy them. He also purchased an elementary gold sword medicine. As he saw the 1,100 hedonist points in his account instantly become 0, Qin Feng felt quite depressed. A wave of unfamiliar information suddenly rushed into his mind. The amount of information was simply huge, and it continuously flooded in, quickly fusing with his other memories. After a slight headache, his mind settled down, and the memories regarding sword skills became clearer and clearer. Qin Feng could feel that within his strengthless body there flowed wave after wave of energy. Those waves of energy seemed to have a life of their own. As they flowed through his body, they left behind traces of coldness, then gathered at his dantian and continuously spun there. After consuming a gold sore medicine, Qin Feng's injuries were more than half healed. Adding on the waves of energy throughout his body, he felt that he was filled with power. He was still kissing Zhao Lingxian and felt his body start to burn up, as if she was going to melt into his body. Qin Feng, you're about to goddamn die, and yet you're still acting up. Your elder's going to use this whip to turn all of your bones into dust. When Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were hugging, Liang Zhenwei already felt a bit displeased. However, when he saw that they had started to kiss, and in a manner which seemed like there was nothing else in the world, he became completely infuriated, to the point that he felt like coughing up blood. How could an arrogant person like him tolerate being completely ignored like this? Ha! He suddenly roared as he sent the whip in his hand flying towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly moved, with Zhao Lingxian still in his arms. In the blink of an eye, he dashed many meters away, easily dodging Liang Zhenwei's whip. Qin Feng had unequipped the flying dragon armor and had gathered the inner chi within his body to increase his speed. In that instant, he became so fast that Liang Zhenwei only saw a blur, and he looked at Qin Feng in dismay. Lingxian, wait for me here. I'll go take care of that beast, then come back and continue to kiss you. Qin Feng felt a bit reluctant to push Zhao Lingxian aside, and Zhao Lingxian quickly came back to her senses. Thinking to what she had just done, she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack to dive into. She hesitantly looked at Qin Feng, feeling incredibly anxious as she replied, Qin Feng, come home with me. You can't win against Liang Zhenwei. A madman like him will kill you. Trust me, I'll be fine. Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, then walked back towards Liang Zhenwei. He knew that this battle had to be fought. Even if he could avoid it now, he couldn't avoid it forever. Moreover, Qin Feng wasn't a coward. Seeing Qin Feng calmly walk towards him, Liang Zhenwei's expression became savage. He never thought that the tiny Acropolis city would have such a young expert like Qin Feng. What's more, this was a hedonistic young master who everyone looked down on. Qin Feng had provoked Liang Zhenwei again and again, causing him to feel much humiliation. Now he not only wanted to kill Qin Feng, but wanted to completely destroy him and turn his body into mush. Only then would he be able to relieve the anger within his heart. Qin Feng suddenly stopped walking when he was about 5 meters away from Liang Jinwei. The two of them did not say anything, but the cold expressions on their faces were enough to tell what the other was thinking. This time, Liang Jinwei attacked first, vigorously brandishing his whip as he rushed towards Qin Feng. After seeing Qin Feng's strength, Liang Jinwei didn't dare to hold back anymore. He had put all of his strength into this attack. In just a few breaths of time, he had already reached where Qin Feng was standing and once again jumped above him. The whip in his hand arced through the air, bringing an incredibly sharp sound along with it. This was Liang Jinwei's killing move, the aerial death whip, which Qin Feng had already seen before. This time, when he saw it, he felt incredibly calm. Qin Feng started to circulate the qi in his body. This was the first time he had channeled his inner qi into an attack. He could feel the waves of energy in his body becoming berserk, filling his body with strength. He unequipped the flying dragon armor, which instantly increased his speed. Surprisingly, he rushed towards the illusory whips that seemed to cover the heavens and the earth. This caused Liang Jinwei to feel dumbfounded. However, an evil smile soon appeared on his face. There was a very big difference between internal techniques and external techniques. A stage 4 external expert could release 5x strength, but could only release that power in a single attack at a time. A stage 4 internal expert could only release 4x strength, but could release multiple attacks at the same time with the same power. Currently, the illusory whips all contained 4x strength, and depending on the distance, the force they could hit with varied as well. The closer to Liang Jinwei the whips were, the more densely they were packed and the greater the force they contained. A whip containing 4x strength wouldn't deal much damage to Qin Feng, but tens of these attacks hitting him simultaneously would definitely kill him. No matter how strong one's body was, being hit by these whips would cause them to become like mashed potatoes. Not only was Qin Feng not running away and dodging these illusory whips, he had even started to run towards them. Running towards the area with the most illusory whips was equivalent to committing suicide. How could Liang Jinwei not be amused? He was sure that Qin Feng would definitely die. Haha, you're pretty goddamn arrogant. You actually dare to rush towards your elder's illusory whip? Just you watch as your elder whips you into meat paste and disintegrates your soul. The smile on Liang Jinwei's face became savage as he brandished the whip more wildly, wanting to kill Qin Feng with the many attacks. Even Zhao Lingxian was completely stunned by Qin Feng's actions. She tightly balled her small hands into fists as an expression of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She silently prayed that he would be fine. As she looked at Qin Feng, she found that he still looked perfectly calm as he rushed towards Liang Jinwei. He looked as if he was an arrow shot out of a bow. Knowing that he had entered into the countless illusory whips, Qin Feng's eyebrows were knotted together in deep concentration. His hand suddenly slashed upwards, creating a thunderous sound. Within Qin Feng's hand, a sharp sword suddenly appeared. The true steel sword gave off a faint yellow light. It was incredibly sharp, to the point that it could cut through iron like mud. Now that Qin Feng possessed both the true steel sword and the elementary sword skills, it was as if the sword had a life of its own and possessed a connection with Qin Feng's soul. It quickly and elegantly slashed around, destroying the illusory whips, then sliced Liang Jinwei's whip in two. Looking at the destroyed whip in his hand, Liang Jinwei's eyes were filled with fear and shock. The Liang family had asked a hidden expert to use a rare ox's tendon as the main component of the whip, then used the ox's cowhide for the exterior. As such, it was incredibly tough and durable. Liang Jinwei had used this ox tendon whip to defeat countless experts. In the past, he had faced experts who had used swords, but when their swords touched the whip, they would always shatter. It was the first time he had seen a weapon capable of cutting the whip in two. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Qin Feng's actually a good person. Ow, ow, ow. Liang Zhenwei was too shocked to even wonder where Qin Feng's sword had come from. His eyes were now fixed on the true steel sword in Qin Feng's hands, which was faintly glowing with a yellow light. He knew that this was definitely a precious sword, and could even be a magical treasure from one of those hidden sections. Those magical treasures all contained spirit and could greatly increase one's strength when fighting. Liang Zhenwei wished he could rip that sword out of Qin Feng's hands. However, he forgot that he had lost and was about to die. After cutting through the whip, Qin Feng did not hesitate as he slashed out again. A yellow blur flashed through the air, and in the next second, Liang Zhenwei felt something cool sensation on his neck. His entire body violently trembled as he fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for finishing the quest to kill Liang Zhenwei. You have received 1,000 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Break through to stage 2 inner chi. Quest time limit 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing his elementary sword skills. As soon as Liang Zhenwei died, a system announcement rang out. Seeing that he was once again at 1,000 hedonist points, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. This incredibly intense battle had surpassed anything she had seen before. Liang Zhenwei's illusory whips, which covered the heavens and the earth, and true steel sword, which glowed with a faint yellow light. All of this completely overwhelmed her senses. In fact, she even wondered if she was dreaming. Otherwise, how could these CGI-esque things appear in real life? Lingxian, are you all right? Qin Feng came over to Zhao Lingxian and saw that she was indeed quite frightened. He pulled her trembling body into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of Qin Feng's body and smelling his masculine scent, Zhao Lingxian gradually calmed down. She confirmed that this was not a dream and that all of it had really happened. She hurriedly pushed Qin Feng away as she said with worry in her voice, "Qin Feng, you killed a person." This wasn't the first time Qin Feng had killed someone before, and he had long since become used to this. After obtaining the system, he now truly understood what it meant by the weak are prey to the strong. Did I kill a person? I thought I just killed a pest. Lingxian, you're overreacting. Qin Feng gently patted Zhao Lingxian's back, trying to calm her down. Thinking to how arrogant Liang Zhenwei had been in her home, how disrespectful he had been to her father, and that he had immoral thoughts towards her, Zhao Lingxian found that she didn't care much that he had died. Her large eyes looked at Qin Feng gently as she asked, "Qin Feng, why did you kill him?" Although Zhao Lingxian had overheard what Qin Feng had said earlier, she wanted him to say it to her. "Because I felt like it, and he was pretty annoying. You should know that I'm just an overbearing, hedonistic young master who just relies on my dad's power. I often see people I don't like, so I annihilate their entire families." After finishing the fight, Qin Feng had returned to his flippant self. This was because Qin Feng felt like it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal his true intentions to Zhao Lingxian at the moment. Zhao Lingxian felt a little disappointed by Qin Feng acting dumb in front of her. However, she remembered Qin Feng's injuries and stepped behind him. When she saw the bloody laceration from the whip, Zhao Lingxian started to tear up. "Qin Feng, come home with me. I'll put on medicine for you," Zhao Lingxian said as she choked back tears. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Although it looked quite serious, it was just a flesh wound. His first priority was disposing of Liang Zhenwei's body. He had now finished off 2 members of the Liang family. As he thought to the quest to destroy the entire Liang family in the capital and the 20,000 hedonist point reward, Qin Feng felt quite excited. The Qin family was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Hao family, so Qin Feng hadn't bothered Uncle Fu recently. After Zhang Biao had gone into hiding, he realized that he was lacking in subordinates to take care of some things for him. As such, he took out his phone and called his dad. "Feng Er, have you gone to visit Uncle Zhao?" Qin Huang's voice sounded out at the other end of the line. "I'm currently at Uncle Zhao's home. Uncle Zhao says he's been keeping you in his mind and has invited you over to have wine sometime." Qin Feng appeased his father with these words, then got straight to the point. "Dad, can you help me arrange the release of 3 people from Cell 12 in the North District Sub-Bureau? When I was locked up, they helped me quite a bit, and I promised that I would release them when I got out." Qin Feng made up an excuse, which Qin Huang accepted. After hanging up, Qin Feng dragged Liang Zhen Wei's corpse over to a bush. It was already late at night, and it wouldn't be found very soon. "Qin Feng, how are you going to dispose of him?" Seeing that Qin Feng had thrown Liang Zhen Wei's corpse into a bush, Zhao Lingxian felt that it was quite inappropriate. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, my subordinates will be coming soon. I'll let them take care of it. Didn't you say you were going to help me put on medicine? Let's go to your room." After taking care of Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng grinned at Zhao Lingxian, fully intent on seducing her. Zhao Lingxian felt quite nervous and hurriedly ran home. By the time they returned to the Zhao family's residence, Zhao Dahai was already sleeping, so the two of them tiptoed to Zhao Lingxian's room. This made Zhao Lingxian feel quite strange. It was as if they were on a secret date. Upon entering Zhao Lingxian's room, a fragrant smell wafted into Qin Feng's nose. It was the same as Zhao Lingxian's fragrance. Qin Feng quite liked this smell. It was sweet and elegant. In fact, he started to sniff the air, making Zhao Lingxian feel at a loss for words. In Zhao Lingxian's room, Qin Feng was very relaxed, as if he was in his own room. As soon as he entered, he went and laid down on her big, pink bed. The fragrance was even stronger on her bed. Qin Feng lay comfortably on it, savoring the smell. Seeing him look so perverted, Zhao Lingxian glared at him, but didn't ask him to get off. Her face became slightly red. No man had ever lain down on her bed before. In fact, no man had ever sat on her bed before. Zhao Lingxian had already taken out the medicine box and was carefully putting antiseptic on a cotton ball. After getting Qin Feng to lie down properly, she gently dabbed at the most serious injury on his back. Qin Feng's white shirt had already been torn into shreds and was dyed red with blood, which made it difficult for Zhao Lingxian to clean his wounds. Her face became slightly redder as she hesitated and asked in an incredibly small voice, "Qin Feng, can you take your clothes off? It's difficult to clean your wounds like this." An evil smile immediately appeared on Qin Feng's face. He acted incredibly tired as he replied, "Little sister Lingxian, I'm so tired that I can't even move. Just let me lie still for a while. If you want to take it off, you can take it off for me." Zhao Lingxian's face became bright red from embarrassment. After pausing for a few moments, she gritted her teeth and slowly helped Qin Feng take off his shirt. In some places, his clothes had already become stuck to his skin. Zhao Lingxian carefully peeled off his shirt, but still ended up opening some of the wounds. Seeing this, tears almost began to fall out of her eyes. Qin Feng had been gritting his teeth the entire time and did not cry out, afraid that this would increase the pressure on Zhao Lingxian. After finally taking off Qin Feng's shirt, Zhao Lingxian started to help him take off his pants. This was much easier. Just like that, Qin Feng ended up lying on Zhao Lingxian's bed in his boxers. By now, Zhao Lingxian's face looked like a big red apple. She continued to use the cotton ball to clean Qin Feng's wounds. Feeling Zhao Lingxian's fingers slide over his skin, Qin Feng almost moaned in pleasure. However, he was truly tired after battling such a fierce opponent like Liang Zhenwei and slowly drifted asleep. He didn't know how long he had been sitting for, but a knock on the door suddenly woke him up. He quickly sat up, but didn't realize that Zhao Lingxian had been cleaning the wounds on his chest. This gave her a big fright, and she leapt into his arms. Although she had been hugged by Qin Feng many times, this time he was bare-chested, which caused her to cry out. Lingxian, what happened? It was Zhao Dahai knocking at the door. He was quite worried when he heard Zhao Lingxian cry out. Ah, Dad, it's nothing. I was asleep, and you knocking on the door gave me a bit of a fright. Zhao Lingxian reacted quickly and didn't dare to move an inch in Qin Feng's arms. This situation was quite stimulating. Uncle Zhao was standing outside the door, but he was inside, hugging his daughter while bare-chested. Qin Feng felt quite mischievous and put his hands on Zhao Lingxian's thigh. Zhao Lingxian was given a big fright and hurriedly shooed Qin Feng's hands off, then glared at him. However, Qin Feng gave an evil smile as he pressed his mouth against Zhao Lingxian's mouth. MMMPH. Zhao Lingxian started to struggle, thinking to the fact that her dad was outside the door. Her face became incredibly red. Lingxian, are you really all right? I just wanted to ask if Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei have already left. The Liang family's people are too arrogant. Dad won't try to arrange a marriage for you with them in future. From now on, you'll be the one to decide on your marriage. As long as you like that person, Dad will wholeheartedly support you, even if he's a garbage collector. AI, that boy Qin Feng's actually a good person. I weighed him grow up, and even though he can be quite dissolute, deep down he has a good heart. It's just that he rescinded our marriage, otherwise AI. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Don't come to find me in future. Zhao Lingxian's struggling suddenly stopped, and she stared at Qin Feng. Why didn't she think of what her father had just said? Qin Feng, this beast, had publicly rescinded their marriage. Qin Feng already felt quite awkward about this. After hearing Zhao Dahai speak, the aura around Zhao Lingxian suddenly became freezing, so Qin Feng stopped kissing her and let go. A lost look appeared in Zhao Lingxian's eyes as she walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying, Dad, Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei both left. I don't like the brothers in the Liang family, but I'll try to find someone I like soon, so that Dad doesn't need to worry about my marriage anymore. As she said this, Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng as if she was trying to provoke him. After Zhao Dahai heard Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei had both left, he did not disturb his daughter anymore and returned to his room. I've cleaned the wounds on your body. You can leave now, Zhao Lingxian said as she suddenly returned to her cold self and did not even look at him. This woman's attitude changed faster than the weather. Qin Feng became serious. Lingxian, you should know what's going on between the Qin family and Hao family. Because of that, I won't be going to university tomorrow. Instead, I'll be going to work. Zhao Lingxian's body slightly trembled as her eyes became slightly hazy, and she resisted the urge to allow her tears to flow as she replied, You can leave now. In future, you'll have nothing to do with me. After the madness that she had experienced that night, Zhao Lingxian had allowed herself to be kissed by Qin Feng and had helped him clean his body. When the craziness disappeared, she once again regained her rationality. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng had changed, he was still quite loose and dissolute. Zhao Lingxian was unable to accept her man being with other women. Her emotions suddenly plummeted, and after looking at Qin Feng one last time, she coldly said, Don't come to find me in future. After leaving the Zhao family's residence, Qin Feng came back to the grassy plains. By now, the 3 tattooed men from the jail were waiting for him. When they saw Qin Feng, they all respectfully came over. Young Master Qin, thank you for being magnanimous and not holding our wrongs against us. Us 3 brothers are extremely grateful for you getting us out. We'll work like a horse and toil like an ox for you from now on. The three brothers were completely grateful to Qin Feng. It was only when they were released did they find out Qin Feng's identity. After finding out that Qin Feng was the Acropolis city's famous #1 hedonistic young master Qin, the three of them were dumbfounded. If they had known this while they were in the cell, even if they were threatened with death, they wouldn't have tried to educate Qin Feng. And they had even ordered Qin Feng to give them massages and pleasure them. They were simply courting death. Qin Feng looked at the three of them, and after confirming that there was no one around, he dragged Liang Jianwei's body out. This person wanted to kill me, so I killed him first. I want you to dispose of his body. Also, if you want to follow me, then follow my orders well, and I'll take good care of you. All of you know how powerful my Qin family is. If any of you dare to betray me, killing you will take only a matter of minutes. Without Qin Feng's warning, these three men had already decided to follow Qin Feng faithfully. After all, not anyone could have this sort of opportunity. After they saw Qin Feng drag out a corpse, the three men did not feel afraid, but instead felt excited. This meant that Qin Feng trusted them and was giving them an opportunity. As long as they followed Qin Feng, they would be able to obtain power and riches, as well as safety and peace. The three men promised Qin Feng, "Young Master Qin, please rest assured. We'll definitely stealthily dispose of him." Seeing how sincere these three men were, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. After weighing them, carry Liang Jianwei's body onto the car they brought. Qin Feng returned to the Qin residence. Qin Feng, hurry up and get out of bed. Do you want to be late on your first day? Qin Feng was still sleeping in his bed when his father's voice sounded out. Qin Feng unhappily turned the other way and buried his head in his pillow as he attempted to continue to sleep. Qin Feng, don't bother going to work then. I'll give a call to the Dongfang family and ask them to send someone to bring you over so you can quickly finalize the marriage with Dongfang Qingshui. In future, I won't bother. Qin Huang brought out his ace. Before he had finished speaking, he saw Qin Feng leaping out of his bed. Good morning, Dad. Today's my first day at work. Can you ask Butler Wang to quickly cook something nice? I'll go to work as soon as I've eaten. Qin Feng immediately walked out of his bedroom and into the bathroom. Seeing his son acting like this, Qin Huang smiled as he shook his head. He went to the living room and ate breakfast with Han Ying first. After washing up, Qin Feng also went downstairs. His eyes lit up at the sight of Han Ying elegantly eating a steak. She wasn't wearing exposing clothing like she normally did. Instead, she was wearing a formal white shirt and black skirt. She gave off a domineering air, the sort that powerful female directors had. However, her sexy and fiery figure seemed like it would burst out of her tight clothes at any moment. She wore light makeup, and her lips were naturally red even without lipstick. Her delicate hands held the silver fork as she fed a small piece of steak into her mouth, looking incredibly dignified and noble. Half of her slim and long legs were exposed and were crossed together, which looked quite seductive. Seeing Qin Feng walk down, Han Ying's hand stopped as she smiled. Qin Feng, you're up. You're also up this early? There was a set of cutlery and a plate of steak at the seat next to Han Ying, as well as a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Qin Feng sat down next to Han Ying, and a wave of enticing perfume wafted towards him. It's my first day at my uncle's company. Of course, I need to get up early. Han Ying's upturned eyes became two crescent moons as she smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. An expression of shock appeared on Qin Feng's face as he looked at his father, who was sitting opposite him, as he asked, Dad, what's going on? What else could be going on? Han Ying thinks highly of your father and wants to learn management and investment from me. From today onwards, Ying will enter the company from you. You'll start as a sales representative, and Ying will start as the chairman's assistant. Qin Feng felt devastated. He was Qin Huang's son. Why did he have to start as a sales representative, while Han Ying could immediately become his father's assistant? However, seeing the threatening gaze Qin Huang was shooting him, Qin Feng didn't dare to say anything. He could only remain silent and accept his fate of starting as a lowly sales representative at the company. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Can you please let go of me? This breakfast was quite depressing for Qin Feng. After eating, Qin Huang, Han Ying, and Qin Feng left together. Before Qin Feng brought out his low-profile yet noble 28 bicycle, Qin Huang glared at him as he said, "Qin Feng, from today onwards, I want you to formally experience life. I've confiscated all of your assets. As a good sales representative, I want you to take the bus every day." Qin Huang had thought that Qin Feng would drive to work in his flashy Lamborghini Batmobile. This would scare off everyone in the company. If a little sales representative drove a $5 million Lamborghini to work, his identity would be immediately exposed. Qin Feng curled his lips. After obtaining his 28 bicycle, he hadn't driven his Batmobile at all. He confidently replied, "Don't worry, Dad, I won't drive that crappy car anymore." Haha, Uncle Qin, this is our first day at work today. If Qin Feng takes the bus, he'll probably be late. How about you let him come with us in the car today? After seeing how unhappy Qin Feng looked, she smiled as she spoke. Qin Feng waved his hand. "No need. Us sales representatives don't have the right to go in a Mercedes-Benz. I've got my own ride, the low-profile and noble 28 bicycle. Dad, surely you'd let me ride this, right?" Qin Feng was already pushing his 28 bicycle out, and as the morning sunlight fell on Qin Feng and his bike, both Han Ying and Qin Huang were dumbfounded. Young Master Qin, riding a 28 bicycle. They simply couldn't imagine such a thing. Suddenly, Qin Huang couldn't help but laugh. Very good, very good. That's more fitting for a sales representative. Plus, it's more convenient when going out to run errands. Since you already have your ride, Ying and I will be leaving first. When you arrive, go and report to the sales department's manager, Li. Qin Huang smiled as he invited Han Ying onto the Mercedes-Benz, and the chauffeur quickly drove away. Qin Feng rode the 28 bicycle, training his body while riding to the royal group. Halfway there, he realized that before he had spent all his time playing games and seducing women, and had never been to his father's company before. As such, he had no idea where it was. In his frustration, Qin Feng asked a passerby for directions. Luckily, most people knew where the royal group was, so after asking around, he now knew where he was headed. Coincidentally, it was also the final stop for the Route 9 bus. "Hey, wait for me. Driver, please wait for me." Qin Feng passed a stop for the Route 9 bus and saw a little beauty wearing office clothes chasing after a Route 9 bus. This bus was evidently crowded with people, and there wasn't even space to stand. The driver poked his head out of the window as he replied, "Sorry, but this bus is full. Just wait for the next one." After she heard this, the little beauty stopped. At this moment, Qin Feng happened to pass by her, and he saw the despairing expression on her face. The girl was quite pretty with her flawless skin, as well giving off an air of gentleness and meekness. She was wearing office clothes similar to the clothes Han Ying had been wearing, but her figure wasn't as mature as Han Ying's. Instead, she gave of an air of youthfulness. Her hair was jet black and tied into 2 ponytails, and after chasing after the bus, there was sweat beaded across her forehead. A few loose strands of hair hung here and there, making her look quite enchanting under the sunlight. As soon as Qin Feng saw this little beauty, his habit of flirting took over. He stopped his 28 bicycle next to the little beauty as he said, "I'm going to the royal group. If it's on the way, I can drop you off for free." The The little beauty was called Su Ruoro, and she had freshly graduated out of university. She had just been accepted into the Acropolis City's largest company, the Royal Group, and hearing Qin Feng's words, she felt a bit surprised. She looked at the time and found that she was about to be late. Her head hung low as her long eyelashes continuously fluttered. Her hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes as she struggled with her indecisiveness. However, thinking to the fact that she was new and couldn't afford to be late, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Not at all, not at all." An evil smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he wrapped his arm around Su Ruo's slim waist and hoisted her onto the 28 bicycle. By the time Su Ruo had cried out in surprise, Qin Feng was already furiously pedaling. During the trip, Su Ruo witnessed Qin Feng's godly speed. If she didn't experience it herself, she wouldn't have believed that a bicycle could go faster than a bus. Moreover, this was the constant speed Qin Feng rode at, causing the wind to howl in her ears and her skirt to almost fly up. Su Ruo held down her skirt the entire trip and sat in front of Qin Feng, not daring to move. Qin Feng was simply too close to her, and moving at all would cause their bodies to touch, making Su Ruo feel so embarrassed that she wanted to jump off the bicycle. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to ride incredibly quickly, and very soon, the two of them arrived at the Royal Group. Looking at the skyscraper that seemed to extend past the clouds, Qin Feng realized just how rich his father was. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged to be the richest man in the Acropolis city. On the way, Qin Feng had asked for Su Ruo's name. As he stopped the bicycle, he spoke and pressed his face against hers. "Su Ruo, we're here." Su Ruo had been incredibly nervous the entire time, and didn't even realize they had arrived. Feeling the heat from her ears, her face became incredibly red as her body felt incredibly numb. She hurriedly jumped off Qin Feng's bicycle. However, because of how nervous she was feeling, she almost fell to the ground while doing this. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to react quickly and caught her with his arm. However, the place where he had caught her was quite special. It was perky and soft as well as quite bouncy. Without even thinking, Qin Feng knew what he had grabbed onto. Qin Feng, it hurts. Can you please let go of me?" Su Ruo was given a big fright as she frowned. She was quite introverted and was meek and timid. Although she was one of the most beautiful girls at her university, she didn't have the courage to date anyone. Up until now, her body had never been touched by a man, let alone her breasts. As such, she reacted like a frightened little deer. Su Ruo, who was not used to resisting, couldn't bring herself to angrily demand that Qin Feng let go. Qin Feng felt a bit intoxicated. This Su Ruo was too easy to take advantage of. Despite touching her chest, she was the one begging him to let go. Qin Feng felt quite evil and gave her another squeeze before letting go. Su Ruo gave a soft moan as her face became incredibly red.